72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick! It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambi with a pop-off, well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
Welcome everyone to week 3 of Hearthstone Grandmasters here. Last season, we wouldn't even be approaching the halfway point yet, but here we're already past it with only a 4-week season here. It's going to be everything on the line for all of our players, as there's only 1 week left, this final week 3, to accrue points for the playoffs. And as we're already seeing a lot of players tweeting out, some players seem to be out of the running, but some players still in the running are very much clawing for those spots. And I cannot wait to see who is going to get them, Gia.
That is right. Who can do what Lambi Series and Chansu have done so far, getting the full 5 points and cementing themselves a very good shot into playoffs. It feels like 6 points is the magic number, but of course we will wait for final confirmation once all the results from this week are through. But anybody who is joining us just now or in the couple weeks ago as well, you should be familiar already with our season. Like you said, Derek, it's truncated into just 4 weeks, and we do have our dual tournament with 4 different groups randomly seeded. Our players already played 2 of their matches on Thursday, and everybody who has gone 1-1 so far will be on stream today.
Yeah, we're finally going to get to see our first look at Dragon Man, who's gone 0-2 in the past 2 weeks. I don't believe today, as I think he went 2-0 actually this week, and we'll be seeing him tomorrow. But like you said, all about our players in the off-stream games, the on-stream games. We're trying to accrue as many points as possible, and also getting our first look at Last Hero Standing for this season, because it's a format that has, kind of floated in and out of Grandmasters. Sometimes it's been all Conquest, sometimes all Specialist, and sometimes rotating between some combination of the above. But Last Hero Standing, I think, here is in a very, very interesting position where most players can quite clearly agree Druid number 1, Demon Hunter very narrowly behind. And so if both of those are coming into your lineup, how do you orient your remaining 2 decks in a format where you can't necessarily hard target one deck? It's more about having a strong counter to whatever your opponent wins with, because of course when you win with a deck, you keep playing it.
Yes, LHS is definitely a format that I would say benefits from a balanced meta more so than any. Of course, any format would be more entertaining, I would say, but with LHS in particular, if we think back to the days of the Evolve Shaman only meta back on ladder, you wouldn't necessarily want to play an LHS tournament with that, but we can at least account for that a little bit with the fact that there is a ban. And so even though it's widely agreed upon that Kazakhstan Druid or some form of Druid is the best deck, you can ban that away and not get swept by it. Or if you're very brave, like Shaxy, for example, you can leave it up, ban what you think is perhaps the other best deck in the Questfell Demon Hunter, like you said, Derek, as long as you have a solid counter queue. It's all about having the counter picks, because with Last Hero Standing, you very much expect the series to go back and forth with each player bringing out their next ace in the hole until one comes out on top.
Yeah, and it's led to some very interesting developments here, specifically in Asia Pacific as well, which we'll of course dive into a little bit more. But despite the recent nerf, or I suppose correction to how the card text was supposed to work, Questrogue still seems to be on top here in Asia Pacific. But of course, for all of our players, this is what they are fighting for week in, week out for these first 3 weeks, I suppose, of the initial season, with $3,150 going to first place. Lambi Series week 1, Chonsu last week, of course, both pretty much cementing themselves guaranteed in the playoffs. But that's not due to the prize money, that is due to the points that they have accrued, of course. And that's what these 3 weeks are all about. At the end, the top half players 1 through 8 will be going through to the playoffs. The bottom half 9 through 16 are out. They are out of Grandmasters entirely, and this will be it for them, with no chance of making Worlds through Grandmasters, and they won't be getting through to Grandmasters Last Call, which is based on top 4 of the initial season, I believe, not on the playoffs. And therefore, for a lot of players, we might not even get to see them on stream as they are playing their last game in Grandmasters. It's going to be an emotional weekend, Gia.
It definitely is. We are starting to bid our fond farewells to the Grandmasters system, but on the bright side, we can see our players sort of reintegrate themselves with the rest of the Hearthstone competitive ecosystem playing out in the Masters Tours, because that is still, of course, a very open way to make it through to the World Championship. But of course, for our current GM, still there is a chance to make it through to the World Championship through this upcoming playoffs, or the last call, like you said. Dragonman all the way down at 0 points. Unfortunate the way that his run has gone so far, but he's already gotten himself at least 2 points from having gone 2-0 on Thursday, and he could make it all the way up to 5. But whether or not that's enough to make it through to playoffs is, I would say, it still remains to be seen. It kind of depends, because there's so many people tied over at that 3-point slot, and they're going to try and separate themselves from the pack.
That's right. It's just so squished together here in Asia Pacific. And the other regions, you have like 1, maybe 2 people starting to pull away from the rest of the pack, like Fled, obviously, in Americas after his win last week and top 4 the week before. It shows to me how close the field is here, how tightly packed all the skill level is, and how anyone with a good week can make it, which, as you say, is what we're hoping out for here from Dragonman with his first week appearing on stream. Lambie series down 0-2 this week, I believe, means that he is out of the running. Should still make playoffs, I'm pretty sure. But it's just about whether or not he can finish in that top 4, as I said, and qualify through to Grandmasters Last Call. Whereas for Mighty, our second place player for last week, it is looking fantastic. 6 points here this week, another 2-0 start to the week, I believe, and just putting himself in great standing for finishing right at the top of the leaderboard.
That's right. And aside from that, qualifying him through to the Grandmasters Last Call later on this year, getting first or second place after all the points are said and done means that you secure yourself a good seeding going into playoffs, which is huge. Essentially a free match win. But on the flip side, whoever finishes 7th and 8th going into playoffs will start off with an automatic loss. Still so much to play for every single one of these names on the board. But for some who have not been able to get a win on the board on Thursday and haven't already started on the first column, I feel like that might be the run cut short. So for the likes of Gur, a bit unfortunate to see, because I know we are big fans of him, but I am very much looking forward to seeing Dragonman for the first time tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. We've got to get at least a little look at all of our Grandmasters. Give them their 15 minutes of fame, sorry. And who knows, maybe more than that if Dragonman can pull it out the hat this week and end up in the playoffs. But there it is, 2-0 start to the week, finally getting something going here as Bank Yugi, man, an 0-2 start. It's all turning around for the worse for Bank Yugi after 2 weeks of 2-0 into losing the top 8 match. He now doesn't even get to be on stream at all with an 0-2 week. It means that Bank Yugi's very promising start ends at, I believe, just 4 points accrued, which far from guarantees him playoffs. I'd be surprised if he makes it at this point. And Trahison versus Posesi for our first match of the day is a very, very tight affair in terms of the points they both have.
That's right. I don't think we could have a complete season or a true last week of points earning without seeing both of these players. Of course, Posesi, our current reigning world champion, and Trahison, perhaps the most memorable player in APAC for things not related to gameplay, but also related to gameplay. I'm hoping that he can get some wins on the board, because he's another one of those players like Bank Yugi where when he has made it to stream, hasn't really gotten through to Sunday, if I recall, just not quite getting that consistency after the Thursday match. But we'll see who can join Dragonman through Group A. Over in the next group, I think there's also a lot of interesting action going on. Our players are just... I mean, I think we've gotten a very good mix of who has gotten to be on stream so far. I'm glad that we are going to have all of our players appear at least once before the season ends. But for you, Derek, in particular, anyone you're looking forward to seeing go all the way to Sunday?
Well, like we said, I want to get a look at Dragonman in particular. I think that Alutemu Alutemu has got a pretty interesting take on the lineup here, where we're going to be talking a lot, I think, about like level 1, level 2, and how you can keep going higher and higher, outguessing your opponent further and further. And I think he's got a very, very interesting take on the metagame with that Shaman that I'm looking forward to seeing. Gur off to a 2-0 start here, though, in Group B. I mean, we can see right out the gate that the players right down at the bottom are making this a very, very tense affair, as both Dragonman and Gur in last and second last place have 2-0'd their groups and kept the dream alive with a win this week of making it through to the playoffs. Hyung, again, unfortunately, one of those players we actually got to see surprisingly little of at the start of the week, start of the season, sorry. It was looking like he might be a strong contender, but then after that, things really just started to peter out into an 0-2 performance this week. I think solidifies him out of contention for playoffs.
Bit of a shame, but we do have at least a very fun decider match coming up. GivePLZ, one of our favorites to watch on stream, and always one of the trendsetters, I would say, when it comes to the meta in APAC. Always has a good read and isn't afraid to bring something a little bit outside the box. Versus okasinnsuke, who I think has had a major sort of character arc this season after we kind of introduced him at the first week as one of the players that maybe didn't make quite so much of a splash last season. I think he's really grown into Grandmasters at the last possible season, we should say, and has gotten some very good results for it. I've been happy with his play and his calm demeanor serving him well. But over in Group C, it is Chonsu, the champion of last week, once again getting a lot of wins on the board. Chonsu is just on a roll.
He's unstoppable. He's been playing some very strong Hearthstone, I think. He's got some cool decks again, as ever, and a deserved 2-0 start to the group. Lambi series, again, it's surprising and unfortunate given how well he did in that first week, how poorly things have ended up in the latter half of the initial season. But I still think, as we said, guaranteed that spot essentially in the playoffs. Means we'll get to be seeing him next week, or the week after, I should say, given that next week is the Masters Tour, and then his shot in playoffs. Alutemu Shaxy, though, is going to be an absolute cracker, as we often bring up two of the last few remaining OG APAC Grandmasters here right from the start, and still managed to get to this point without being relegated, which is an incredible feat in its own right if you consider the caliber of player who has not made it thus far. And there's some spicy decks there. Shaxy, one of the few players to not bring Demon Hunter. Alutemu, I think, again, relying on that Burn Shaman that a lot of players have moved away from, gives him a very interesting perspective on the metagame. As I said, Glory down 0-2, though, I think does mean that our former world champion isn't going to be making a big splash this season, with very little, if any, chance of making playoffs at this point.
But the three-peat Worlds appearance is still, the dream's still alive. I mean, he can make it through the Masters Tour, I believe, Derek. First ever APAC Masters Tour winner. It's gotta be Glory. But of course, right now, the spotlight is on Mighty, who is one of the top point earners, tied with Lambi series before we factor in this week's wins. And so far, if we do count Thursday, he is just ahead of the entire pack. Mighty, a new Grandmaster, but truly leaving a great impression with both his outfit choices and his deck choices. Very strong player. I'm excited to see more from him, but it's the decider match where things get really tense, Eric, because we have Alan here, one of the players that we thought would perform the best and one of the players that was able to turn it around under a lot of pressure last season. There's not so much time for him to make that miraculous comeback, but maybe this week is where it all happens.
Yeah, pretty much forced into getting a win here if he wants to make playoffs, which you and I are obviously rooting for. Big fans of Alan's. We have to stick up for casters, take our wins wherever we can get them, or at least I do as a, diamond rank 8K MMR Hearthstone / Battlegrounds player, but maybe not so for the rest of the field. But either way, for our first match of the day that we are very excited to jump into, it is going to be Trahison versus Posesi. As we were saying, Posesi, our current world champion, who has had a bit of a rocky season so far. A couple of weird players along the way that we kind of expect from Posesi. Overall, I think a play from the top of the top, the best players that we have here, I think has not been as transcendent as we've come to expect from them last year in Grandmasters, with Glory, Posesi in particular springing to mind, with a couple of messy mistakes. But I still think his lineup choice for the most part has been interesting. He's clearly putting in the work to come up with these very outside their lineups. He's not just submitting the 4 best HS replay decks each week. He's been experimenting to find this slightly different build of Priest that I believe he's again deviated away from this week. He's gone off of the Sethic Veil Weavers and is back instead on a more traditional build, or modern build, I suppose you could say, of the Miracle Priest.
That's right, and he's also gone with a non-traditional ban, I should say, because Druid, by and large, across all the regions, has been the most banned class in Last Hero Standing. Although it's not to say that's the only strategy you can go for. It's just that if you leave it up, you need to make sure you have a very solid counter queue into it. And Posesi, I believe, is putting that role on his Miracle Priest. I wonder if his decision to go back to the Malagos version was informed at all by the fact that his Rally Priest kind of underperformed when he played it on stream, because I feel like the Rally Priest is also a very decent counter queue. Just the fact that you can drop Sethic on curve is a big deal, but maybe the consistency of just getting the buffs on a single Nazmani, which is a bit more heavily provided by the Malagos version, is where Posesi's head is at. I'm almost certain we're going to see that matchup, Derek, because Trahison's got to be happy that his Druid has been left up.
That's right. As Trahison is going to be kicking things off with his Druid, I believe, after having banned away Posesi's Druid, which is what we're going to see for the most part. I think Druid ban on both sides, as you said, is the much more expected outcome. But lining up into the Priest right out of the gate is going to be an interesting one, especially when we're talking about this ramp Druid rather than this Kazakhstan Druid, because against the huge minions that the Miracle Priest is tending to develop with Nazmani, buff up its health, bless up, and then go face for a lot of damage, Kazakhstan can answer that. If you just go early Kazakhstan, Moonlit Guidance into Necrotic Poison, Wand, Vampiric Fangs, whatever it is, there are removal options, very potent removal options. Whereas here for the ramp Druid, it kind of stops at Raid Boss Onyxia. That's the only really strong, big removal you have that can kill off these large minions. And so for Trahison, as shaky of a game plan as it is, I think it just has to be incredibly proactive, just locking down the board with these big threats, ramping up as quick as possible before those threats can come online from the Priest.
That's right. It's all about the preemptive strike from the Druid here, if possible. However, he has very little in the way of answers for a potential just Nazmani dropped on curve. That is always scary. Moon-touched Amulet, 1 damage short of being able to take that down in one fell swoop. But if Posesi doesn't have the turbo minion hand, maybe Trahison can try and snipe one of those crucial minions with a Mutinous, because Posesi is just running 2 Nazmanis and the Malagos as is standard of this version. If Mutinous eats any one of those, that's a significant blow to Posesi's overall damage potential. You can see here, of course, Posesi's player card, all of his accolades listed here. The world champion, nobody will ever forget that. And perhaps the best win rate among APAC Grandmasters. I don't think we've really seen anyone that is still in and not retired break the 60% mark, but Posesi has done it. And the quality of his play definitely supports that, even though here and there he will have a blip. I think something tells me this week we do get Posesi full focus mode on.
Okay, he's whatever it is. What was the joke he was saying? Like his air conditioner is distracting him or something last year? I don't know. Whatever it is, he's got his camera in focus, his brain in focus. He's ready to go, and no more of those weird misplays that we've come to see from him. As like you say, I mean, I say this with nothing but respect, as I do hold him to a very high standard, and I do think he is clearly up there with the absolute best in the world, as he beat them all, being the current world champion for this year. In terms of the list, he's got himself here in the Miracle Priest double bless, which seems to have been phased out for the most part. I think 1 bless is what most lists I've seen have gone for, in favor of, I guess, double Holy Smite. So a little bit less anti-aggro potential, but it's going to be a great card against Druid. You just want as much buff and as much damage as you can get right out of the gate. As like you say, it's weird that we're seeing Posesi go for the Sethic version and then switching over to this one, as it didn't perform especially well for him. Despite him being the first player to bring it, it felt like Alutemu was the king of that Sethic version, where every time he played it, it kind of just looked unstoppable, where he was playing a very tempo-based game plan, getting the Sethic down, buffing it up, not even bothering with Nazmani half the time to get a huge discount, and just playing a kind of buff game plan, just playing each card on curve. Whereas Posesi's much more combo miracle-oriented play with the deck didn't seem to have as much success, and so he's just doubling down on the more streamlined miracle build instead.
Yeah, I would wager that the thinking behind this is that the Sethic deck, while it can get on board very consistently, it doesn't actually find ways to deal lethal as soon as the Miracle Priest, because the Miracle Priest does have access to huge health buff into Bless, right? Whereas the Rally version, they just kind of want to keep coming back on board. They're able to refill after a brawl or something like that. If your opponent trades down a couple of minions, they can still rally or raise dead and send another wave in. But the thinking behind Druid is all you need is one wave, have one big minion stick, and then deal lethal as soon as possible. And we do have our players starting off now. Not the greatest opening hand for Posesi, only wants to see minions and the cards that tutor the minions, and of course, palm reading.
Pretty nice looking starting hand for Trahison though, with the Wild Heart Guff. The top end, I'm not sure if you'd consider holding on to it. I guess just more so looking for the other ramp, but it's still not bad to hold on to, just have some threats afterwards.
Right. Trahison did inform us prior to the broadcast that he would be having a short tribute and prayer for what I believe is the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, which was a huge disaster that happened in Japan over a decade ago. Very nice to see him honoring one of the most important events in Japan's recent history. And as for the mulligan, nothing surprising here, just the studies and the Guff kept. Guff, while it's not going to help him necessarily deal with a Nazmani that hits the board for Posesi, it does help Trahison get to one of those big threats that he wants to be proactive about.
Whoa. And speaking of here for Trahison, this is just lining up gorgeously. You got the discounted overgrowth, the Guff as well. The fact that he threw away those big threats is obviously what led him to get this overgrowth. But now literally all he needs is one, maybe two big threats, and he is looking fantastic at the start of this game.
Meanwhile, for Posesi, the hand is a whole lot of nothing right now. He does have the potential to trade the shard into hopefully a Nazmani or a tutor effect. But outside of that, Trahison has all the time in the world to build up that mana. It's on Posesi to land the first threat. And even if he does manage to play a Nazmani, let's say he got it off the top here, Trahison had the capability of just going Moon-touched coin hero power to deal with it. It's not there. Overgrowth using the one off the top, all the ramp for Trahison. And Posesi has the potential to get insight from Thrive.
Oh, no insight, no horn either. He has to take shard to trade it. Yeah, like he just literally has to find a minion.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Ay. Tons of cheap spells, but nothing to go off of. Meanwhile, Trahison with the perfect Guff can just ramp up even further with the hero power, but he can honestly also just start drawing at this point because he has overgrowth. Not gonna rush it, but okay. That is perfect. Nazmani into Power Word Fortitude, I don't think there's going to be a way for Trahison to deal with it unless he has coin raid boss Onyxia. That's the biggest worry for Posesi here, but if he doesn't do it now, I don't think it's ever going to be good later.
I mean, even then, he can almost get out of range of Onyxia plus all the whelps as well. With like double Power Word Fortitude, it's kind of close. It's not quite there, but almost.
Yeah, he can't quite play both power words unless the discount goes perfect.
Right.
Or that was the problem at the beginning of the turn, but that first spell did actually discount one power word Fortitude, so there's the potential to play the second as well. Discount train stops there, but it's okay. 5-10 seems relatively safe if Onyxia is not in hand. But trahison actually does have the clear if he wants to with Lunar Eclipse and the Moon Touched Amulets. He could solar one of those or just play them straight up.
I think I'd rather save the solar because it's not only Cenarium Ward that's the obviously good top deck. You also just have Guess the Way, Moonlit Guidance in particular. There's a lot of good cards that you can draw to go with the solar.
Like that. Even if he does somehow whiff the next 2 draws, at worst he could go Solar Arbor up, and that's a board that Priest will struggle to clear without Zyrella. So trahison does just go for... Oh, he is using the solar. It looks like wants to hold on to the other Moon Touched Amulet. I guess if he sees second Nazmani, just off the top.
Yeah, I guess with the spammy Arcanist picked up, it does mean, like you say, that he can actually kill off a second Nazmani, but I don't know. I think I would rather give myself the potential for doubling up on Cenarium Ward, something of that nature. But here we go. The pouch is a fantastic pickup, especially with the coin, up to 11 mana. Get yourself a 10-cost card, and even though it's not a minion in its own right, that survival of the fittest is looking pretty juicy to me with double strongman in hand.
Oh yes, I would windmill slam that right now and then just have all the minions in his hand and deck be buffed for the rest of the game as well. But maybe trahison was scared of a generated hysteria or something like that. It feels like he's just got an overall macro game plan of saying just remove every single threat from Posesi and win off of value, because the only real usage for the Dark Moon Rabbit is to deal with Malagos or second Nazmani at this point.
Really? Is that really hair? Like, even if you'd just gone Colossus, that's like a 7/7 with Death Rattle and 2 6/6s. It just kills them.
Yeah. Well, Colossus, you generally expect to just get silenced, I would say, but the 2 Strongman also does kind of kill them quickly.
Yeah.
It feels like trahison has just sort of got a different philosophy to the matchup than what we're used to seeing. And if his testing tells him it's just all about removal, then fair play. It's not like he's got a lack of value in this deck.
Oh, that's fair. And also Colossus specifically, I guess, is a bad choice just because of Psyche Split, or even just the Gift of Luminance, sorry, is good enough just to get yourself a 7/7 Death Rattle that can massively slow down Druid's march.
Well, with second Arbor up, picked up for trahison, he is approaching lethal already. But whether or not he'll rip it this turn remains to be seen. We do see that Posesi did discover a Shadow Word Ruin, which is a potential punish if second Arbor up does hit the board right now. But it looks like trahison is... He was reaching for the spammy, I guess, just to get hand space, but I don't think he quite needs it so desperately that he should damage his own board.
Yeah, I like that he's just chilling here. There's no need to expend anything more than you've already done. It's quite clear that your opponent doesn't have an answer to whatever you're doing, so there's no need to put forward anything else. I think it's not giving them a bunch of time. You have lethal next turn with the Arbor up, so just going for the chip damage here to set up a lethal is very smart.
Yeah, and not committing the Arbor up means that 2 4/3s stick around as well. Shadow Word Ruin only acting as a Shadow Word Death here, unfortunately. Posesi does have the Corrupt Insight now and the potential to pick up Nazmani or Malagos, but the fact that he's hovering Hero Power, I think he's being conscientious of Mutinous, because it's not like he'll be lacking mana. I think he can play Insight into whatever minion he gets altogether next turn. Okay. So decides not to play around Mutinous, but probably in a bad enough position that he can't afford to do so.
Okay, there's that big threat. That's what we've been holding on for, to decisively threaten lethal next turn. There's no way you can heal out of range of this one, especially with the Arbor up ready to go in hand. So something miraculous has to happen for Posesi, and Insight off the top might be said miraculous play. With double Devour, he can eat up all the whelps as well, get himself an absolutely monstrous Nazmani here.
Yep, they call it Miraculous Priest for a reason, Derek. It looks like Posesi can even play Malagos at the end of this turn if the discounts go right. Yes, he did get a cheap enough Psyche split. That had to happen relatively early in the turn. So I think he does this. The Malagos guaranteed costs 1. And then the Draconic Studies, as long as at least one of the discounts out of the 3 here hits the Malagos, then he can play it.
Oh my god. Okay, there
it's
we go.
green. Okay, almost a disaster.
And this is huge, because if he can get himself played the other, what is it, Shadow Word Devour, he can kill off the 1/1s, which means the hair won't on its own be able to kill off the Divine Shields. But then I guess the spammy Arcanist can do the job anyway. Oh my god, there's so much going on. Posesi running out of time, needs to just play more cards here.
More. Just play the entire board. He is just hoping that there is no Yogg-Saron, no discovered answer. But little does he know, they're both there.
Wow, this is
a gift in a set.
threatening board. Yeah, double copied Drake. Okay, just one copy on the Drake. I think he roped out at the end there, but
Trahison just has the perfect 15 mana to ping off the shields with the Arcanist and then go for the rabbit. It'll depend on what kind of 7-drop spawns here. If there's a taunt, that could ruin some of Trahison's plans. But
oh, fine. Never a sight you're happy to see. As in the end, man, I don't know if we'd be in this position if he'd taken one of the other 10 drops, but I have to say it did work out fantastically for him here, as that hair is absolutely disgusting.
Yep, completely blows up Posesi's board. He does have last Plague Proto Drake to try and win the game off of, but my thinking is not enough. My thinking is that this Draconic Studies needs to find Kazakusan or Deathwing.
Deathwing? Oh. Man, that was tempting, I've got to be honest, the Deathwing there, just to go all in on one final push, but I guess that just so rarely wins based on all the threats left in their arsenal.
True. The Deathwing would have to go face like 4 times minimum at this point. So fair enough. Wave?
Wow.
Okay. That allows
the exact card he needed.
True. Stay alive in this position and gets not really the goods on the second procs, but is there a way he can leverage the Soul Mirror to win the game?
Maybe. We'll see. It's a big clear, if nothing else. It might catch Trahison off guard.
Horn draws nothing at this point. And the last card for Posesi is a palm reading. So that's still one more Discover effect, which can lead to a Draconic Studies, which can lead to a Kazakusan. All roads lead back to Kazakusan. That's just how it is.
Well, half of them lead to Kazakusan. The other half lead to Yogg, is I think the other touted out as Trahison here. If nothing else, can just let rip with that one. But I think here it's just not even necessary, right? I'm looking at if Ulveric is ever the play, because you can like honorably kill the 1/1 with your 1-attack minions, but I think it's just a little bit cute. It's not really brute forcing enough power.
Goodness. Oh, it's a Hala. Okay, sees what's in the ward before he goes for it. But yeah, now the pings from Hala could help him take some value trades as well. Commits the Arbor up because he's seen the vast majority of Posesi's AoE potential. But does this open up a good enough Soul Mirror for Posesi here? He can steal the Hala and also play spells after it. This is a lot of quick maths that I'm not capable of doing.
So sacrificing off the Proto Drake doesn't make room, but I guess you just accept that there's not enough room.
Yeah, it's fine. You just miss out a 4/3, and what happens is you have a 6/7 Hala plus your current board against Trahison 6/7 Hala and a 4/3.
Right.
And so that's 10 points worth of minion health. Doesn't feel especially likely that you can clear it with the 3 other spells you can play at the end of that turn. My head is spinning. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so he's using the Devour first for maximum minions on board so that he can go Bless for 17 damage. Like, It loses out on a couple pings from Hala, but it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. And he's going to VT it in the end as well here. It's a good spot from Posesi, managing to find a way to actually push relevant damage here because he is just fatiguing. And then Hala does her job cleaning up what is just a 4-2 treant at the end. We've hit this world even after Dark Moon Rabbit. All roads lead back to Yogg.
Don't toy with us like this, trahison. Don't play with our hearts. Come on, you have to play it now.
He might Deathwing. It's still pretty good. Oh.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it does just win. Unless this palm readings can offer the miracle out of...
Studies into Kazakhstan. Oh, but
Sure.
that's a Mutinous. Wait. Kazakhstan would be playable off of Studies here. Oh my god. Oh no. I was so ready, Derek. I was so
I thought it was going to happen. I got fully baited. It's like when you type a random word into Wordle and like the first 3 letters come up green and you're like, oh my god, I've done it! And then it falls apart at the end.
Mm-hmm. Then you find out it can be shake, steak, slake, or
Yeah.
unlucky. And for Posesi here, unlucky that the only relevant dragon choices are completely chompable.
Decidedly chompable, yeah. Good 7 drop.
Pretty good 7 drop, but not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, Mutinous will seal out the game. Posesi gave it a cracker of a fighting chance. He made that a much closer game than I thought it had any right to be. But in the end, it is trahison taking the win with the Druid. There's just very little you can do against such a blisteringly fast start such as that one. That is really the power of Ramp Druid when compared to the Kazakhstan variant, I suppose. Because even though, like I said, less answers than in the Kazakhstan variant from all those lovely removal treasures, it just gets online immediately. You're not playing an 8-mana 8/8, you're playing these big threats that really start to put a lot of damage online, even when you don't pick them. Like, he could have put down 2 10-10s, right, with the strongmen, but didn't even want it, held back, went for the removal in his own creative way, and was very handsomely rewarded.
Yeah, we are just seeing the sort of macro philosophy of the players approaching the matchup. Posesi picking very high value discovers like the Soul Mirror, and also had access to Shadow Word Ruin at one point to answer if trahison had gone for his own proactive approach. But trahison kind of one-upping that, picked so much removal, just getting an additional Dark Moon Rabbit and a Deathwing from Pouch just allowed him to outlast all of the value from Posesi. Very impressive stuff, but it does mean that Posesi is in an awful spot here, because we know with Last Hero Standing, once you lose what is supposed to be a favorable for you, you suddenly have no good counter cues left. That would be my thinking if trahison were running traditional Kazakhstan Druid, but the difference here is that he's actually running Ramp Druid, so I think the Quest Rogue from Posesi still has a pretty decent shot here.
I agree. Yeah, this Quest Rogue is in a really interesting spot because how it relates to the 2 top decks in this metagame of Druid and Demon Hunter is so backwards to what my perception of Hearthstone should be, where it's an early board-based aggro deck, right? Tending towards mid-game, I suppose, with the top end in there as well, which Druid should be terrible against. It just can't deal with all these minions one after the other quickly enough. It should be getting run over, and Demon Hunter should be fantastic against that. It's got the Immolation Aura, Fell Screen Blast, all these very, very efficient removal spells, but it turns out it's the complete opposite way around most of the time. The Druid is an arguable matchup. I'm sure some people would still make the argument that the Rogue is favored. But honestly, based on my testing, Druid just kind of seems to be able to out-ramp and hit its big threats and removal options before the Rogue can get there. Whereas Demon Hunter just can't really seem to deal with Scabs. It can't deal with the Informant, all these really big individual minions that just wreak havoc with its entire game plan.
Yeah, the thinking is that the early minions from Rogue don't pose enough of a threat that they would stop the Druid from just going for ramp and card draw as they normally do. And for trahison here, he's picked up a pretty good early game option as well to not get run over whatsoever by the stealth package from Posesi. Also worth noting that most of the quest rogues in APAC this week are playing Spy Mistress plus Greyheart Sage over what used to be Foxy Fraud Swindle. Maybe a bit of a change in philosophy to have more minions and keep flooding the board over and over to be better against Demon Hunter, because they don't actually have unlimited removal. But up against the Druid for trahison here, first question for Posesi is whether he would rather develop that Spy Mistress so he can get the draw with Greyheart next turn, or start the SI train and be a little bit more mana efficient.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? Because if you go coin SI and then they attack with their cub, you obviously get to attack in Greyheart Sage. But I think you can make the read that they probably wouldn't do that if you have an operative on the board, just because the threat, as I said, of that Greyheart Sage. So I think very correctly played by both players here to do it the way they did. And now Posesi can get a pretty nice, what I'm guessing is just Greyheart Sage here to fill up his hand with those real threats and start just spending all his mana on stats every single turn to try and out-tempo the Druid.
Right, the Greyheart Sage does fill out the mana nicely, and next turn he can go Skulker Coin Operative if he doesn't pick up anything better. But it's just nice that Posesi's not forced into going for an early Smuggler, because that card gets so much better the longer you hold on to it with more SIs loaded up. The card text has been adjusted to actually work the way as intended, so it doesn't get that like automatic 1 SI before you've even played anything.
Instead, Posesi, I guess, speaking of the Smuggler, that's what this play says to me, is what he's trying to do, is by going for the operative here instead, he gets to go Skulker Coin Smuggler next turn, and then Shadow Step the Smuggler at the same time as well, if he wants to, which it's not the biggest Smuggler, as we were talking about. It does still allow him to just get some stats online and Shadow Step it for an even bigger one later on. But obviously the Neophyte could change how this plan is working.
Yeah, interesting. Chooses to step the Skulker over the Smuggler, because we could have seen him hold on to step for Smuggler itself, but Posesi would rather get the double discounts instead of one additional minion.
Yeah,
And it makes sense because it means potential faster scabs as well.
Right. Yeah, faster scabs, more immediate tempo as well, which should definitely not be overlooked. Or I think Fungal is just a little bit too dubious of a prospect in this deck, even if you're really trying to find Guff, as is his main priority in this mid game. But a couple of actually really good options here, as you could go take both and then Lunar Owl Germination to just get yourself another owl.
Yeah, a very high tempo play. And always a little bit awkward that there's just too many shy minions on board, but I think with that amount of board presence, trahison can definitely start going face here. He just kind of has the license to, because how does Posesi deal with 2 4/4s, 3 even, if he wants to commit both owls in the Germination, and then 3 2/2s?
Just losing on board.
Druid is a whole different beast than what we've seen in the past.
I mean, this is the power of playing the owl version, right? This is the main benefit, as I see it, from not playing the Kazakhstan version, is that this is just broken. This is so much tempo he's getting himself to survive against these aggro decks. And I'm not even entirely sure how Posesi can try to fight back against this. Like, sapping the owl buys you a little bit of breathing room, but it's really not enough. And so instead, it's just going to have to be probably swinging the gyro blade more so than the hero power.
Yeah, kind of has to accept that he'll tank quite a bit of damage, but starts to clear up the board, and then he has the potential to deal with many minions next turn off of passage, maybe finding him assassin. Okay, goes for the sap. Be mana efficient as much as possible. But meanwhile, trahison just approaching that 8 mana breakpoint where he can then go Bloom Onyxia and pretty much seal the game.
Obviously toying with the idea of this Shadow Step. If he goes for like Skulker Face and then Shadow Steps it and plays it again, he gives himself a couple of outs for Scabs next turn, with obviously Extortion and just the second Skulker, which would then be discounted as well.
Yes.
Which I think is worth it. Especially as there's also just a couple of other good outcomes, like if he just gets a cheaper Informant, a cheaper Smuggler, a cheaper Assassin, all these nice high tempo plays.
Yeah, Informant in particular would allow him to have a big threat on board and also weave in second stage to keep drawing. But for trahison, even though this is a relatively slow turn, he's under not too much pressure and is building up towards Onyxia. It's all just about how he can bridge this turn 7, right? And then go for the big turn 8 play.
Oh. 1 mana off getting the Scabs online on this turn. Which is still okay.
Yeah. He knows there's still an owl in hand that he bounced back. And so you kind of have to think the Greyheart Sage is 3 mana, nothing on board. It's just getting rushed into. And is the 2-card draw worth that as opposed to just Passage? Because the Passage could get him Informant or Smuggler right now, which is way more relevant on board.
True. That's a very good point. And this Neophyte alone is also very difficult to pass as to whether or not it should be played, because he actually has a decent amount of information about his opponent's hand. Like you said, 1 owl, he knows 100%. He also knows there's very likely either an Innovate or a Bloom in hand, because Pouch was played for 0 mana, which is where this Bloom came from. And then there's also a couple cards on the left-hand side that haven't been played for the entire game. And so I think there's a reasonable read on there being something like Yogg, Cenarian Ward, something like that you could play with a Bloom in the next couple turns. In which case, Neophyte on this coming turn, if he can find a way to slot it in, I do think would be very valuable.
But it doesn't look like he'll have the time because trahison has the perfect tempo response against Posesi's meager board development, and he can bridge the gap very cleanly into the Onyxia turn. Posesi does have the capability of answering 2 of these just by swinging the Gyro Blade, and then the Scabs could technically sap another one plus Assassin if he wants to be that all in, but he is prioritizing the Neophyte. I think he has exactly the hand read that you are laying out. Not even going to be a Scabs turn whatsoever. It's going to be Assassin plus Informant, which is going to be quite a big threat at the moment.
It's such a clutch play here from Posesi. This is the only play that even gives him like a chance in this game. Because even though trahison now can play Cenarian Ward, he's obviously not going to, as he wants to save that Bloom for probably Onyxia next turn instead. And so in terms of the options available, Runic Carvings for Overload, you really don't want to be doing that going into 9 mana, as that just makes your 8 and 10 mana card really, really awkward. And so in the end, just good old Mr. Smite for a 6 mana Fireball.
Mr. Smite for trading? I hate it, no, but it just makes sense. He has enough health, right? And he can definitely clear minions other than Scabs itself, because you expect it to be stealthed just by going for Onyxia. So trahison with a very disciplined play. But now Posesi has the chance to fight back. He's going to choose Spammy, probably.
Probably Spammy, yeah.
Yeah, no 1 health minions for Posesi here. He does, however, still have regular hero power, trahison, so he could hero power 1 and then go Spammy. But the train stops after 2 Defile procs, right? Because there's no 3 health minion, and that's not the end of the world, especially if they're spending 7 mana on that. As long as the Scabs is alive, I think it's fine. I just don't want to see Posesi play the mole here if he did pick the Spammy.
Yeah, I think he picked Guess the Weight in the end from the 1 frame of decision time that I saw. And if he's going for the mole, then I think that probably confirms that theory. As, well, the main thing he needs to be doing here is just counting up damage numbers, right? As with the Battlemaster next turn, he has a huge amount of potential damage to be putting forward with even just the, 1822 he's going to have available with the Battlemaster, the Mole, and the
Got some math for you, Derek. It's lethal!
Plus Gyroblade, that's just lethal!
Even without the Wicked Stab that he top-decked, somehow, despite trahison having the best tempo mid-game that a Druid could possibly have, Posesi closes out the game in his favor, which I think is all thanks to that very, very clever hand read that you laid out going into the turn 8 for trahison, that Neophyte shutting down the Onyxia 1 turn earlier and developing a 10-10 bought Posesi the time to set up a clean Scabs lethal.
No, it was absolutely the winning line. I love that Posesi saw it, because it's obviously very easy for me to make that read when I can literally see the opponent's hand. I can literally read it. Posesi, of course, had a lot less information to work with and came down with such a perfectly timed Neophyte. He could have played that like turn 4, what was it, right at the start of the game, but all the way until turn 7, turn 8 even here, and then lets it rip at perfect time, denies the Onyxia, and gets himself that one window to stick Scabs, get it stealth, push for lethal next turn. It was such a clever line for Posesi, and keeps him alive in this series, because had he lost there, it would have been trahison taking the win with the Druid, and then there would only have been Demon Hunter left for Posesi, which is obviously a pretty dreadful matchup going up into the Druid. Whereas now for trahison, the entire context of this matchup shifts drastically, as he's left with just Quest Rogue, the Mirror, as he reads it, being his best shot at taking it.
And that's all thanks to Posesi's unconventional ban of Shaman. I think while most players have gone for Druid ban priority, second most common ban has been Quest Fell Demon Hunter, which is generally considered the second highest power level deck in the meta, but Posesi just kind of had a whole different plan coming together, banning away the Shaman, which would have been a great matchup into his Quest Rogue, and just kind of assumed that the Quest Rogue can get there against Kazakhstan Druid and the rest of the lineup if the Shaman is just not there for trahison. Sorry, I meant Ramp Druid. And we'll see who can win in the mirror now. This one can be very, very back and forth because both players have access to sap cards and huge minions.
I will say, though, that I think for Posesi, this build does seem pretty juicy. The stealth is just such an efficient package in these tempo board-based matchups where it can get a lot of face damage in. They're very high attack minions for the mana cost, Spy Mistress especially, but they just trade really well. Being able to always trade up, dictate how the trades work in your favor, I think is just such a nice addition to the game plan for Posesi, and just means that trahison by default is kind of going to be on the back foot.
That's right. He is just running one Neophyte, one Foxy Fraud, and double Swindle in there instead of the Grey Heart Sages and Spy Mistresses that Posesi has access to. For now, though, Posesi doesn't quite have the most efficient play in terms of mana, but if he wants, he can just keep that SI train going.
Yeah, it won't give him the gadget quite yet, will it? Which again makes the next turn a little bit awkward as well. But it's still fine. Like I said, he can keep this minion stealth for the moment and then just trade up. If an SI7 agent were to come down here, or an informant, whatever it may be, you can deal with it very easily.
Important thing to note is that neither player is running Scab's Shadowcrafter, the hero card. So in terms of overall board blow-up potential, it's not much. Individual minion target removal is huge. And widely available to both players with the Fizz Flash Distractors and the SI7 Assassins. But if one player can sort of break the parity and go super wide on board, it's going to be tough for the opponent to respond to everything at once without the hero card Scabs.
Very nice tempo swing for trahison, though, with the Assassin, nicely timed, that also allows him to play the second one next turn with the coin as well, or with the Tenwu, of course. And so the onus to remove is very much on Posesi here, as I guess just Wicked Stab SI7 agent does work out as a very efficient clear, actually.
Yeah, looks pretty clean. And for the next turn, he has access to Smuggler, Tenwu, Smuggler. Even with a neophyte aura, that's not going to affect all of the minion play. It's just very, very efficient for Posesi. And the fact that he's already seen an SI7 assassin on a relatively low threat target is a huge boon to him, because in the back and forth of resources, Posesi should be ahead.
Ooh, okay. So that's going to be a 5-5 at this point, with quest level 1 having been completed for Trahison, which is not bad. At least tanks a hero power plus one of these minions.
My mistress. Very good for Posesi here in that it's able to trade up like what you were saying. Posesi, I feel like, is okay with leaving up one minion here because he can get a huge development for himself with the Smuggler Tenwu play. Granted, the minions he'll be summoning are going to be low statted on average, but I feel that the value of just going wide, even if you end up with like a 1-3 and a 2-3, is very, very good in the mirror. You just have so much initiative on how you trade with additional minions.
Wow, I was actually about to ask you, were you interested in Passage for 5-mana Assassin? Kind of thinking that it was a ridiculous play given how much stuff he has in hand already, but then Posesi just rips it, clearly not happy with what he has available, and is met with, honestly, not a bad hand, actually.
But how does he use this last mana? Because I feel like the Informant wants to get played here. He could either step the SI7 after it attacks to get the damage back to kill the 5-2, or he could just not play the Informant for the full board clear. Just major respect here for the health total. Feels like the entire play of going for Passage was so Posesi could get a full clear. And I honestly didn't think it was worth passing up a very clean Smuggler turn. But both players, I guess, highly aware of Wicked Stab. However, it looks like Posesi missed the dagger up with his last 2 mana.
Yeah, I loved this play until the rope out at the end, because I think what it did is it prioritized going wider rather than taller, which is something I really love in this matchup. If he'd gone for the Informant, he would have allowed his opponent to trade into his smaller minions, and then Assassin or Sap or Wicked Stab would have been able to take out his Informant pretty much single-handedly. And so with this line, if he'd been able to get in at least the hero power, or more desirably the Undercover Mole, I think it would have put him in a much better position to just keep controlling the board and lead himself into an earlier scabs.
Still, the legacy of the play remains in that even without the dagger, he has, required Trahison to do quite an inefficient play just to get rid of an SI7 agent if Trahison is just going to go for the replay on the operative here and regain the stealth. But it's not as though this matchup is all about value, right? It does reach a critical mass. Usually the first person to land Spy Master Scabs on board and give it stealth is in such a huge lead because it just cannot be answered. And Battlegrounds Battlemaster can get a lot of burst through. It might be why our players are just so conscientious of their health total, trying to stay above 18 or 22 more likely at all points, with the Wind Fury on the 9 attack Scabs, plus Wicked Stab being a very, very relevant breakpoint.
Well, now we're entering a very interesting portion of the game where, like you say, Scabs is so important, and Trahison is going to be the first player to get it down if he wants to with Assassin next turn. But the question is, will that be enough to stand up against all this tempo from Posesi as he gets another minion I've never seen in my entire life and is just going super, super wide on the board leading up into that Scabs?
Right. I can't quite recall the name of this, but the frenzy of that summons some hyenas.
Great. Oh no, not that one. The other one, the 3/3. I've seen the hyena one. Yeah.
But you don't know the name of it either.
Scent Finder, Cinderace Scent Finder. Is that the one?
Oh, never mind. He does know it. Impressive.
And the other one is a Blue Hair Cuddle Bunny, I think, is the.
Well, I can tell you the 4/9 is Onyx Mage Scribe.
Yeah. This is our job.
So this frenzy effect is slightly annoying for Trahison. Of course, there's not that much board space, but he's just falling so far behind on board where if he wants to do the obvious play of just clearing the 4-9, that is creating board space for Posesi to get more 1-1s potentially. The end, though, he is going to accept that Posesi will have access to a huge quantity of minions, but trahison will just try to get there with quality of minions. The scabs representing so much damage, Battle Master ever present as a threat as well.
Yeah, I think very correctly shadow stepping the assassin here as well. Doesn't have to actually play it, I suppose, as I was going to say he'd play it on the 1-6 to deny the wolves, sorry, being found, but it's still fine here just to make it so there's no targets even on the other side, obviously threatening that Battle Master to potentially close out the game in 1 or 2 turns.
Posesi with literally nothing he can do to interact with the scabs is just going for a counter scabs, and he does have a much more potent setup for lethal because he's stuck other minions. I think the Spyomatic and Hidden Gyroblade would be the choice of Gizmos to end the turn. Even though we have 3 moles, they're stuck in hand. I think the most important thing for Posesi is to disrupt the potential to find Battle Master and also just get that weapon damage going.
Yeah, just thinking about how to best set up lethal. Obviously, he doesn't have a Battle Master in hand, so it's going to have to be either through bluffing it, apologies, or trying to get there with just what he has in hand, with the Wicked Stab as well, which could very much get the job done. Kind of interesting to see the Mole instead of the Spyomatic, just because I thought it could be useful to try and play around, I don't know, another Wicked Stab or a Battle Master. But in the end, he's just going for... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think Posesi just kind of mathed it out where even if there is Battle Master Wicked Stab, it's just out of range for trahison to kill him still. So because that was not a threat, he decided to play the Mole instead. I was still kind of interested in Spyomatic just because it has 3 attack on it instead of 2, and Posesi is just very much going for the counter lethal, but maybe he values the potential card generation more. That is a tonk, and... well, Posesi is just looking very dead if he doesn't find lethal himself next turn.
I mean, yes, but he does still have the sap. Like, the tonk is just instantly answerable. The scabs, if it's unstealthed, should be instantly answerable, even if he just wants to trade in his own scabs here. I think he might be able to buy himself a turn. And also, more importantly, he might just be able to find lethal straight away.
Right. I do think, of course, lethal is the best way for Posesi to go about this because a partial clear here doesn't feel very good if he's spending the whole turn doing that. But in the end, he does have it with the Wicked Stab. Very, very nicely done. Just, even though he wasn't the first person to have scabs in hand, managed to stay at a high enough health total that he was the first to threaten lethal. And that's all sort of the legacy of the Secret Passage play that he went for a couple turns prior.
Yeah, I thought the Secret Passage was really inspired. It's really unfortunate for trahison that he did die to a 1 in 3 there, or a 2 in 3 to survive, I suppose, where if he'd killed off even just the 1 extra attack from the smuggler, I think he would have been alive at 1 health. I don't think Posesi had any other way to push extra damage there unless the mole provided, and it might have died anyway in that instance. So an unfortunate way to go down, and does mean that finally it is going to be trahison left with just his Demon Hunter as the one remaining deck that he needs to sweep both the Rogue and the Demon Hunter mirror on the other side. And it ain't no regular Demon Hunter here, Gia. It's the Kazakhstan variant, which I was testing quite a bit yesterday against specifically this Quest Rogue. So I'm glad that we get to see it. And it led to some very mixed results, I have to say.
Yeah, this new build of the deck is sort of off of the legacy of the idea that the expendable performers combo just seems to be dead in hand in a lot of matchups because players have gotten so used to playing around it, right? They'll be highly aware that if you need a certain breakpoint of damage, they're not going to put that much health on board for you to rush into. And in that instance, you can end up losing in fatigue. So some players have gone for replacing the combo with just Kazaka-san, which does not lose in fatigue because it just adds cards to the end of your deck. It's very rarely playable while you still have a bunch of cards in deck because you are playing a ton of minions that are not dragons, but it is an alternate win condition to what's already a pretty powerful deck. But the reason that this Demon Hunter is considered so powerful in the meta, second only to Druid, is because it's so flexible. You can go for a control game plan with your removal options. You can go for a fast quest if the 7/7 body and discounted cards is what the matchup calls for. You can go for early Kirch's hero card and just beat them down with hero powers, or you can try and win in fatigue with Kazaka-san.
Yeah, we tried a whole bunch of different ways of getting there. You were advocating quite frequently for the control game plan, where you just try and take as much removal as possible, more so than quest completion. You were kind of forced into advocating for that game plan because I was going for the beat my head against a brick wall game plan of just trying to glide over and over again and praying that that would get there, even though it clearly was not working. Whereas for trahison here, I feel like right out the gate, he's kind of got the best of both worlds here, where he's got that quest completion. Turn 2 is obviously very, very rapid indeed, potentially able to get more with Chaos Strike and Spectral Sight in hand, maybe in 2 turns' time. But he's also got that control game plan, right, that's so important to make sure that the rogue doesn't run away with board at the start.
Right. Very fortunate for trahison to top deck Spectral Sight to get the quest super early, but it's also worth noting that he did play quest on turn 1 instead of hero powering, which I think is now the prevailing way to approach if you are on coin as the Demon Hunter, because it allows you the potential to progress quest with either coin Need for Greed or top decking Spectral into coin tradable. I'm still not sure whether you're supposed to quest on 1 or not when you're off coin, but I do like this approach a lot more going second, as trahison showed us.
I think I like the way that trahison is approaching it here. I was kind of toying with the idea of going Chaos Strike plus Fel Barrage, even though it's quite inefficient, just because it unlocks the Spectral Sight for the following turn, and also just plays the Fel Barrage, which in my experience is worth quite a lot, because you just want to have all your Fel spells played before Jace comes down so that you can guarantee yourself a cleared Scabs when that comes down in stealth form as your best answer. But obviously, having said that, in these early turns, he does still need to have some removal options for all these cheap plays that Posesi's going for. And just look how perfect the Fel Barrage is here now instead.
Yeah, Posesi's not going to be happy about that one. The Ice Rager just looking like perfect food here, and trahison is not going to commit the Spectral Sight, which I like because he didn't have that much mana left remaining to get second quest progression here. Just going to equip the Eldrazi, which is a little bit expensive to do without Furies this early on, but the thinking here is that he's bought himself so much health by preemptively clearing anyway that he won't need maximum lifesteal on the weapon. For Posesi, the SI train can continue if he wants to use Assassin for no value, which I think is generally fine in the matchup. Yeah. If they're playing Kazaka-san safely, you're probably not in a good spot anyway, so just Agent into Assassin into Gizmo seems okay.
Well, no, it's Scabs. This is level 3. He's got it in hand right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of what we've been missing this game, is that even though Posesi has dealt 0 damage, everything he's played has been removed. He has been turboing through that quest completion, and now Scabs plus Stealth next turn, way before Jace is going to be playable. This is tricky. Trahison needs to find Magtheridon, or maybe a little bit of extra spell damage alongside the Arcanist to be able to answer this.
Yeah. He is, however, still at a health total where, oh, that glide is so clutch. I was going to say, even before the glide, though, if he just managed to remove the 4/4 and 3/3, individual Scabs was not the end of the world yet, because Posesi didn't quite have the mana to go Battlemaster double Wicked Stab the turn right away after. But of course, it's so much easier to not even have to think about that problem and shuffle the scabs back. That being said, Posesi doesn't get a disaster of a hand back. It's all playable cards. In fact, all but one can hit the board here thanks to smaller scabs.
Really not awful, is it? And especially as trahison didn't play an Immolation Aura, right? His Jace is actually quite underwhelming here. And not only that, his Magtheridon is currently just inoperative because there's not enough room on the other side of the board. So something else is going to have to come along here to be able to activate this, like, for example, an Immolation Aura off the top.
Yeah, with the Neophyte, there's no option to try and go Fell Scream and then Jace in a good order, which would play Fell Scream and 2 Fell Barrages, which is, you know, pretty good clearing potential. However, the Immolation Aura plus the Fell Scream, I guess you can start with Studies first, unless he's not going to play it at all. But
yeah, unless he's considering Magtheridon, which I don't think I would. I'd rather just play the Fell Scream Blast here than save it for a potential Arcanist off the top.
Agreed. If you can just find the Studies to play I-Beam or something like that, that would be a full clear, and it juices up the Jace even more. But looks like he's going to hold on to the Studies in the end. And you know what? Not a big deal. Posesi is so far behind. He needs his Quest Reward off the top. That's a pretty close second, though.
Good. Yeah, that is good.
I mean, he played Scabs and then like 4 more SIs. This is going to be huge in format.
Oh, I didn't think it'd be that big. Jeez, 12-12.
That's not something that Jace can get through. And this Magtheridon has no juice after Trahison's used all that removal. Can the Studies do anything? Oh, how big are the bats?
How big are the bats? That's the question. That does not answer our question, Trahison. I think it's there, though.
Yeah, just enough. 6-6 or 6-4?
Oh, look at that!
The perfect answer.
So sick. Yeah. No, he did do it correctly. He had to do it in that order, so he didn't damage. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Posesi!
No. I feel like I've seen Posesi just fling his head back so many times. Can't help but be resigned in this position. Trahison has just gotten perfect answer into perfect answer, and this Jace is going to seal the game. I'm just going to go ahead and say even if Posesi top decks Scab's Quest Reward the next turn, it's not going to be enough.
Probably not, yeah. I mean, I suppose there's a Chaos Strike for card draw, 1 Fury. Like, the Jace isn't necessarily going to be killing Posesi quite yet.
Another happy guilty.
But it's just a 7-5. I guess Posesi could Wicked Stab it.
Yeah, true, true. You don't usually think of Jace sticking, but I guess it just does here.
Because it's only 1 Immo played, right?
Yeah, and a Fell.
Oh, well, oh no! Yep. Posesi doesn't need to bother flinging his head back forward after that top deck.
Just keep it back.
The poor man just cannot draw. Card draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... I mean, I don't even want to say that. Like, I was going to say it's kind of the risk of the list is because you're not playing Swindle. You do kind of lower your card draw a little bit. But at so many points, Greyheart Sage would also have been enough card draw to get him back into the game, but he hasn't even hit that.
Meanwhile, card draw city for Trahison here just has Kurtrus playable, has Jace loaded up. He has Magtheridon activatable if he needs it somehow, some way, which I don't think he ever will. I mean, maybe if it's top deck Scabs for Posesi.
Oh!
Quick, Shadow Step your face to give itself.
Yeah, Posesi's about to shadow step his own face IRL right off the back of his chair. He's hanging
All
in.
hope is lost. There is still one more game for Posesi to make it through, but based on his expressions, I'm gonna go ahead and say that he doesn't feel like that's a good matchup. It is just a mirror, however, just a 50-50.
I mean, yes, kind of. As I don't know, I'm guessing for Trahison, after he did that, the little XP bar popped up, or he was able to attack face for lethal, as I think Jace, whether or not he'd figured it out, will just give him the win here with another Fel Barrage. As we head into the final game, as you were saying, appearing to be a mirror, but the subtle differences could have huge implications, because of course Trahison is playing the Kazakhstan variant, whereas Posesi is playing the good old school Deadeye plus expendable performers build, which, I mean, what are we thinking? Even if we're just working off hypothesis here, who do we think pulls into the lead in this final game of the series?
I mean, I would hypothesize that the Kazakhstan version gets there if we are just looking at the head-to-head value. Of course, the matchup can end before these late-game combos come into play of Kazakhstan plus Treasures versus Performers plus Felfire Deadeye. But let's say, theoretically, both players get the Hero Purchase at a relatively similar time period, and then both players can finish Quest around the same time period. Also, both players should have enough healing available for each other because they can just get beaten down into a Jace. But if all those boxes are ticked and we do head into late game card differences head to head, I think the Kazakhstan should come out in the lead because it's going to replace your deck. You don't necessarily fatigue. You get so many more powerful cards off of that. And the Performers combo just shouldn't be effective for a player that's very conscientious of playing around it. That being said, if Kazakhstan itself has to hit the board, then the Performers do get at least 8 points of rush value into, so that could come into play later on. But my guess is that the matchup doesn't really depend so much on the late game as it does on who is going to be ahead on board quickly, who's going to get earlier Kirchhoff's Demon Render, because it's very easy to actually close out the game with a preloaded Warblades into a Jace.
That's right, yeah. It's important to get that chip damage in with Kirchhoff, and even just sticking a couple minions can, of course, ramp up your damage heavily. But I gotta say, I actually kind of disagree, because I think you're absolutely right, yeah, that once Kazakhstan comes down, that gives you some health to attack into with the Performers. But there's also just a Magtheridon combo where you can go for that, get 9 more health on board, and I know that chews up a board slot, and it doesn't give you quite as much damage. You're only looking at like 18, 20, something like that, instead of the full 26, 28 damage that you're usually looking to hit. But that kind of combo, I think, if you have a decent mid-game, is just a little bit quicker than Kazakhstan, even if it's lower power level overall. But no matter what, I think it's very, very close.
Yeah, we shall see. Speaking of Magtheridon, that could also just be a win condition for either player playing it down on curve. And this time, Derek, we will understand how the mirror works if both players play Magtheridon. Which 1-3s you need to clear to wake yours up in the order that you want.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
It haunts me to this day.
I'm still gonna get that wrong. You overestimate me. I've forgotten.
Well, we'll talk about it if it comes up, because for now, both players have actually very similar opening hands. Posesi does have access to Spectral, which is great, and the Arcanist and Immolation Aura are not super important to hold on to in this matchup. If anything, the Arcanist with Fel Barrage going face is way more useful, but I wonder how much Posesi will prioritize dumping these just to get Spectral in outcast position, when there's also Glide that you have to think about on both sides as a possibility.
And we do see just Quest on one here for Posesi, which I do think is smart, because, like you say, well, even with the Need for Greed picked up, it's obviously unlikely he's going to go coin second Need for Greed directly off the top, but it's Glide that's so important here, which is why I think, had he not picked up Spectral Sight off the top, he very possibly would have just ripped the Immolation Aura on that turn in order to play around Glide as heavily as possible from his opponent. However, before we even got to see him draw it, he'd already found, played, and completed the quest with Spectral Sight, and it's off to a fantastic start for Posesi.
Yeah, it's Maggie T on curve, isn't it? You can just wake it up next turn with the Arcanist. Oh, but that Need for Greed is tempting. It's not guaranteed that he gets to progress again, but if the studies contains a Sigil Runner, he could progress even further.
Yeah, you could start with the studies, I suppose. I mean, you could even just go Glide, right? I don't know if that's ridiculous because you really want to outcast it, but it gives you a real shot at quest completion on turn 5, like on curve, getting Kurtrus down.
Does. But I'm still so tempted by the Magtheridon. You do kind of get wrecked if they glide and you lose your immediate activation, but it's just 1/3s on the other side, and you're very likely, I would say, to draw in 2 ways to wake it up in the near future. And that 12/12 could equal all the damage that Posesi is missing by not playing the Expendable Performers combo.
Oh, I'm so torn. I genuinely don't know. Like, I think the Glide plan is like higher potential overall, but if you miss on quest completion and don't get Kurtrus on curve, it's so much worse than Magtheridon. And so just going with the guaranteed play, or almost guaranteed, of getting yourself a 12/12 next turn, you can't argue with that too heavily.
True. It's just on board and constantly threatening because, you know, even if Posesi did complete quests very early, it doesn't mean he gets to play Kurtrus first, because there's always still Glide on the other side that can happen.
True.
So this way, the Magtheridon is loaded up and will wake up next turn, because Trahison doesn't have a way to disrupt Posesi with only 1 mana remaining. He does, however, have the potential to deal with Magtheridon if he picks up Fel Barrage and finds something good off of studies. The big ask, though.
Yeah, I think he can, like, he could also go for like a 2-turn setup for a clear, but it's getting, you know, riskier and riskier. I suppose 9 health is a lot easier to clear than a full 12 health variant instead, thanks to the way that Immolation Aura works in this interaction. And even now, it's like almost there where he can clear it just by tanking in with the weapon. And honestly, he might be forced into just swinging into it this turn and then hoping to get the full clear next turn.
Oh, man.
Oh.
That hurts, but... Oh, he doesn't need to do it, right? Because he can go Arcanist with the Immolation Aura, and... Oh, it's short with Fell Scream. He would have to use Guild Trader to clear the Magtheridon, which is not the end of the world.
That's fine.
Because actually, the 7 damage going to Posesi's face is not irrelevant. But looks like he is just leveraging his heal, saying it's only tanking 5. It's not 12 if you close your eyes. All right.
Oh, man. Whereas here for Posesi, he's got himself a really nice play here of just getting quest, I think, guaranteed completed, right? With a trade of the... Need for Greed as well, gets him that 1 step closer to Kurtrus. Double Fel Barrage in hand is absolutely fantastic. Just needs to find himself a talented Arcanist, and he could very possibly be looking at lethal in the next couple turns.
Gonna cash in the Fury as well. It's a long way off from rank 3, so might as well play around Glide a little bit. I like this a lot. Means any Jace he gets in the future is juiced up even more. But these Fel Barrages looking like they could just close out the game. Trahison needs healing.
Well, he's got himself 3 with just Guild Trader / Arcanist plus the Fel Scream Blast. That doesn't offer him any extra quite yet.
Nope.
That's good.
Okay, with this, he can actually just go for double Fel Scream on the Magtheridon and then cash in a big weapon swing phase.
Okay, just going Immo instead, sure.
Okay, saves the Fell Scream. I honestly wonder if he'll have targets left for it, but I suppose targeting his own minions is very feasible here with the Fell Screams just to get more healing through because he needs it to recoup all of that HP he lost from the Magtheridon.
And this one for Posesi, like, low-key, this is just about finding talented Arcanists now. Like, nothing else even matters quite so much because he's just 2 damage off lethal. Would he even be able to hit it? He'd be like 1 mana off if he'd drawn it off the top this turn with the Eldraki Warblades as well. But honestly, with the Skull there, I'm thinking about just ripping that this turn and then hoping to hit lethal next turn.
Yeah, very realistic plan. Question is, what does Glide do to you in that instance? You lose your quest reward and the discounts, so maybe cashing in 1 Fel Barrage is decent.
Okay,
Could
sure.
also, like, just Eldraki here, dump Immolation Aura and save the Skull in case there is Glide.
He's going for his own Glide. Okay.
Okay.
Just shuffling in a good card of Skull. That makes sense.
And it does gut Trahison's resources overall. It's as good a timing as Posesi could have ever found. But that's Kurtrus for Trahison. That's a little bit of armor.
A respectable hand, all things considered.
Oh, and Eldraki number 2 is huge. But the thing is, if he plays it this turn to set up for the Jace with a Fury in it and a Chaos Strike, then he's not playing Kurtrus this turn, which feels really bad.
That feels bad. He's leaving himself vulnerable to Viper, although I suppose if your opponent plays Viper, they're not playing Kurtrus, like quest reward Kurtrus, which I guess would be fine for you in that instance.
Really close. Looks like Trahison's going to trade the Need for Greed and then decide. If he found, for example, a Fury off the Need for Greed, it made things very, very easy. But he has decided on setting up for the big Jace. Posesi 1 mana off playing the Jace of his own, but he's got Kurtrus or Viper.
Kind of felt actually close there as to which one you were supposed to play.
Honestly did. There is some reason to playing it now while there's no other minion targets and then just Jace the next turn.
Yeah. No, I like it. Honestly, I was wondering if you go double jump for Spectral Sight, although actually I think he's played both Spectral Sights, because I was going to say he could have hit the Arcanist for lethal or 1 off lethal, but I don't think it was there. Anyway, with both Spectral Sights gone, so this play probably just the best way to go about it, as now Trahison has the Warblades equipped. He can get a lot of healing on this turn with Jace if he wants to go for it.
The Jace has, I think, a Chaos Strike and a Fury only in terms of the healing it will add to the Warblades, which is very comparable to just playing Kurtrus, right? And then using your hero power. So I'm kind of leaning towards the Kurtrus, which also gets you the armor. And you do clear the 7/7 Kurtrus because of the bats.
Yes, I assume they're juiced up enough. Yeah.
And weirdly enough, having the 6 attack breakpoint is better for Trahison because I think he'd rather have an extra 1 health than a minion on board. That's just the point we are at this matchup. Granted, I guess the minion on board potentially soaks some Fel Barrages. Is this lethal? It's gotta be lethal, right? 2 Fel Barrages played.
8 + 6 + 2, I think that's just 16, yeah.
What a clutch top deck for Posesi there. But he was far in the lead since the get-go. Let's be honest, the Magtheridon just did too much work. It gutted Trahison's plans of trying to progress quest of his own. Gives us a wave goodbye. Very polite in the end. I think Trahison has been such a good sport throughout his entire Grandmasters run. But for today, the winner is our current reigning world champion, Posesi.
Yeah, huge congratulations, sorry, of course, to Posesi for taking the win. I could not agree with you more about Trahison. I think he's been an endlessly sportsmanlike and incredibly positive presence here in the Grandmasters system, and we've absolutely loved having him here. He ends his season on 3 points, I believe, which... you know, I don't want to speak too soon because, like, maybe there's some outcome where he could squeak in 8th place, but I think it makes it basically, as Trahison was self-admitting there with his wave goodbye, incredibly unlikely that Trahison gets that spot in the playoffs, and therefore it will be the end of his run in Grandmasters overall. A very weird run through Grandmasters. He was one of the latecomers to the system, relegates out, re-promotes, and in both his seasons, even if he didn't have the best results, as we've said, he's made a big impact upon us all here on the casting desk. And hopefully we'll get to see more of him in the Masters Tour system leading up to the World Championships later on this year. But for now, with Trahison and Bank Yugi out of the picture from Group A, it means Dragonman and Posesi are our group winners.
That's right, Dragonman, if I've read Lorinda's sheet correctly, has done nothing but win with Burn Shaman this weekend. So we'll see if he can just continue 15-0 with one deck later on. But in terms of lineups overall, I think Posesi's and many others, because they're running a very similar set of decks to Posesi, has a lot of merit going into this week. It's Questrogue that's really surprised me and raised my level of respect for it the more I see it. Somehow, it does just have a pretty good matchup against Demon Hunter, even though we didn't get to see that matchup too often in particular. But the fact that Posesi identified that this build is also just pretty good against Ramp Druid and was willing to leave it up gives him a lot of flexibility into the field.
No, I think you're right. Questrogue really just felt like the sleeper of this week of play, as APAC was absolutely full of it. I think some of the other regions, maybe less so. America's busy with other endeavors, perhaps this week on social media, as it's looking very, very strong, like we said, against the Demon Hunter and against the Druid as well, it seems. But with that all said and done, our first match out of the way, Posesi going through to tomorrow to play in the top 8, and we're going to have our second decider match from Group B in GivePLZ versus okasinnsuke, a matchup where both players have gone for the Control Warrior, which I promise you is more interesting than it sounds in this last hero context. So we'll be back after this short break. It's our second match of the day, and I think we are approaching what should be more of the expected ban strategy here in our second match with GivePLZ versus okasinnsuke, with a double Druid ban on both sides, Gia. And interestingly enough, that leaves both our players with identical lineups here, both of them bringing that Control Warrior, as I said, which I think is going to make for some very interesting machinations in this last hero standing format.
That's right. Coming into this week, I think the prevailing meta read was, okay, Druid of some form is the strongest deck. Everybody's going to bring it, and most people are going to ban it. Second most popular deck then, which is probably the thing that you need to make sure you have a counter for because you're banning Druid and not that, is the Demon Hunter. And then comes the question of what is the best counter queue into Demon Hunter. And we kind of have a split in philosophy of some players going for Quest Rogue and some players going for Paladin or buff Paladin or Libram of some sort, which I still feel is a bit of a contentious matchup, but the buff does seem favored overall. However, it's weaker into the rest of the field. So we do have a lot of players going for Quest Rogue, and because this is last hero standing, you of course need to have that last base covered and say, what is my counter queue into Quest Rogue? And we do have some players going for Burn Shaman, like what we saw from Posesi trahison a while ago, but other people instead going for the Control Warrior, as GivePLZ and okasinnsuke have both gone for, which I do think is a very favorable matchup into Quest Rogue still, with the upside of also being quite strong against Burn Shaman, but does get counter queued a bit more heavily if your opponent has a lineup that you're not expecting.
Exactly. I mean, it gets counter-queued by the obvious anti-warrior decks, like if your opponent has a teched pirate warrior or a specific build of weapon rogue, something like that. But honestly, I find that just Demon Hunter of pretty much any build has a really good matchup against Warrior. Whenever I play that matchup, I'm always surprised that I'm getting there as the Demon Hunter. But you just kind of do. If you just hit face every turn, hit Kurtra's Demon Render before the game has gone on for too long, and just get those 2 damage hero powers in, get a nicely juiced up Jace later on in the game. The armor, I find, struggles to keep up. And then, of course, in terms of the combo, given that I believe both players are playing Charge Warrior, so there is some kind of a win condition at the end, Glide, I find, just makes quick work of the charge part of the deck as well. And so that's why I have questions about this build of Control Warrior. Apologies, okasinnsuke is playing Kazakhstan as opposed to the charge variant, but the main part of the argument remains the same, in that I think the warrior does just leave you a little bit too vulnerable to what is going to be the second most popular deck, almost undeniably, in this metagame, in Demon Hunter.
It is, however, LHS, so the thinking behind Warrior, I suppose, is to just give you a very, very strong favorable into Quest Rogue if you expect that a lot of people are bringing that as the counter queue to Demon Hunter. But then that leaves us in a very rock, paper, scissors position where, of course, you have that Demon Hunter to beat the warrior to beat the rogue, and the rogue to beat the Demon Hunter. And if you're banning Druid, that does just leave things largely in a matter of queue order. And it looks like we do have our players' first decks locked in here. We do have GivePLZ on the Quest Rogue and okasinnsuke on the Warrior. So in terms of the LHS Game 1 mind game, okasinnsuke has already gotten himself a huge lead.
Does look that way, doesn't it? Like you say, right out the gate, getting the win over the Rogue, and then the counter queues available being Demon Hunter, the Rogue comes back, the Warrior on the other side. It's back and forth, but I do think that if okasinnsuke can get this expected win right out of the gate, he should be in a good position. Speaking of this particular build of the Warrior, I think against Quest Rogue, this is the build that I would rather have as opposed to the charge variant, because there's slightly fewer dead cards that you're going to have, leading to you just being run over by a strong Quest Rogue mid game when you just have to the front, Faceless, Galvangar, all these flimsy combo cards in hand. That's less likely to happen. And also just Kazakhstan is a good enough win condition in this matchup that on its own should be able to just run over the Quest Rogue in the later stages of the game.
That's right, Kazakhstan and Onyxia. If you're not just winning on fatigue by removing every single one of the Quest Rogue's threats, which is a very real thing you can do, you can also just try and close out the game with the dragons, with Rakara damage. There's many ways of going about it, but the important thing, like you said, is the lack of dead cards here. There's also just not the double Vipers that we were seeing quite a bit in a week 2 when people were a bit more cognizant of the threat of weapon-based decks around. But in LHS, you're trying to counter Q only a handful of very specific things, and the removal of the Vipers makes room for a Nyxian Drake, second copy of Brawl, and that makes Okashinsuke's removal package just overall very, very consistent.
Speaking of that removal package, this looks like a very tasty start for Okashinsuke, even just with Corsair Cash alone. Like, I could see you keeping the other Outriders Axe just to guarantee you don't end up with a Bulwark but no Axe. But honestly, like I said, that card alone should be able to make quick work of almost the entirety of the mid game. And then, like, Buckler we can talk about because it's such a strong combo piece to go alongside the Shield Shatter if you get that in the mid game. But even then, just doubling down on trying to find some more card draw instead, I think would be a fine way to go about it.
Interesting. Wow. He keeps Axe, but not Corsair Cash. So I was thinking if you keep Axe, it is with Corsair Cash, like you said, to guarantee that you have an Axe and not necessarily a buffed Bulwark. But the unwillingness to play Corsair Cash on 2, I've honestly not seen. Was he scared maybe of a Neophyte coming down and blocking that on curve?
Maybe. Even then, I feel like it's a good card to have in your starting hand, just to like get you Bulwark if something goes terribly wrong. I don't know. Like, you can argue that like 3 charges should be enough for the mid game, and he'd rather find himself Minefield, as we see in the starting hand here. Like, I don't think it's absurd, but it's, you know, quite obviously not the play that I would have made personally.
Just surprising. I don't remember the last time I've seen a warrior toss Corsair Cash in any context. GivePLZ with a very lackluster hand. He does have access to Quest Stage 1 if he just wants to extort on the face here, which is not terrible, right? Because he does have lots of card draw still with the passages, doesn't need to trade that. In terms of best gizmos here, honestly, Undercover Mole, I was going to say, is pretty decent. Just to have another threat on board. Of course, it's weak to Minefield, but any point that GivePLZ builds, any board that he builds at any point will be weak to some form of removal from Okashinsuke.
I agree. I think I'd be very happy with throwing it down. I would consider going for Shadow Step on the Skulker here, just to get yourself quicker quest completion. But then I guess it opens up an important talking point in this matchup, which is it more important to get scabs as soon as you can before they're likely to have all the removal pieces they're going to accrue? Or is it more important to have a slightly slower scabs, but higher value overall in going for something like Shadow Step on scabs itself, for example, or Shadow Step the Smuggler instead?
Close. I think very much dependent on the context of the hand. For GivePLZ here, his turns in the future are very much reliant on going Secret Passage. And I think that having the Skulker discounts for a bit more flexibility if he wants to play 1 card and then Passage is a pretty good idea. The value might not get him anywhere in the long run if he's given Okashinsuke too much time. So I respect the line. And Okashinsuke is not respecting the mole. Not worth a Minefield, he says. And fair enough, he knows there's at least a Skulker in hand on top of it.
And I haven't seen Slam in ages. That is such a throwback. And I still see it as the art's gone off as the guy's like Spolger and his shoulder armor with the. I still see that as the face on the card, the actual guy's face. It's like seeing the snake in Taunt Totem or something.
I can't unsee it now.
You've been cursed.
Well, not a bad passage for GivePLZ, still picking up the Swindle. He is running the version with that and without the Greyheart Sage package. The Neophyte is pretty clutch here as well to shut down a potential Rancor, but Okashinsuke did keep the Outriders Axe to at least deal with. I'm going to assume the Mole, just don't want to give GivePLZ any more value.
Well, Okashinsuke, obviously, as soon as he wants to, can just pull the panic switch on this hand with heavy plate plus shield shatter, in addition to a million other ways to clear the board with Rancor, Brawl. It's all looking very, very positive for him indeed. But GivePLZ is showing great cognizance of that removal capability with plays like shadow stepping the Skulker, but not playing it again immediately. So quite clearly, he is aware of the options that Okashinsuke has to clear and is playing around those as much as possible. I'm just not quite sure what form that cognizance takes on this turn, because you could go for something like just SI7 Agent and say that's enough development. I guess you could shadow step the Skulker, then play the SI7 and hold back on the Skulker for a turn.
So many different ways of going around it. Whether or not he plays the Skulker might also be dependent on what gizmo he gets here.
True.
His Flash definitely the worst in this matchup. You have so few relevant targets.
Whoa, so close.
He is just going to commit everything to not just be weak to Minefield, but for Okashinsuke here, honestly fine if he just coins to make hand space or sword and board. Taking more card draw seems fine as well.
Right, so I guess the question is, like, we're fine with dumping resources here, I think. So going for something like Sword and Board Minefield and then ending with Cutting Class, I think is a fine play. If nothing else better crops up. I'm just wondering if you can get yourself something better with, okay, Rancor here instead, just to get that played, and you still have the Shield Chatter available, you still have the Cutting Class. I like getting the value out of the Rancor while you can.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot, and Okashinsuke knows that this is the point of the game where the SI cards from GivePLZ start to ramp up in health. They won't necessarily be weak to Rancor, so he just got the armor while it's available. GivePLZ with the Informant. Decent top deck, doesn't let him play Scabs right away, but it is a card that does demand answering. And right now, Okashinsuke doesn't have a Shield Slam for the cleanest way to get rid of it, but at worst, he could Minefield swing. Blade Storm also presents itself as an option, but I'd much rather he hold on to the Blade Storm to deal with Scabs itself when it's stealthed.
Absolutely. So are you happy with tanking the 8 potentially on this turn?
It's fine. He has Buckler. He can start with cycling with Cutting Class as well if he wants.
Yeah, look for that Shield Slam, I suppose, to go with Heavy Plate. Ooh. Okay.
Second Blade Storm probably justifies using one now.
Yeah, agreed. He obviously needs to be afraid of something like Scabs, Stealth plus Mole, which obviously then does make Blade Storm not quite so clean. But he should even be able to play around that with just, like, if it came to it, what, Buckler, Shield Shatter plus Minefield. Yeah, there's so many ways.
Yeah, Blade Storm Minefield does the job as well. Even though GivePLZ instantly spots the play, it's still not a big deal for Okashinsuke whatsoever. It might be a decent spot to go Shield Shatter while he's got 2 of them, and this is the last Blade Storm, just to keep a bit more flexibility in terms of his removal, and he can fit in the hero power. It's just very methodical here for Okashinsuke. GivePLZ shakes his head, but I mean, he can't be upset at that. This is just what the deck does for Okashinsuke.
Exactly. I mean, I think GivePLZ can be proud of how he's played this game. He's made it as much of a head scratcher as possible for Okashinsuke at all points along the way. But to be honest, Okashinsuke's just had such a clean hand, such a clean curve throughout this entire game. Every removal piece is lined up so beautifully. He hasn't used his pieces too liberally. He hasn't used them too conservatively. He's navigated it absolutely gorgeously. And GivePLZ is now left scrambling for some kind of value in his deck that just doesn't exist, to be honest.
Informant is a pretty good pickup, though, to follow up a big board clear. Going to be a 9/9 now. And that demands answering as well, because Battlemaster is an ever-present threat. And while GivePLZ is parceling out his threats turn after turn and potentially getting closer to SI7 Smuggler, that could be the next wave that okasinnsuke deals with. And GivePLZ is just hoping that okasinnsuke runs out of one board clear.
So again, the only question here is which of my removal pieces is least valuable, is least likely to be good later on in the game. And thinking about the context of what's actually left for GivePLZ, the only really big threat I can think of is the Smuggler, right? Everything else seems kind of small, to which I would say Shield Shatter is probably the best answer to that. Maybe Brawl if they have some really big minions that are coming off of that. And so here, just using the Shield Slam is, I think, a very, very usable resource. And then just coming to the conclusion that the two smaller minions aren't even necessary to use a key removal piece on.
Yeah, I think it's fine. He has so much armor gain in hand as well with the Buckler and the second heavy plate. He has the Onyxian Drake for single target removal if need be, depending on what comes off of the Smuggler. But GivePLZ right now has played 6 SI cards. That's the 7th. Operative will be the 8th, I believe. Oh, no. That's the 9th.
It's like 9th?
9th.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. This is the 9th card. Pit Commander? What's that called? I don't know.
Yeah, no demons to summon those, so...
But it's a
9.
respectable health total.
Not bad.
Essentially, GivePLZ's second to the last board push. With the step on the Smuggler, he still has one more wave after this. So okasinnsuke has to maintain a little bit of this removal, but he has well enough redundancy that that's not going to be a problem. Buckler Shield Shatter plus Minefield does the job, or he can go Onyxian Drake instead of that last card to deal with the rest of the 7/9.
True. I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with Brawl plus see what survives, and then maybe Bladestorm if you have to. But more realistically, just swing into one of the smaller minions or Minefield if it's the 4/4 that survives. I mean, you could just ignore that, to be honest. It doesn't matter if it sticks on board. You could just hero power pass. That'll work too.
Yep. A little chump. okasinnsuke, though, deep in the tank. And I understand, right? Because you're in this position where you're super far ahead. You've queued the favorable. You've gotten the good hand. You just don't want to mess up. It's going to be Onyxian plus swing here to finish off the operative, get ahead on board, and continue the card draw. okasinnsuke is somehow even deeper in his deck than GivePLZ is after having played 2 passages.
Oh!
Disaster 10 drop.
I think you mean, oh no.
Not like this.
All right, which of these cards actually exist? The Smuggler?
Smuggler,
At least one of them does not, yeah. I mean, it's a decent amount of damage. Like, if there was no armor gain left for okasinnsuke, I could theoretically see there with just like 1 minion attack face, and then maybe a couple wicked stabs off the top for 12 extra damage to close it out. But even that's not a reality. Just hero power plus a heavy plate will rule out that possibility entirely.
Perfect burn for okasinnsuke too, because all the weapons are already in hand or have been played by this point. If he wants to just heavy plate Shield Slam, Minefield, I'm okay with that. Or Shield Shatter, I'd be okay with that.
Very emblematic of how okasinnsuke approaches the game of Hearthstone. He's incredibly disciplined, sequential in terms of how he gets everything right. One final chance for GivePLZ here with the Smuggler. Does get himself a good minion, but again, because of okasinnsuke's perfect rationing of all his resources, it's just not even a concern at all. Shield Slam plus Onyxian Drake instantly dealt with, and the game ends.
Yep, I retract my ooh. That 7/7 is just going to die. And so is the one that comes out of it. There is simply nothing GivePLZ can do to threaten okasinnsuke from this point. And the matchup seems polarized because it is. This is the nature of LHS. It's the way that people built their lineups, expecting to run up into this matchup in particular. okasinnsuke having won the mind game of the first queue is definitely in the lead, but I will say that this Questrogue versus Control Warrior matchup is the most polarized out of all the matchups we could see. There is still potential for GivePLZ to break serve because it does feel like he has to win an unfavorable, probably in Game 5 to actually take the series.
Yeah, some kind of an upset is pretty much going to have to occur for GivePLZ to turn this one around now. The Warrior taking the win, as I said, is probably a pretty safe counter queue available in the form of the Demon Hunter, I would say. He could go for his charge variant, as I said, in order to try and beat the Warrior that way, but I would be very careful about how favorable of a matchup I would call that, especially as you also want your Warrior available to counter queue the Rogue once that comes around for okasinnsuke after you've played your Demon Hunter. So I think there's not too much room for messing with the formula here. You just play your series of counter queues as you're supposed to here, like a good Hearthstone player.
And that being said, even though we did discuss how we feel like this is a favorable, it's nowhere near as one-sided, I would say, as the Warrior into the Rogue was, because while the Demon Hunter does have access to a ton of damage, the Warrior, playing a certain way, milking the hero power every single turn that they're able to, they can stack armor totals that can get out of range of Jace, and even a performer's combo with a Magtheridon held onto. It's a very, very delicate matchup where even 1 or 2 hero powers difference on either side can make or break it.
We shall have to see. Taking a look at this list again, there's very, very few minions available in the Warrior's arsenal, but if nothing else, like I said, because the Warrior takes such a long time to get going, the Demon Hunter should have dealt so much chip damage by the time the Deadeye plus Performer's combo comes online, that, you know, just playing Kazakhstan for the Warrior, as they often need to get their win condition online, is enough to kill them, because then the Performers can all attack in and you can just go for the win that way. And so for okasinnsuke, I think really the only card you would even consider looking for here is Kazakhstan. You just need to get that down on turn 7, and then maybe you've got yourself a shot.
Guess there's still an argument for Corsair Cash just to get to a weapon. There is, of course, a Restaurant Viper, but the fear is always Glide, right? Even keeping Kazakhstan early, and then if you have not many dumpable cards that you have played in the meantime, just gets you even farther from being able to play it in a world where Glide exists. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. For now, it is the early game motions, just the hero power for okasinnsuke, I assume. GivePLZ weaving in the hero power on turn 1. There's no question about it, especially when you're on the play. And in this matchup in particular, I feel like being able to get extra hero powers wherever available is a huge deal. Could be a breakpoint later on.
Love that he's saving the Illidari studies as well. You're going to see it time and again in matchups such as this one, where all you want to do is just save it till turn 4. Go for Glide, especially as you can play both of them and still have a chance to hit Glide. Or you could just rip Glide off the top and play it there instead. That'll also work.
Yep. And I think okasinnsuke's choice to play heavy plate instead of hero powering to, you know, make sure you get it every turn and get more total armor over time is because of the threat of Glide.
Yeah.
He might not see his entire hand back, and he does get most of it back though in the double Outriders axe. However, they're not particularly useful. I feel like just hero power again would be the way to go here.
You're not tempted by the Drake just to get a 4-5 online and trying to start hitting them?
Is it ever sticking? Like, is that damage ever relevant, I should say? I'm thinking not. I just feel that the few times I've seen Warriors scrape by with a win in this matchup, it's by stacking enormous, ridiculous totals of armor.
That's fair. Okay, so maybe hero power plus Minefield. I think I still want to play around Glide as much as possible, just because as the game goes on, your hand's going to get pretty big.
Sure, I can see that into potential hero power heavy plate.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a temptation to just equip Outrider's Axe, but you have to assume that's never getting you actual card draw. GivePLZ is not just going to leave an Arcanist on board, having seen that. In the end, okasinnsuke does choose to go for the Drake here.
Yeah, stop complaining. Do you know what a Hearthstone player in 2014 would have done for a 4/5 with Taunt for 4 mana?
He would have played Senjin and been sad.
Yeah. Oh, hey, there we go. Lines up pretty well into Kurtrus, at least.
Definitely.
Kind of.
I mean, it does take 2 trades instead of just 1, so okasinnsuke did give himself a turn where he didn't have to worry about removing the next threat if he did expect Kurtrus. Heavy plate hero power seems like the way to go. He could trade it, though.
Yeah, I think in this instance, I actually like trading. I was gonna say you probably end up Minefield hero power, but clearly okasinnsuke has his head set on a slightly more proactive game plan, a slightly more aggressive game plan, which I can understand. You know, once you get Kazaka-san down, you do actually need to kill them afterwards, and every point of chip damage that you get through does make Embers of Ragnaros, Book of the Dead, Pure Cold, all these burst spells more effective.
All right, then. It just looks like time and again, okasinnsuke's demonstrated a different philosophy towards the matchup, which is, of course, very justifiable. If he finds Kazaka-san early enough, then this slightly more aggressive approach and keeping the hand trimmed to be better against Glide could come to fruition. But for now, okasinnsuke is just going to trade some more cards, hope to find the dragon, hope to not get Glide again.
Just trading again here, right? If you're going for this plan at the start, you kind of got to double down on it. Just spam that hero power if you miss.
I think so. No reason to pre-equip Bulwark this early, I don't think.
Nah.
And dumping the Minefield feels super awkward with this amount of mana remaining. Maybe thinking about whether he should play Heavy Plate or trade in hero power, but I do like just trading it because it seems like he's doubled down on the Kazaka-san game plan, but he's holding on just in case.
Okay, a few bad draws for GivePLZ. I wonder if you ever go Arcanist Immo and then Spectral Sight just to deny them a card draw whilst also maximizing your own. Or if you just say, does that even matter? And just like, yeah, dump a card because it's useless and then keep hitting them in the head with your upgraded hero power.
Yep. I guess he's just not concerned about quest completion whatsoever. If he did play Arcanist, I would agree, use Immo to clear it out, but having to spend the mana on that and then go Spectral Sight, it didn't feel particularly likely that GivePLZ could progress quest. So he is just taking it very slow, and as long as he has this upgraded hero power, he's able to keep parity with okasinnsuke's hero power, but he does have access now to Kazaka-san, so the game could turn on its head very, very quickly.
Now I'm thinking I actually want to hold on to this Heavy Plate just because you can trade it after Kazaka-san to get yourself a better treasure immediately. But he's thinking a different way, which is that my mana is going to be spoken for after I Kazaka-san. So I'd rather just gain the armor with it now, which is fine.
Sure. Maybe he's just still respecting Glide at this point. It would be at its most devastating right now. And GivePLZ has a chance to draw and play it, looking like Arcanist Spectral Sight is where his head is at.
Yeah, again, just wondering if it's Arcanist Immo and then Spectral Sight, just to deny your opponent one extra card draw before Kazaka-san. But I suppose it does limit your outs of being able to complete the quest quite so efficiently. Okay.
Yeah, gets that last tradable in Need for Greed at the clutch timing. And he is going to feed okasinnsuke one draw of a treasure, which is a very big deal. But GivePLZ is starting to rack up damage himself. And the Kurtrus potentially next turn All right,
Alright.
what's in the box?
Let's have a look.
Boombox?
Boombox, yeah, that looks good to me.
The Looming, I'd be tempted by it if he didn't have already this card draw with the Outrider's
Right.
Axe. But he just needs high impact cards, right? Ways to finish the game. So I like the Boombox.
Yeah, me too. Especially when you have like Brawl and Bladestorm, it means that you have just an immediate push of like, I don't even know what that would be, like 15 damage, potentially more as well.
Yep. 15 on average. Oh, he's taking so much time on this first pick. Okashinsuke, there's 4 more. Oh, he goes Looming in the end, and these are trash.
Yeah, these are awful.
He's roping and he's on pick 2. Come on,
I think
Okashinsuke.
Gnomish,
Okay,
Embers,
Ember.
okay, yeah.
That's an insta.
Split?
What do you split though? You just pray to
Yeah.
get a minion in the last 2 picks.
Whoa!
Oh, what? Spyglass? Do you have to?
Knife?
What are you knifing? And he missed the swing! Okashinsuke, no!
Oh!
Such a disaster. 1 more treasure in hand would be huge here. If Please has
Too
glide,
slow.
but he doesn't want to glide now, or not Okashinsuke's hand. He doesn't want to give him treasures.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, runner. Or is it just skull? Okay, skull. He can complete quest, but not play Kurtrus if you go skull.
Uh-huh.
But is the Kurtrus quest reward that important when he is just kind of homing in on expendables as a lot of damage?
Right, especially if he can get himself Magtheridon off the skull, then he would be able to go... Magtheridon plus the Performers plus the Deadeye as well for maximum damage in 1 turn. But in the end, he's not even playing it, just saving it for after the glide. Let's rip with the glide. Let's rip with the Kurtrus. Has so many good ways to draw through his deck. Chaos Strike, Studies, still ready to go. Even Jace alone is a huge amount of damage. And with Okashinsuke picking up Embers, that is a dead treasure for this turn. Oh, that's not bad though.
Yeah, that is pretty good. It does add some health to the board in terms of an expendables combo, but Okashinsuke is still out of range of that. So in terms of total rushable damage, it's 12 here, but GivePLZ is still all of the pieces away. Doesn't have it in hand, but Okashinsuke's counting. He's scared. 12 rushes equals 24 damage plus the first hero power of a potential 26. He is well above that at 35. But then you have to factor in what if GivePLZ also draws Fury and Chaos Strike, and then you realize you can't play around every single breakpoint.
I mean, there's also the possibility, like, they can do the play of going for expendables first, sacrifice into 1 extra, then play the Deadeye. Like, you know, there's ways you can maximize it up, but I don't think it ever quite reaches 35, or it's unlikely to anyway.
Yeah, it needs additional spells. And GivePLZ simply just doesn't have that many cards in hand, but he is reaching up toward it. And he needs to clear this board and be above 24 at the end of this turn. Otherwise, he is just dead to Embers.
27 for that matter, actually, with the
the weapon, you're right.
the weapon as well. But I think he can do that, right? Immo plus Fell Scream, or sorry, Fell Barrage is... Or not quite, actually. So he'd have to go Fell Scream, Immo, Fell Barrage, and then gain the extra health. He can survive if he plays the Aldraki Warblades as well. It's all there.
Yeah. And I don't think there's any reason not to. He can play the Fury as well. Oh, Okashinsuke is feeling good, but there's still so much that GivePLZ can do with it. Oh, he just did it! Wow.
Just passed?
He just passed.
I was trying to leave it on board to set up for the lethal the turn after?
Yes, I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to. And of course, it looks greedy to us having seen Okashinsuke's hand, but from GivePLZ's perspective, there was only like 1 other treasure in hand, right? Because the first one was Scales.
Yes.
And so that if that treasure was not exactly Embers, or the next top decked one. I think he was alive
Right.
to every other outcome. He was alive to pure cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Alive to pure cold. Locust doesn't exist anymore anyway. Banana Split only gives +2/+2. There's no other big wide buff one. Yeah, maybe he just was.
Yeah. I mean, GivePLZ was just kind of relying on there not being embers, obviously.
Yeah.
And while we can argue back and forth about that, whether that was the right way to go because he didn't have the big combo in hand, it did look strange because the full clear into Jace is also just a pretty good prospect, right? Just in terms of pushing damage. But maybe GivePLZ was worried about losing in fatigue in that scenario. I don't really know.
Right. Yeah, I guess he just mapped it out that as long as my opponent doesn't have exactly, as long as they didn't discover and draw Embers of Ragnaros, I was winning that game. I don't know. Even then, I kind of question it because I think it's the kind of matchup where you just clear the board and then go like Jace, heal for 1 million, deal 1 million damage. That might be able to get you there anyway. But I guess against the unknown world of treasures, like they can do some truly broken things. And he just took the immediate play of being able to survive that turn, which I can understand, even if it looks very weird, as we said, and did lose him the game in this instance. Which now means that with okasinnsuke 2-0 up, beating both Rogue and Demon Hunter with his Kazakhstan Control Warrior, GivePLZ has to get a full sweep now, clean 3-0 with this Charge Warrior, which, as we've seen from it so far on stream in GM across all the regions, is a very, very tall order to ask, because even though it can hit those really juicy hands where it draws all the removal versus anti-aggro or all the combo pieces versus control, so often you get the wrong half of the deck versus the wrong matchup, and then you're just left absolutely stranded.
And GivePLZ already knows what's up. Just keeping combo pieces here. And I completely agree. He does have the capability of dealing with most armor totals from okasinnsuke because the full Galvanguard double faceless, double to the front, and Battlemaster combo is 54 damage for the perfect 10 mana. I think we counted this up at some point before. And that's actually a hard armor total to get above, given that Outrider's Axes will also have some charges going face in the meantime. That being said, the Outrider's Axes will not get any draw on either side because players are just not playing small enough of a minion that it can kill. And that means that it is kind of a rush towards win condition on both sides and nothing else. And okasinnsuke already has his win condition in Kazakhstan in hand, so it's looking good for him. But GivePLZ, you know, he's technically 3 combo pieces and 7 mana away.
Yeah, true. And all these other bits help, like Rakara just for a bunch of damage and then turning your hero power into cancelling out their hero power every turn is valuable, because we do have to talk about breakpoints where if you can keep them below that 36, that's one less combo piece that you need to be able to kill them in one turn. So it is definitely valuable to keep their armor total low with the Outrider's Axes and with Rakara as well later on. So all things considered, a very good hand here for GivePLZ, honestly.
Yes. He does have to start dumping some of the cards, though. And that's actually just such a difficult proposition because the Barov would give a target to okasinnsuke. But with the pickup of Shield Slam, he can at least Barov and Shield Slam his own Barov next turn before he starts overdrawing. Because I'm pretty sure he wants to maintain the coin, if not for Rakara, then for 10 mana if he draws all of the combo pieces in the next couple turns.
I mean, that's if okasinnsuke even leaves him with any armor, because I think a face swing happens here, which means it would have to be like Barov hero power coin into the Shield Slam, which is, I guess, okay. It does dump 3 cards from your hand, which when you have a cutting class is worth an awful lot.
It's true. I mean, it's painful to dump the coin because that's 1 turn sooner on Rakara, but you definitely do that over overdrawing. And I was gonna say, using Heavy Plate for the armor, I would question because the tradable gives you another shot at a combo piece, but the way tradable works is very weird because it just puts it back in your deck and you don't actually like thin your deck towards the combo pieces in the long run. So he is just choosing to dump that and guaranteeing that he'll have Barov Hero Power, Shield Slam, or Coin Rakara the next turn. Fair enough.
Meanwhile, surprised to not see the Shield Shatter though from GivePLZ on 0 mana. Like, I guess he might have to survive a few turns into Kazakhstan if it comes down on curve, but I still think it's more important to just maximize his card draw.
He will be able to if he just dumps 2 cards next turn, and he almost certainly will with Coin Rakara or Bar of Shield Slam.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, gets the Rakara online, and the weapon damage is a very big deal. 1 to the front is available. Because Rakara has been played and Hero Power and Heavy played, yeah, I mean, the Galvangar is for sure active right now.
Yeah.
You can already start counting some breakpoints.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, without double to the front, everything's too expensive to be played together. But let's say he picks up second to the front and doesn't have Battle Master. That's already 27 in hand.
Oh, okay, double axe. That's not bad. Again, it can help to keep the armor total in that 36 range, theoretically.
So the Viper's also a pretty interesting prospect to just delete the weapon, but the tradable on it, I guess, is a bit more valuable. okasinnsuke just cheering that it's traded.
I don't know. He's fully twigging out right now. Like, I guess he's like thinking, okay, if they're trading there instead of destroying my weapon, that means they're pretty close. Like, I read that as negative emotion, but...
Oh, is it negative? I don't know.
I don't know.
Positive to me. I can't
It's
tell.
so hard to tell. I thought he was like shaking his fist at the sky like an old man.
Oh, okasinnsuke, living the memes. Okay.
All right.
Here we go.
Nice and quick this time, okasinnsuke. Nice and
Yes. Bubba?
Oh, I was going to say book, but I guess there's nothing to target, so yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, the Bubba just feels weak if they have Rancor, but it can activate a Canopic Jars if you get one.
True.
Oh, GivePLZ isn't even running Rancor. Yeah, there's no space in the Charge Warrior version that he's running, so fine. Assistant? I don't know.
Oh, I hate it so much. I kind of want to just go banana split even, just to like, I don't know, double up on... Yeah, it's got to be Boombox here, right?
Sorry to cut you off. Double up on Bubba.
Wax?
Spyglass, get the Galvangar.
Love it, let's go. Honestly, it might just be correct.
I mean, the rest aren't doing anything. You never expect to stick a minion versus this deck, right?
Oh, Galvangar banana split. Can you imagine if he hit?
Oh!
I don't think he picked either, but that would be sick.
I mean, it was playable if you get the discount from Spyglass.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sadly, because there's only 1 to the front, GivePLZ is looking at not being able to play both Faceless in 1 turn. Because with 1 to the front, you have to spend 10 mana still to play all 3 minions. But if with 1 to the front, you can play 1 Galvangar, 1 Faceless, which is 18. And honestly, that's not a far-off breakpoint for GivePLZ, just with the weapon swings and the hero power. So he has to be very aware of different ways that he can meet out the combo, because we're approaching 10 mana very quickly here, and okasinnsuke has almost no high-pressure treasures. It's really only the Boombox.
Yeah, and the waxes as well, which just too slow right now. If you can't copy them with reflections or banana split, it's just way too slow.
Yep. You could be considering heavy plate, like played rather than armor, but I just don't think that does enough, right? It maybe lets you survive 1 breakpoint for now, but you're still not winning the game the next turn. Okay. Goes for minion. And GivePLZ himself will also be very aware of okasinnsuke's potential breakpoints. Embers will be top of his concerns right now, because Embers plus this board plus the weapon damage is actually lethal, right? If, you know, GivePLZ gets 0 armor and doesn't clear.
Good point. Yeah, it would be.
He does have to clear at least the Onyxian Drake. I don't think he's in desperate enough territory where he has to faceless the Wax Rager.
That would be sick. I would love to see that. But
I'm always thinking of it ever since the Kargath faceless we saw from Alutemu.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's good. Like, you might honestly, I think if he just did go like to the front, faceless on the Wax Rager on this turn, I want to say, based on what the treasures we saw, he would win. But there's obviously so many ways that goes wrong. Like I said, if your opponent has Banana Split or some way to copy, or like Wand, Holy Book to silence and copy yours, like it just goes wrong in too many ways. So I like sticking with the combo game plan here.
I agree. GivePLZ with the Bulwark also just makes himself way safer into an Ember's a pretty nice top deck there, but he is still one to the front away, and because Okashinsuke can now heavy play to get out of a breakpoint as well, potentially a Battle Master away also.
What, up to 35? Yes, okay, sure, that does play around a breakpoint.
If Okashinsuke doesn't gain any armor here, GivePLZ only needs to the front because he'll just 9 times 3. And so Okashinsuke has a tough decision of trading or gaining armor. He trades into a very low tempo treasure here. He can still gain armor with the Sword and Board, and it's fine because the Wax Rager will regenerate, but then is he safe? He actually is alive at 1 to the 27 combo, right? Because the Bulwark is only 1 damage.
True. Good point, yeah. Or, I mean, I'm wondering if he even goes like Staff plus Rancor just to gain a bunch of health immediately. Because honestly, what are these Staffs even doing? Like, there's nothing to clear.
Slithering. I mean, he could Rancor this board.
He could.
Honestly, I can't tell, but it looks like he's just not respecting the 27 breakpoint at all, which I'm kind of shocked by, because it's not like it costs him anything to delete the Wax Ragers. They come back.
I agree. That does feel a little bit cavalier in his attitude. GivePLZ saying, okay, whatever. I guess it's just a spell that he's got off the Kazaka-san.
Yep.
Oh,
Still very hungry. Unfortunately, that's the minion drawn for Okashinsuke. Not a huge threat. Still easy for GivePLZ to clear. But the Wax Ragers are getting in there turn after turn, and GivePLZ is running out of time.
Clockwork Assistant is pathetic, though. Was that a 4/4 when it was drawn? Like, I have never seen such a tiny assistant.
I mean, it can be buffed a little bit. Staff, Sword and Board, get in there. I mean, most important order of business is to hero power face. For Okashinsuke, just finally shave all the charges off that Bulwark so the Wax Ragers can finally deal their damage.
He was trying to go Sword and Board Rancor, I guess, after, I hope, attacking face. Oh, okay, Sword and Board hero power, yeah, sure, that was. Just to gain the armor, get out that 27 range, and well, get this assistant down, start attacking face.
And GivePLZ is still so far away. Now that Okashinsuke's gained armor, GivePLZ once again needs both the second to the front and the Battlegrounds Battle Master, which just feels like miles and miles.
That is
Buckler.
Buckler. It's the other one that looks identical to the front.
I know, right? The card art, even on Shield Shatter, it's only the fact that it costs 10 that separates it.
Yeah.
Okay. There is the possibility to draw with Outrider's Axe, but boy, is it painful. He can leverage the Buckler to make it a little bit less painful, but I don't know if it's worth.
Or swing into one of the Wax Rages to get double charge,
I mean, he just needs the combo pieces, because I think we're well past the point where trying to go for faceless on the Wax Ragers is good enough, because right now they're just parity with Okashinsuke's board.
So is it overwrite with the Axe and then just swing in to one of the 5 ones? I know you have to tank more damage immediately, but I mean, we played the please don't have a Embers of Ragnaros game plan last game, so why not just go for it again?
This is clever though. He goes minefield instead, which for sure gets the assistant into the range. And of course, you'd rather swing into the minion that actually dies.
Whoa, hero power face instead of playing the cutting class. I wonder if he would have done that if he'd had a little bit more time.
I know.
Close.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna overdraw with it either. So
Yeah.
okay, okasinnsuke still hasn't hit the boom bots, which is the big one at this point. But the Wax Ragers are finally able to deal damage with the second Clockwork Assistant. He can put a very realistic 3-turn clock on GivePLZ here. That feels ages away though still.
Yeah. I do think this should be an armor gain turn in one way or another, even if it's just rank or clockwork hero power, just because it plays around that Galvangar faceless breakpoint.
Right.
Which can just make such a big difference.
Yeah. We are well past the point of the 27 breakpoint mattering, I think. So the next breakpoint is the 36. I guess the 27 could still matter. That's not a bulwark, right? That's a Outrider's Axe. Okay.
Right. Like your opponent is missing something here, and that could very well be the BGBM. So.
Yeah. Wait.
Wow.
If he's not gaining armor here, then GivePLZ still just needs to the front for lethal, right?
Yep. To the front is just game off the top.
Yeah. BGBM, not enough because the mana's not there. Oh man, where's the to the front? This Corsair's Cash draws nothing. It's dumpable at least.
So GivePLZ has only seen 3 treasures so far, right? He's seen Wax, Staff, and Assistant. Oh no, he's only seen 2. He hasn't even seen the Staff, has he?
Oh, has he not? Oh yeah, he hasn't. That was last game. So he's still afraid of Pure Cold. Of course, Embers is the big one, but he just cannot play around those. Not all of them with the Wax Ragers. So it looks like he's gonna take the draw with the Barav on the Clockwork Assist. Oh wait, sorry, that doesn't work. It's an aura on the Assistant.
Oh yeah. Man, that's taking me back to my Murloc Paladin days. I'd completely forgotten that's how the interaction works.
Yeah. The card text says has +1/+1, not means +1/+1.
Oh man. Okay, now you have to go for Staff plus Rancor, right? 10 armor you're gaining.
Yeah. Interestingly, Spammy Arcanist does actually kill Wax Ragers. There's a cap on how many times they can resurrect.
Oh yeah.
But Bladestorm does not help in that context because it stops after 1 kill. It's like the opposite defile. But I'm still looking at Bladestorm for GivePLZ just to get 1 damage on the Assistant if he needs that 1 draw more with the Outrider's Axe, because that very well could be the to the front. And if he finds that, he doesn't need the swing face with the Outrider's Axe. So for okasinnsuke here, we're at the point where any armor doesn't really matter on his side. Plays snakes, which means that GivePLZ can just swing into a snake instead.
Oh, he doesn't know whether to go for it. It's so close. Again, it could just be playing around Battlemaster being the bottom card of the deck, so I do still favor this play.
I mean, it's still just 36 armor. It's not a relevant breakpoint, but it is minions on board that GivePLZ can swing into.
Yes.
And maybe live the turn if he also has more armor gain of his own, but he is just trading heavy plate and gets the Viper back, still doesn't have to the front. And because he spent that 1 mana, he doesn't have the capability of doing 54, but he can still do 36 if he swings into a 1/1 and gets exactly to the front.
So it's just a 1 in 6 for lethal if he swings into a minion. Straight up, straight down.
okasinnsuke can't look!
No!
No, that's not the right blue one!
Wrong gray blue card.
You can trade into the heavy plate. What does that do? thing.
Oh!
Oh, wait, the mana's not there, right?
It's off, right? Isn't it?
It's one off. I think it's one off.
To the front line.
You can't play BGBM. It's only 27.
It's short. He's just going for it, hoping he was wrong.
2 off with 1 extra tradable. Yeah, give please. It was just 1 card too deep, to the front, and just like that, okasinnsuke gets there with the most lackluster selection of treasures we have ever seen. The boombox not even drawn at that point.
Dude, both those Kazakistans were just straight trash. There was nothing in either of them that was winning the game. Like, the Embers of Ragnaros, sure, it won in the game in the previous game, but that's only because GivePLZ made like a very strange play. You know, we talked about the benefits and negatives of it, whatever, to even allow him to get lethal. And then this one, like you said, that was just garbage from start to finish. But it just didn't even matter. The Wax Rages for 10 a turn were enough to get there, and I thought they'd be way too slow. But it's just GivePLZ 1 card too far down in his deck to hit lethal, the narrowest of margins. And okasinnsuke gets a 3-0 sweep with Control Warrior of all decks.
Yeah, did not expect to see that. Man, maybe I need to move Wax Rager up my treasure tier list. If you think about it, it's like a mini Rattlegore. And Rattlegores can actually die. We've seen Alutemu do it the hard way. 9-9 to 1-1. No silences involved. Just very, very interesting way to see that pan out. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen the Warrior Mirror, but LHS does weird things to Hearthstone. Group B seeing okasinnsuke through alongside Gur. Gur, of course, in desperate need of points. And okasinnsuke, I think, with this win is not guaranteed, but very nearly so into playoffs, I believe, because he did have some pretty good results in the previous weeks, making it to stream both times.
Exactly right, which means that we have an interesting pan out with the way that all ends up. As we were saying, Hyung pretty much guaranteed out of the standings. GivePLZ again at 3 points makes it very unlikely that he is going to be able to get through, which is an unfortunate way for GivePLZ to go out of Grandmasters if this was his final game, which we think it very, very likely will be. But it's kind of in GivePLZ fashion. Like, he brought these very well-crafted decks, I think, showed us a little bit of salt at the end at making a play that lost him the game. And that's all we can expect from GivePLZ. And we hope to see him, of course, in the Masters Tours, even if not in Grandmasters anymore, as he can still hold his head high as the 2nd winningest Masters Tour player of all time in terms of raw numbers of games won, which is an incredible feat to have to his name, and I think will do him well in Masters Tours to come. That does mean, however, that we are done with our 2nd match of the day. 2 more yet to come in Shaxy versus Alutemu and MegaGliscor versus Alan. 10-minute break or so before we head into the second half of the day, the second half of the action. And so we will be back in about 10 minutes.
everyone. Since the dawn of Hearthstone time, the casters have held all the power, able to say what they want with zero repercussions. That ends today. It's time to put some of that power back into the hands of you, the viewer. On this show, I will highlight some of the caster moments from throughout Hearthstone Esports that are truly sap-worthy. Welcome to episode 1 of Sapcasters. Our first sap-worthy moment comes from the king of sap himself, Derek Brown. The number one rule of casting Hearthstone is simply just know the name of the cards. This is Derek's feeble attempt to try and explain one of the Kazakhstan treasures. Get this guy out of here.
It's just whether the powerful treasures will be able to come down quickly enough for trahison. So we'll have to see, obviously, those high priority targets, Embers of Ragnaros, the Locusts, maybe even cold, absolute cold, super cold, very freezing, chilly card to deal 8 damage to your opponent. All those burst damage cards become very, very high priority.
You said all those things, but not sheer cold, which is a
There we go.
move. Part is pure cold.
Ah, right, my mistake.
Absolute cold, super cold, very freezing, chilly card.
Our second sap-worthy moment is once again from His Royal Sappy Highness, Derek Brown. If the number one rule of casting Hearthstone is to know the names of the cards, then obviously the number 2 rule of Hearthstone casting would be to know what the cards do. In this clip, Derek gets hyped for a top deck. But was it ever really a top deck at all?
Oh, that is such a good top deck, though. A complete board clear. And you could even go coin solar moon touched at the end.
Seems exciting, no? Well, let's rewind just a few moments.
Biomatic can help disrupt. Choose the worst treasure off the
Right.
Luckily for Derek, Gia came in with the save. I think I can say what's on everyone's mind right now. Sapcaster.
It's not even a top deck. Trahison chose that. Or Hyung.
True. That's true.
Our third sap-worthy moment comes to us from Europe Grandmasters, courtesy of our resident linguistics expert, Alexander Raven Baguli. I think we all know that the number one rule of Hearthstone casting is act as if you're always on camera, because you just might be.
It's just been a rough set of matches, really, hasn't it? As it looks like my camera's super delayed as well. Brilliant. But yeah, it does mean that we do have this Druid versus Demon Hunter left over. And again, this is one where I think it really could go...
Just sit here and look miserable as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is how I look when I cast, if you guys would like to know. Full focus, slouched, not having good posture in any way, because I save all my good posture for when I'm on camera.
Is this intentional? Is Raven looping its camera? Is he using a soundboard? Is Raven even real? One thing's for sure. Sap him. Our next moment is a little different. In this clip, we're going to highlight some brilliant Hearthstone casting brought to you by Neil Larindabond and yours truly during a high-level match of America's Grandmasters Hearthstone. Prepare to be wowed.
Without any more overload, but he's got both of those things.
All right, now Serpentine Portal is even more damage.
And it fits.
And it fits. It'd be +4 spell damage. It'd be 21, and then they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overload.
I wasn't paying any attention. I was thinking of the thing, but it's, lots of things are happening that looks like it's lethal.
Yeah, he got it.
While Neil and I are displaying our incredible depth of Hearthstone knowledge and mathematics, I think we know that the number one rule of Hearthstone casting is to make sure that you pay attention to both players. And we certainly failed at that. Is it sap-worthy? I think not. But we'll let you be the judge of that. Thank you for tuning in to the very first episode of Sapcasters. I hope you've all been enlightened, and I hope all the Hearthstone casters out there are just a little bit more afraid the next time they decide to break a golden rule of Hearthstone casting.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the third match of the day here in Asia Pacific. Just as a quick recap for where we're at in the season. Obviously, last year our seasons were 8 weeks long apiece, 2 seasons of 8 weeks. And at the end of each of those 8 weeks, we would have the playoffs, and 1 player per region would go through to the World Championship. It's similar this year for the first season, except it's much, much shorter. Now we have a 3-week initial season and then playoffs to happen in 2 weeks' time after the Masters Tour, as we're taking a brief hiatus for that. And we're still going to be sending 1 player per region through to the Masters Tour. The big difference, however, is that next season is Grandmasters' last call, the final ever season of Grandmasters, in which all the regions will be grouped together to play out for 1 final spot overall at the World Championships. And the players who will qualify through to the last call are the top 4 players per region of the initial season, not even factoring in playoffs. So for all of our players here, it's not only those spots in the playoffs that are so important, but for our players who are already looking good, they want to finish in the top half of the top 5, in that top 4, in order to guarantee their spot at Grandmasters' last call as well.
And I'm kind of looking forward to last call, not just because we got to see an additional player go through to Worlds, but it's finally Grandmasters, regardless of region, right? We keep hearing other regions complaining about, oh, it's so easy to qualify through here or there, and it's more difficult in my region. But now we get to see Grandmasters and the clash of the best later on this year. But for now, before we digress too much, we of course have to see just who is winning this weekend. And to see who's winning this weekend, we have to see who's winning this match between Shaxy and Alutemu. We are, of course, in last hero standing, so players are bringing lineups that sort of cover each other's weaknesses. We can very much expect to see sort of a rock, paper, scissors relationship among the decks within an individual lineup. And we do have Shaxy, who is breaking the mold of some of the bans that we've been seeing as almost universally on Druid. However, we do see Shaxy pretty consistently banning away Demon Hunter instead, which he seems to view as the least counter-queuable deck. He believes that his Paladin has a good enough shot against Druids.
Yeah, it's a weird lineup overall. Like, if you want to talk about it as being rock, paper, scissors with the standard lineup, Shaxy was that annoying kid at school that would go like rock, paper, scissors, machine gun, or something like that, that just thinks he beats everything. As he's got a really strange lineup. One of 3 players overall in Asia Pacific, I believe, who did not bring Demon Hunter to their lineup. I think every single player had Druid, which is to be expected. But then that Priest and that Paladin and the Shaman, like not bringing Rogue, not bringing Demon Hunter, very, very out there lineup. And the fact that Alutemu is banning Shaman from him, I do think makes sense, because if we factor in Alutemu's own Quest Rogue, the Shaman is by far the worst matchup. Rogue has a good matchup against Paladin, reasonable against Druid, and honestly not bad against Priest either, with the power of SI7 Assassin and the Saps as well. So I do think that Alutemu is off to a really nice start here, as I could honestly see his Shaman or his Rogue getting a full sweep, to be perfectly honest. I think they both have great matchups across the board.
That's right. Even though Shaxy has brought a lineup which does look good against traditional Kazakhstan Druid, this isn't Conquest. You can't try and sweep one deck only. You have to make sure that all your bases are covered and make sure that all of your classes aren't weak to the same one deck on the other side. So it could be that Shaxy simply didn't have Quest Rogue on his radar, which I wouldn't blame him for. It was a deck that was very much being beat down upon by players in recent weeks, but somehow this new stealth variant of it has rejuvenated the class, and people have just sort of come to the agreement that it's quite strong against Demon Hunter, which therefore makes it strong in an LHS format. But even without the Demon Hunter, Shaxy just seems to have a lineup that does not fare especially well against Quest Rogue. But he still has his Druid left up, which is a very big deal. It's not the Kazakhstan variant, but Druid overall just has such a high power ceiling thanks to Wildheart Guff, and I can see this deck getting a sweep if Shaxy does, if Alutemu doesn't get to an aggressive enough start with one of his decks.
As you can see, Alutemu's very impressive stats. If we look back through his record in Grandmasters, he's had a really odd run of it, where for the most part he has been right up there in terms of win percentage alongside Glory, Posesi, Surrender, the real goats of Asia Pacific Grandmasters. It was just one season, I can't remember exactly when it was, I think maybe the second half of 2020 actually, where he just came one game away from relegation. He had an absolutely terrible season. Something wasn't clicking, the meta, the practice, whatever it was, and that's really lowered his win rate overall. But aside from that one blip, one bad season, he has consistently been one of the best performers. Very consistently going 2-0 on the off-stream matches, following it up with lots of points indeed last season, and narrowly missing out on the World Championship a few times at this point. But he's of course made up for that with very, very strong runs at the Masters Tour. By far the best player in Asia Pacific in terms of Masters Tours, both in terms of overall wins and placements. 2 second-place finishes is better than most players can boast, even outside of APAC. And I believe in his very impressive run last year, he would actually have qualified through to Europe Grandmasters with the number of points he had accrued, let alone APAC.
Yep, Alutemu transcending all the boundaries of our Grandmasters regions indeed. And you're just talking about GivePLZ having second most match wins in Masters Tours ever. The first most is Alutemu himself, even though somehow all this time after, what, more than a dozen Masters Tours, Asia Pacific has just not had a champion of a Masters Tour. We somehow have the number 1 and 2 highest individual match wins players here. And if anything, that speaks to not only Alutemu's skill, but the amount of time he's willing to put into the grind. I feel like most Grandmasters have skipped at least one Masters Tour, but I can't think of one that Alutemu just said, I'd rather not. Despite the time zone being completely off for him, he just loves competing, and he is very, very good at it. For the opening hand, pretty nice SI cards to have. Informant is, of course, one of the best ones to have early against Druid, but not too early, right? You need to juice it up a little bit. So Alutemu is looking a bit more heavily for Skulker, perhaps the Spy Mistress and Greyheart Sage package as well, to make sure that his early game is as high pressure as possible.
Yeah, Shaxy already completed his first turn before we've even transitioned into the main screen. But for Alutemu, all he's missing here is a 2-drop, and the rest of his hand is actually just bananas. This Scabs is looking so strong. If it's just hero power on 2, whatever. Coin Scabs Operative Greyheart Sage is such a strong curve, both in terms of card draw and also just pressure that it's putting forward.
Speaking of bananas hands, for Shaxy, this is a turn 2 Overgrowth, and he's just drawn Guff, which will be playable in 2 turns' time. And I kind of think that that gets there a little bit faster than Alutemu's, because Alutemu really does still lack like a guaranteed stealth card to make sure that the Greyheart Sages are more than just 3/3s. Extortion picked up means that he does have at least access to quest progression by next turn if he goes Extortion this turn into Operative. Because if he's trading the Extortion, honestly, it already kind of misses the window for a good card to get off of tradable. Like, maybe if he gets exactly Skulker, he can coin that out, but I do favor just rather playing it on the face as he does here.
Sure, Study's not bad. Composting is actually kind of interesting here with double Umbralal. Am I crazy for considering that?
Like the Bloom still, I mean, yeah, he doesn't really have anything to ramp into, but it's Guff next turn.
True,
and then he can just keep drawing with Guff, and he's Ramp Druid. How is Bloom not good? I don't know.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, again, maybe it's just Germination. Like you say, it's Ramp Druid. He's going to hit something powerful eventually, and even if he misses, it could just be Germination on the Owl. But of course, Shaxy siding with the correct pick here. Of the composting here. Honestly, you'd completely swayed me by the time he'd made that choice, but I'm back on board. Let's go, Shaxy.
All right, sure. Just like when you're cheering for Europe or APAC.
Exactly. Easily swayable.
I mean, it's the chaotic pick. Make no mistake. It could work out huge. It could be a whiff, but for now, at the very least, it is playable on 1 minion, but I do think he's going to save it for at least the post-Guff turn, where it's playable on at least the 2 owls, because even though this is a pretty good turn for Alutemu, it's not that much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously above average for a turn 3 play. It's very strong, but like you say, it's not going to be strong enough. If Shaxy finds any kind of a decent draw, like Onyxia alone, I think just ends the game if he can find that in the next 2-3 turns. Alutemu obviously...
Yeah,
right.
On this last discount from Scabs, wants to go Greyheart Sage for maximum mana saved, but he doesn't get the card draw, so he's going to value instead playing the Mole and guaranteeing that 1 or maybe even 2 of the Greyheart Sages goes off if he keeps it stealth for another turn, and just doesn't see the 3/3 body as a high enough reason to use the discount on something else. Meanwhile, for Shaxy, though, just nuts playing Guff. I mean, this is just the best hero card by a wide margin.
Is that so, Gia?
Hmm?
Well, after you incorrectly predicted it to
know.
be the lowest one, after I ignored
know.
the message and didn't even rank them.
I mean, I told you I read the card wrong. I thought it didn't refresh the full mana crystal. I thought it was an empty one, and you gain an empty one every turn. But yeah. And anyway, at the time of release, Tamsin was the best.
True, Tamsin was
Which I did get right.
I mean, speaking of cards being cracked here, this composting, it was looking okay before, but if we factor in Mulveric as well alongside it for the composting, this is like 1 trillion cards that Shaxy can draw.
You're right. I have to hold another L in the span of like 3 sentences? Okay. I mean, yeah, the Owls have honorable kill on the 2/4, if nothing better. And yeah, and if Alutemu doesn't put any other minions on board for honorable kill, you're pretty happy. It's just a small development then. So, yeah. Only question is whether Alutemu unstealths the Mole this turn, as he doesn't need guaranteed card draw on the Greyheart Sage, just wants the pressure, and you know what? Makes sense. This hand is just kind of... It's got enough SI cards.
So you could go Pouch first, but then probably not play whatever comes out of it, because you'd be playing the Pouch to cheat a mana on both Owls. Like you could go Pouch, Owl, Mulveric, trade composting, and then go for whatever you got off of the Pouch next turn instead.
Interesting.
Where my head was at.
Like, trying to figure out how to fit in all of that with the composting, but I don't think it's possible anymore now that Shaxy has hero powered, because it could have even been solar Pouch, honestly. And yeah, you get very bad pouches, but you get giga tempo and a lot of card draw. Based on Shaxy's expression, I feel like some sort of miscounting of mana happened, but it's not a disaster because he still gets a 3 minion composting, or just doesn't play composting, in which case you have to hold the L because the composting is not good anymore.
Damn, I forgot to factor in that Shaxy sucks into my calculations. Damn. Obviously joking.
Okay, so it can be a full clear for Alutemu with just Wicked Stab SI7 agent, which kind of feels bad to use Wicked Stab that way, but he can at least wrest board control back. And he knows right now that the hand is 1 discovered card and then 2 unknowns, which from Alutemu's perspective, if you saw Shaxy ramp like that, you're probably expecting Onyxia or Yashiraj, that type of thing. And you don't feel like you're winning against that, but at least playing an SI7 agent gets you closer to the discounted assassin, which will help with a big ramped up threat. Nice composting, Derek.
Oh man, don't even talk to me. He could have had like 4 extra cards in hand right now.
He could.
And 1 less mana. Oof, close one. Right, so I think you just start composting. Oh, sorry, Pouch, not composting. Start Pouch, just because there's enough good 10 mana options. Like I said, Onyxia alone, I think, just wins you the game.
Yeah. And then he can draw with the hero power and then go for eclipses. Wow, he's still ramping! Really?
Oh, okay. That's
oh
why.
my lord. He's just Miracle Priest.
Absolutely disgusting. And I mean, from here, it's just over, right?
Very clearly, Shaxy had Malagos in mind as an out, but that's not especially likely to hit exactly the 9-drop you want. There's other good ones, like Runaway Blackwing, just Onyxia regular. Yeah, Alex wasn't terrible there, but obviously this one is just so much better than the rest by a huge margin, because there's no way that Alutemu can out-resource Shaxy even in a small window, which is what he was hoping for.
That's a good draw, though, off the Neophyte. You could go Neophyte SI7 Agent and then hope to hit Snap as, like, one way that you could potentially stick a board. Your opponent would then have 11 mana next turn, factoring in the 2 overload, so they wouldn't be able to go Solar Cenarian, which is like what locks you out the game. Or I guess, yeah, just the Assassin, sorry, yeah, is the better way to go about it.
Yeah, I mean, it is the guaranteed clear, which obviously doesn't feel ideal because you're playing it for 4 mana and later it could cost 0, but Alutemu is really just trying to eke out whatever damage he can on board, and this feels like the last window to do so on the Neophyte turn. And even then, it's still a playable Cenarian ward for Shaxy. No way to quite maneuver Solar Cenarian, I don't think. Oh wait, if he blooms,
there is.
he can. Yeah, he can. All right, that seems good.
And then you could do it again next turn. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
He'll only have 12 mana with the Overload next turn. Oh no! And so yeah, 16 armor, 2 8-drops. That is almost certainly enough to stabilize. He's only facing 10 on board, and a lot of 8-drops can already deal with some of this. We're talking Troll Centurion, Templar Captain, Illidari Inquisitor,
Brasswing.
Brasswing, yeah, that's the big one. Any Barasses?
Oh, okay. Bit of a whiff.
Just 15-15.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's what needed to happen for there to be any shimmer of hope for Alutemu whatsoever. As if he hits Assassin here, or like I said, some other way, I guess Sap is now out of the question.
Well,
Distortion's
he can
not bad.
Yeah, play all the SI cards. He can remove the 7/7 and be completely dependent on Scab somehow pulling him back the next turn, but there's just no way to think that Shaxy's hand is garbage, right? You already know he's drawn almost all the spells, and that means that he is very likely to once again have Solar Cenarian Ward. Like, the rest of the deck is just minions at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really good shot that Shaxy can hit Strongman off of this Moonlit Guidance as well, which would then also allow him to play that alongside the Solar Cenarian, draw the other one, and then play that next turn probably as well. Like, it's just wall after wall of huge minions from here on out.
One thing I will tell you though, composting, 100% picked win rate. That's a dub for you.
Hey, yeah, there we go. I thought you were going to further troll me that it's been sat there in hand doing literally nothing the entire game, whereas Germination would have been the absolute nuts in this instance, as would a Lightning Bloom.
Okay, if he wants, he can mutiny us to try and hit the Scabs.
It's the cool play.
But I do think it's just the Moonlit plus Solar Cenarian. Lunar?
Oh, yeah, Lunar's good.
You could pick Yashiraj and just hold it because he is he can prepare for it with the double moon touched, but that's still far off in the future because Shaxy's first concern should be how he best prepares for his Scab's turn, and my thinking is just put more 8-drops and gain a bunch of armor because he can only sap 1, most likely. Okay, so he does just go for the Lunar Eclipse instead, sure. That's a Rusher, that's a Green Arrow.
Oh, it's a charger.
My mistake.
Okay, Scabs snap the Rom, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess the Grom is the most threatening.
And then you have the weapon plus the 2/2 to be able to kill off Sheldras. You're unlikely to be dead, I want to say, as they would have 8 extra damage, most likely at the most, with double moon touched amulet, which is fine.
Alutemu probably puts Spammy at the top here.
Yeah.
Feels the least useful in this instance. Oh boy, oh boy.
You probably don't
Alutemu
even bother with the weapon here, right? You just go stealth plus sap.
Yeah. Just not enough mana, nor the resources for Alutemu. Meanwhile, Shaxy has too much mana and all the resources.
I guess actually now at this point, the stealth may be better used on an infiltrator or an informant. Sorry, yeah, instead, just because they're even bigger, and then you could go for something like Kodo Mount plus, like informant, Kodo Mount, stealth, and then BGBM next turn to try and hit like 40 damage of lethal or something silly like that.
That is true. Oh, that's the Yasharaj. If Shaxy wants, he can just go for the double moon touched and then, you know, load it up for Yasharaj the next turn. This is all going to the dome.
Doesn't look that way. Yeah. What, at 60 health, there's 0 chance that you're dying in any world whatsoever. It would have to be they've generated like exactly Cenarian Ward off of the mole is the generated card in hand, or
yeah, I don't know, germination on Scabs.
yeah, something
weird like that. Oh, why are we using almost the same words now too? We've been
I know. Oh god.
All right, Alutemu throws it down, and that is unsurprising. He just got sort of an awkward opening hand and faced up against turn 2 Overgrowth into Guff. There's very, very little you can do. Shaxy also had the double Owls, which even without the composting did the job, right? They cleared the early board, bought Shaxy the time to ramp up to the moon, and it was just unstoppable from that point. So in terms of context for the series overall, this does put Alutemu in a bit of a pickle because I thought that the Quest Rogue was his best cue into the Druid. There's still maybe the Burn Shaman that can get the job done, but outside of turn 1, Wild Paw Cavern, or turn 2, it feels very difficult.
It feels tough, yeah, but it's not impossible. Like, even outside of the Wild Paw Caverns, I have had a decent amount of success with the Shaman of just going like, you know, playing liberally, playing your cards on curve with just going like Sleep Breaker into McCoy. You don't necessarily need to save it for the Snowfall Guardian later on, or playing Novice Zapper, going Primordial Studies into Lady Vash to be able to just get a 4-3 online, start hitting face. And even the Druid of his own, right? Alutemu can still just line up Kazakhstan Druid instead of the Ramp Druid, which I would argue is even a good matchup for that there, just to how quickly and consistently you can get Kazakhstan online. So even though, you know, it's 1-0 up for Shaxy, I do still think Alutemu is really not far behind in this instance, just because of how well the rest of his decks line up. But having said that, I do agree. Shaxy's best shot by a long margin, I think, is just sweeping with the Druid. So getting this win here at the start is absolutely paramount to his chances of winning, and means that Alutemu is kind of in a tough spot. think it's the Druid he should go for next, is his best chance, just because Shaman is like a better counter queue into the Priest or the Druid afterwards, or the Paladin afterwards, sorry.
Yeah, it does, upon second inspection, look like the Druid for Alutemu doesn't really have any good matchups once we factor in the ban on Shaxy's side. And so we could see this Druid as a throwaway deck. It feels really weird to say that about what I think is, in a vacuum, the overall most powerful deck in the meta, in the Kazakhstan Druid. But just in the context of this matchup, I do think that the Druid just doesn't have a particularly good matchup into Rally Priest. Paladin, arguable, probably can still get there, but there are draws from the Paladin that tempo out a little bit too nicely. If we are to see the Druid mirror, I think that's a pretty interesting one, because Alutemu does have no Glowfly Swarm, which I think might hurt his chances a little bit, but still getting early Kazakhstan can do a lot of work. However, he is queuing up the Burn Shaman first, which is not, you know, a clear indication that he feels this is the better matchup, because he does have to think about the whole series. But I am a little bit surprised that he's willing to go for this early, but maybe Alutemu just thinks this is very capable of sweeping with overall. And yeah, we've seen Dragon Man go for it. I mean, 6-0 on Thursday alone. Maybe Alutemu can replicate those results.
All right, out of the gate, what are we looking at? Sleep Breaker, great way to start off the curve. I always consider going for the multicaster as a keep, just because it allows you to bridge that slightly awkward mid-game so cleanly with all the card draw it offers you. But against Druid specifically, I mean, the amount we've talked about Wild Paw Caverns should let you know exactly how important it is to find that card.
That's right. I do love keeping multicaster in other matchups, but I think it's just far too important against Druids of any variant other than aggro, that you get like super quick tempo, and the double Sleep Breaker opening and Wild Paw is huge. But the fact that Alutemu's now drawn the second one presents a bit of a dilemma, because he could just coin Sleep Breaker into Sleep Breaker. Overall, though, I think it's not worth delaying your Wild Paw Cavern by one more turn just to get another 3-2. So I like the line he's gone for. Shaxy with the Overgrowth for next turn, though, is looking like he'll be too fast even for turn 3 Caverns.
How has he gone from having Yashar Strongman Bloom to having Wild Growth Overgrowth? And now even the Pouch is insane as well, because he can go Bloom, Pouch, 8-drop plus Strongman, curving into the the Yasharaj as well, sorry. It's perfect.
And Druid. All right. Well, if the turn is a big development from Shaxy, Alutemu's not super scared of it just yet, because he does have freeze for the near foreseeable future. And in the meantime, he'll be sending 9 damage face. If the Strongman hits the board, though, the taunt does represent a bit of a problem. And for Shaxy here, if he does Bloom now with the Strongman, it doesn't quite bridge the gap into Yasharaj so cleanly. He'll have a pretty weak follow-up turn. If he waits, though, to just Bloom Yasharaj next turn, he can play that and Strongman all at once, which has some value, but that's at the cost of this turn being pretty weak. I don't know. If he pouches for 6, is there anything?
Oh. Like, 6s are not bad, but just not getting the Strongman down as well is so much worse. Is he just... You can't play Strongman here with your charge in hand. That is illegal.
Oh. I mean, the thinking is that if he blooms the Strongman, right, the Yasharj, if you don't draw another bloom, is like 3 turns away. Which I understand, but I also thought there was maybe a line where you could hold the bloom and just play Yasharaj and Corrupted Strongman, even if you don't regenerate a Strongman. We'll see, though.
Shall. This Frostbite is pretty disgusting as well. It locks out Cenarium Ward off the top. Or, I guess, I mean, it would have to involve the Bloom being used, sorry, to overload for the following turn. But it makes a lot of draws quite a lot worse. Oh!
Pouch for a 4.
Pouch for 4? I'm gonna be sick.
I mean, what else can he do here? He's just dying. It's 12 on board.
Bloom, pouch for 8. Ugh.
Oh, that's even more illegal, right?
That's giga illegal.
No mana the next turn. Okay, what's a 4 that could help? I'm racking my brain. Swipe is not in standard. Ulrich? That helps, right?
That's
You got
good.
an-
Mulveric's
yeah.
good.
Ulrich.
Raid Negotiator? What could you get? Wrath doesn't exist anymore.
I
Nourish
don't know,
is
man.
not terrible. Runic carvings?
We're naming cards.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, highest and lowest is not bad at all.
Just draw 2. All right. Does Alutemu have lethal outs here if he just draws another spell damage card? But nope. Still plenty of damage though. And this cavern isn't even done. It's crazy at this last 3 turns.
Yeah, this clown car full of deers has still got 1 left in it.
I think he can hold on to the wind chill because there's nothing that he can immediately play since he'll be at 0 after playing it. So just in case there's like a big development from Shaxy, like Bloom, Solar, Cenarion, you'd probably want to save the freeze for one of the 8 drops.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think I'm on board with just playing the Zapper here. I just want to go all in as much as possible, make it that much harder for them to survive this next push.
Close because overloading also turns off some of the potential draws for Alutemu, or I should say combinations of cards you can play. Like
Right.
for some reason, keeping even amounts of mana, like even number not odd is what I mean, helps you do so much more in a turn. Like it's multicaster plus a frostbite, that type of thing.
You didn't want to go Luna there? Okay. Here's the Onyxia, though, which is obviously absolutely huge here. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because he didn't play the Luna, I don't even know if this is a full clear anymore.
Yeah, there's not even full board space. He gets 5
Right.
whelps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the Lunar still wouldn't have been a full clear by my count. It would have left a 3-1 deer.
Okay. But it's closer at least, right?
True. Yeah, I mean, you could have saved the whelp also if you want to look at it that way. Okay. In any case, he is alive on board. Just barely. And currently alive from hand too, because Alutemu only has access to 4 burst. But we're looking at Lightning Bolt and Overdraft as a lethal out, and
There it is.
bites. That is going to be the game. Whew.
Wow. What a weird game of Druid versus Shaman. Like, Shaxy picking up the nuts draw after draw with Wild Growth, Overgrowth. And then, I don't know, I just still disagree so heavily with his play of not going for the 8-drop plus the Strongman. Like, there are so many good options you can get on an 8-drop with Discover, especially in Druid. Like, Cenarion Ward can be absolutely insane. Even if you get, what is it called, Supreme Abyssal, like the 12-12, that's not terrible. It's just a trading stick to start fighting back.
Yeah. A lot of the neutral 8s, if we just look at the things you can get from Cenarion Ward, they're not terrible. Troll Centurion, like Morg Forge Fiend, Taint Heart Tormentor, all of that stuff is available to be discovered as well. And even though it didn't quite lead up into the cleanest discharge, it left for a very questionable turn, it did certainly feel like more of a winning line than just playing a 7-mana 6/6. That just did not feel like it was it. However, that is just 1-1 in the series overall. Shaxy's gonna move on to his Libram Paladin now, which I honestly did not see as like a very strong counter queue into Burn Shaman, but it is a deck that has a pretty even matchup spread. If Shaxy's just going for like a lineup that's not so polarizing, like a different approach to LHS overall, then I can understand this. But by no means do I think this is a heavy favorite into Burn Shaman. In fact, I don't even know if it's favored at all, because Burn Shaman, as long as they have the Restaurant Viper, can go over the top and kill you even with Cariel.
Yeah, I think the only thing that stops it from being dreadful into the Shaman is Lightforged Cariel, as we see there. If it wasn't for her, then you would just spend the whole game perpetually frozen. You don't do much at all in the early game. Shaman can just very happily ignore your early board, and then they freeze you and burn you down almost 30-0 later on in the game. Cariel, of course, makes that much, much harder. Alutemu is playing one copy of Restaurant Viper, which does help, of course, to deal with that Cariel later on. But basically, that card alone stops you from just being completely vulnerable to the burn half of Burn Shaman, and allows you to play a slightly more late game plan.
Shaxy going first also does have the potential to just play a Trog, which on turn 1 is quite problematic for Burn Shaman to deal with. The earliest they can get on board outside of spells is turn, I guess, 1 if they want to play Zapper, but that doesn't particularly trade well into Noble Mount if the Trog manages to get that buff. And then they'd have to play Sleepbreaker, which still needs a spell generated. But there is no Trog on turn 1 for Shaxy, and there is no turn 2 to turn 5 for Shaxy. It looks like this hand is kind of a disaster. Meanwhile, for Alutemu, he can just go turn 1 Serpentine and delete the possibility of any buff spell kind of salvaging Shaxy's curve.
I mean, I wonder if you're even supposed to go Coin Zapper as well, just because you're not going to be able to play it next turn, and then you can just go for Macaw as well on turn 3. Like, it's just a really, really nice curve that puts him so far in the lead.
Yeah, even just as a 3-mana 3/3. Playing it as he would Quest Shaman. And Shaxy did get the buff spell on turn 2, and Alutemu was absolutely rewarded for this play because that is stranded in hand for Shaxy and not another buff spell. This deck's just so reliant on having a minion stick on turn 1. Okay, so this is a no battle cry Macaw, but I was gonna say still seems decent, but maybe Alutemu's thinking he needs to save that for a card draw or big freeze later on. There's just a lot of good battle cries he can copy. The perfect curve, Derek. What does Shaxy do? Well, having some trouble reaching Derek, but while we wait for him to come back, Shaxy here does have access to Hand of Adal again, which feels really bad to freeze one singular minion when you know your opponent is a deck that wants to play Wind Chill. They're very good at dealing with individual minions, but Shaxy needs to get some cycle going, and he needs this discount on both the Devout Pupils. Thankfully picks up a 1-drop, so he's able to fill out the curve, but it's kind of easy for Alutemu to deal with this because he still has Landslide and he can get the overload effect on it by playing Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, the only real problem here for Alutemu is the kind of slowing down of his card draw. Because even though he has a obviously pretty dominant starter here, that really starts to peter out once Shaxy's hand actually comes online.
If he goes Lightning Bolt and then Landslide, that still leaves a bit of an awkward trade on the 6/4. Going double Landslide seems like overkill. Gonna see what's in the studies first. With this additional spell damage, it's still not a super clean breakpoint on Landslide dealing with the 6/4 body itself, but it does give him an order where he can go trade and then go for the bolt on the 6/4 and then clean up with Landslide. So pretty nice. spot there for Alutemu to deal with the entire board. Even though all the trogs are popping up, they get swept up very, very quickly, and he even lands the freeze on Shaxy's face for good measure. Shaxy does have the double Devout Pupil turn, pretty good, and he's hoping that there's no second landslide, but he's going to be quite sorely disappointed.
Yeah, it's such a close one, isn't it? Where Shaxy is just on that brink of stabilization. He's obviously really far behind at the start. But as I said, Alutemu's game plan is really slowing down. And this landslide is almost perfect for Alutemu, but the numbers are just a little bit shy of working out perfectly.
Right. If you landslide first, then you leave 2 health on the pupils, which is not the cleanest trades. If you trade your Thalnos first, then you leave 1 pupil at 4-1, which is also super awkward, and the other pupil at 4-3. So no matter which way he goes about it, he'll have to trade 2 minions to clear the whole Devout Pupil. So I don't mind actually just starting with the Thalnos bump in, see if you get a draw that makes this a little bit cleaner, and then proceed from there.
Yeah, I mean, you actually end up doing the same amount of damage, right? Because it's a 4-1 and a 4-3 or 2 4-2s.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they trade about as equally favorably. So before or after, it's about the same. He's going to end up freezing 1, however, though, and then I guess not trading in the Thalnos at all, which sure makes sense.
Yeah, so this order does let him preserve 1 more minion on board, but he gets 1 less total card draw.
And so now Shaxy has to do something. Mutinous is not enough. Liadrin is not enough. Has to hit hand?
But into what? I don't know. Libram of Hope not playable. Not enough discounts played. That is just a super quick game 3. All the way in Alutemu's favor. It didn't even look close. All off the back of that turn 1 Serpent Shrine portal. Like, the second that Shaxy could not stick the Aldor Attendant, there was just nowhere to put his 2-cost spells. It ruined his entire curve. And then Wild Paw Cavern wreaked havoc, as it so often does.
Just really gorgeously played from Alutemu. I think he appreciated in that mid game exactly what I was talking about. You know, you can try and prepare for the late game, try and draw more cards and go for a later game plan with like multicast or whatever later on, or you can just double down on your advantage, play to what you're actually doing well this game, which is early board control. That's exactly what he did and takes a very well-deserved win. Shaxy moving on now to the Rally Priest as his 1 remaining hope. Needs to beat both the Shaman and the Druid on the other side for Alutemu, which I would pretty much plaster as 1 good matchup against the Druid and 1 pretty bad matchup against the Shaman, which he has to go for first. As you know, it's a little bit different, this version, when compared to the pure Nazmani build, the stripped down version, which is incredibly vulnerable to freeze. This one, you can play a little bit more liberally with your minions, playing down Sethek at the start of the game, Nazmani at the start of the game, allow them to die, resurrect them, have a wider board overall. But for the most part, you're still very, very scared of those freeze effects.
Right. I actually think that second to Druid, this Rally Priest does have the most sweep potential of the popular decks in the current metagame, because it just has some very, very high roll draw outs possible, like Drekthar being the main one, but also just getting a start like this of Sethek into Nazmani on curve and then followed up with Rally. There's not that many decks in the game that can deal with that amount of minion pressure back to back. And the second that a Nazmani sticks around, if you just have any measure of spells in hand, you can generate so much value and play tons of mana worth of it. The only thing really stopping you is your own APM, as Alutemu himself knows very well. Shaxy gonna start off with a coined out Sethek, which means he is likely going to follow up with the second Sethek. Alutemu is just the king of early Wild Paw Cavern.
You have to do it, right? It's just bananas.
You even still have mana to play Wind Chill the next turn, so I am on board, because just playing Sleet Breaker here is actually not even that good to something as simple as Power Word Feast from Shaxy.
Yeah, all this freeze effect, Alutemu absolutely being chilling in this game, and nothing that Shaxy can really do in these early turns. Like, he can start digging with Thrive in the shadows to hit palm readings and set up for more of a miracle approach to the game rather than just petering out minions one after the other.
That being said, Power Word Feast here still would be pretty strong.
True.
But the upside is you've just gotten the Cavern played and you're getting the repeated value on the next turn. Alutemu with a big nod. I think he was very scared of the Feast there. Sees it wasn't there, and it's just going to be a nice clean value trade for him. Plus the option of unlocking mana crystals so he can play Sleepbreaker, or just going for another Wind Chill. I feel like he can get more done with the Overdraft. It's just 1 damage short of being clean here, so I still like Wind Chill.
Agreed. Yeah, the Sleepbreaker he gets down alongside it doesn't feel quite worth it in this instance, and just freezing the Sethic does play around, as you were talking about, the possibility of Power Word Feast, Power Word Fortitude, even like generating a Bless somehow. Well.
Okay, Nazmani not sticking if Shaxy plays it this turn, but the Gift of Luminance is just not enough stats either. I think he plays the Nazmani, it just allows it to die, and then hopefully with the Rally resurrecting both Nazmani and Sethic, finally gets to stick something, and then he can potentially pop off with the Gift of Luminance the turn after.
So if Alutemu were to find Novice Zapper, the Overdraft would be dealing damage, which is a pretty nice breakpoint, actually, just to be able to kill off both the Nazmani and the Sethic on this turn.
Doesn't hit it though, so next best option may be Thalnos, because he can just play it alongside Sleepbreaker, or more likely he just goes Sleepbreaker Wind Chill this turn, so he'd pick a spell damage minion for not this turn, but later on. And I'd still be inclined to go Thalnos just for more cycle.
Agreed.
Okay, goes with Lady Vash instead. And I think the plan is the same up to the point where we said it's not for this turn, but Alutemu just values the body on this and the potential prime later on more so than the Thalnos cycle, which is fair enough because he does technically still have cycle from the Wind Chill and the second Sleepbreaker in hand and the Overdraft.
I think the copy now makes sense. Again, I keep talking about this dichotomy you have between like a more tempo-based approach and a more miracle-based approach. And I think by going for this, he realizes the huge pop-off where you resurrect your Nazmani Bloodweavers and discount your entire hand by 1 billion mana is a long way off. That's not going to happen for a good while yet. And so instead, just generating more resources, trying to scam your way into a palm readings, and then going for it a few turns down the line is a much more sensible approach.
Yeah, I like it. It's also kind of an awkward board state for Alutemu to deal with Divine Shields if he doesn't have a landslide, and he currently does not. Does have access to second Cavern just as soon as the first one finished resolving, which is huge. But the rest of the turn looks pretty awkward if he does just that. So first instinct for Alutemu was to go Sleepbreaker Wind Chill again to cycle further and hopefully find a Bolt or a Frostbite to deal with all the Sethics. He could technically overdraft, yeah.
Right.
Or 1 mana deal 1. It's not terrible. It's a full board clear if he does that. And he gets to take all the VTs.
I think I like this. If he was slightly further behind on board, I would disagree with this line, because just clearing the board against Rally Priest is not good enough, because they can obviously rally, they can raise dead, they can get their minions back into hand and back on the board. But because he's so far ahead on board, you can basically make it so they have to have a big pop-off turn with Nazmani and Sethics, or it's not going to be good enough. And so just by clearing their board every turn, denying them that extra mana of preemptively having the minions on board is, I think, exactly what you should do in this matchup.
Alutemu knows the deck he's playing against so well that he plays around a generated Holy Nova. That was really clutch. Like, it was so tempting to take all the value trades there, keep one more 3-1 alive at the cost of making this rightmost staggered a 3-2 instead, but he would have been much weaker into the AoE from Shaxy. It's not just Holy Nova, it's Condemn as well. Alutemu knows that he has to play against the entire library of priest spells when playing against Rally Priest, and it's paying off in spades here. Shaxy still gets a decent clear with Holy Nova, but the fact that Alutemu gets to maintain pressure could be the difference maker here. Off of this choice, I feel like he should be taking cheap spells because he has Nazmani, but the thing is, like, the focused will, you can't even target your own things with that.
Right.
I don't know, honestly.
Use it to silence a Snowfall Guardian later on, or like one of your own frozen minions, I suppose, and then buff it up. Like, I think because of the acute you have, the various utility in this matchup, I do think it's worth picking up just for the fringe cases.
Yeah. And the second that Shaxy finds a Gift of Luminance, he can start doing some very impressive things as long as that first discount hits one of those one-cost spells. That Focused Will could serve as big fuel a bit later on. But he still has to bridge the gap because Alutemu's pressure continues onward. I believe he has played 2 spell schools, Frost and Arcane, Nature, the one not represented, and that's probably good enough for a multicaster.
He bloomed Wild Paw, so I think
Oh, he did, you're right.
3, yeah.
My bad. So it is a full draw multicaster, but he hovered Wild Paw just to get even more pressure over 2 to 3 turns.
I mean, this is what I talked about, right? It's about the further ahead you are on board, the bigger their pop-off has to be to catch up. And I think he's correctly realizing, again, without palm readings having been played, my opponent can't actually get that strong of a pop-off.
That healing totem is so clutch. Look at the Shadow Devour. Was so good almost. If he goes Thrive and hits palm reading, he can set himself up for a very, very big turn next turn and just stabilize this turn with a Wave of Apathy. I think that would be my line of thinking here. Because I don't think the pop-off is good enough here. Not to mention, there's only half the turn left. But he's going in? Really?
Wow.
I don't think he can.
Oh man, I kind of thought it would be a rally pop-off if he was even going for it, but just straight up Sethek. Okay, we're looking for that palm readings. He finds it.
But it's not playable.
It's not playable, but you have to still take it, right?
I think so, yeah.
I can't say I agree with the line he took necessarily, but I think you realize now, okay, whatever. This Nazmani is just to buy me time. Next turn I'm playing palm readings, and then probably turn after I'm going in.
Okay. He can still wave at least.
That's good.
And that's the important part, because there were many combinations of burn spells that he could have died to if he left all of that damage on board. Oh, wait, the wave buffed the healing totem. Oh no!
True. It's attacking.
Battle totem now. Even silences his Nazmani at the end. I've just not seen that. I mean, interesting because he did get one more discount before the effect resolved, and it has more health. But like Alutemu just doesn't need to bother clearing it because it's silenced.
Yeah, as long as he freezes it, it's fine. I mean, I think the main thing for Shaxy was just to like have something on board that's unlikely to die that he can then apply his buffs to next turn. If he finds Fortitude, Feast, whatever, it gives him a nice trading stick to clear off some of these minions. But even then, that's a very dubious prospect because there's just stags on board. It gets frozen every time.
Rest of the turn for Alutemu is not clear though. I'd be interested in just cashing in the Frostbite, face, while you have that mana free, because very likely he goes for a lethal next turn with multicaster and then the bolt, and then he has 3 mana remaining. It's very tight to actually get the damage in. But okay, Shaxy needs to go in right now, Condemn, insta pick. It's the cheapest, and it does something to this board.
100%. And then Rally, Devour.
Man, it Rally, like, if he hits second Devour, he can hit a full board clear, right?
That's
With the Thrive, I mean.
true. Yeah. I mean, he could still potentially do that with the Rally slotted in. Like, it's a little
But it's-
risky.
Yeah. Because you only get one discount per spell with one Nazmani, and
There's not much in hand, though. And if you hit the other Rally, you get to further discount as well, right?
okay, fair enough.
Very close.
Oh, but this is not it.
I think it's got to be, because you get spells back from the Sethic, so that can stay quite cheap.
He needs another Condemn or another Shadow or Devour, and he needs it to be playable.
Yeah.
Because there's just too much damage sticking. 9 on board still. Alutemu doesn't have lethal in hand, but has so many. Wait, he just throws it down. He wasn't dead on board.
He was not dead on board, was he? I guess he thought that was his only chance of taking a win. He was definitely dead. Yeah,
He wasn't
bit of a
dead in hand
strange way to
either.
end. There was definitely a chance to survive because his Nazmani was so big, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Feels like Shaxy was just kind of done with that series. Like, overall, a lot of the macro lines, I think, not just in this
Right.
game, were questionable. Like, the turn he went in with the Nazmani, I really would have just liked to see the Shadow Word, the Thrive into the palm reading, set up for the big pop-off on the next turn. It was one of those situations where metering out the threats little by little didn't really help. In other matchups, I can appreciate that, just getting their brute force with minions every turn, but not so against Burn Shaman, where they do have landslide, they do have freezes, and their board can race you as well. You really need to go for the big swing turns, I think. In any case, Alutemu is the winner, of the decider match. Chonsu is the winner of Group C, and we'll be seeing them tomorrow. I can't believe we didn't even note that Alutemu played on Friday for the second time ever in his life.
True. Oh, that's why it felt like such a weird game. Shaxy was just thrown off. Alutemu on a Friday? Surely not. It was a weird series overall. And given that could be the last series for Shaxy in Grandmasters, depending on how the points work out, he is at 4. It really would be quite a fitting way to end. Has he really just he left as he came in this series, right? Just in a shroud of confusion. Completely, we have no idea what he's on about. But he gave us a cracking show, no matter what, and did it his way. That we can most certainly say. And we'll have to wait to see how the points settle to see whether or not he'll be making it into playoffs. It's still going to be a close deal. 4 points feels like it could be the cutoff, but it of course depends how the players around that middle point, around those how those 3-4 point players perform over the rest of the weekend. But of course, congratulations to Alutemu, keeping that dream alive after a dismal start to the season on 0-2. He's turning things around, 4 points guaranteed now, and tomorrow has the chance to boost that yet further. But for now, we're moving on to the final match of the day. MegaGliscor versus Alan in what is going to be a fantastic series. 2 players who I believe are also both at 3 points. It really does feel like that break point where players are either going to go up, get into the playoffs, or sadly going to be meeting the end of their run in Grandmasters. So when we come back, the final series of the day here for Asia Pacific. You are watching the last series of the day for Grandmasters here with MegaGliscor versus Alan. Alan, a player who, as we've talked about, had a legendary redemption arc at the end of last year after having an apocalyptic first start to the season, went 17-1, like 1-2 weeks of play, and was able to just about scrape his way into the playoffs. I think actually finishing like almost like 3rd or 4th at the end and not even scraping in the last couple of spaces, which was very, very impressive indeed. And even though this season is obviously half the length of last year's, he still has a chance, Gia, to have this redemption story and finish in a position where he can go through to playoffs, as you and I both firmly believe he deserves.
Yeah, very much capable of doing that. But standing between Alan and another redemption arc is, of course, MegaGliscor. And this is honestly such a huge contrast of players in terms of how much we know about them, because Alan, even though he wasn't one of the original Grandmasters, has been in the Hearthstone scene both in China and in other regions very, very constantly. I've cast some of his matches since as early as 2017, I believe, and he's been competing since before that. He is also an experienced caster in his own right, and he will actively communicate with us when we say some very stupid things when we cast his matches, and we know not to repeat those mistakes. Like last week, we were wondering what he was popping off about when he faced Mighty on turn 1, and he talked about it being the pouch usage. Alan, of course, a player who's very, very critical of his own matches, and his regret from last week was, I think, going a little bit too fancy with the deck choices. This week, he's trimmed it down to what are some very, very common picks for the field, and we do have him on very, very similar decks to MegaGliscor as well. The difference being there is a Shaman for MegaGliscor, whereas Alan has Quest Rogue instead.
Yeah, I love that explanation of when your lineup doesn't work, that you're actually too smart for the rest of the field, as I think Monsanto was going for over in APAC this week. And if the rest of the players had only played along, it would have been the genius lineup. But either way, for the final series of the day, double Druid ban, as was more so expected, as the vast majority of players are doing here. And both players, I believe, with pretty much identical lineups. The real difference being Rogue for Alan in the Quest Rogue, I believe, and then this Burn Shaman for MegaGliscor, which, I mean, if we want to look at it at a kind of base level, if level 1 is that Demon Hunter is good and Druid is banned, level 2 is that Rogue is good against Demon Hunter, level 3 is that Burn Shaman is good against that Rogue. And so because MegaGliscor has the Burn Shaman and Alan has the Rogue, which the Burn Shaman preys upon, does that just put MegaGliscor in a favorable position overall?
Not necessarily, because I'm not actually sure what MegaGliscor's counter Q is into Demon Hunter, because he doesn't have Quest Rogue, he doesn't have Paladin. He could just say he'll take the mirror and be okay with it, because I don't think that the Kazakhstan Warrior or the Burn Shaman are particularly good matchups into Demon Hunter, but maybe MegaGliscor can prove me wrong. If we are looking at the base level theory of LHS for this week, like you said, I think Alan does have the basic lineup of you play Druid because it's too strong, then you play the RPS other decks. We do have MegaGliscor with what looks like 2 anti-rogue decks in the Burn Shaman and the Kazakhstan Warrior, and not necessarily a strong anti-Demon Hunter deck. So I will be curious to see what he queues up when Alan does get the chance to play Demon Hunter. But MegaGliscor is starting with his Shaman for now, and Alan has chosen Warrior for the very first matchup, which I believe puts Alan in a very solid position, because MegaGliscor is not even running a Viper in the Shaman.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough one. We talk often about how there's these kind of outer draws with the Burn Shaman that can beat pretty much any deck, where, you know, you go Coin, Bloom, Wild Pour, or you hit the kind of nutty hand we saw with Bloom, Serpent Shrine, plus a Novice Zapper as well. Against Warrior, that doesn't really work. Even a turn 1 or 2 Wild Pour can be answered. If they just hit one Buckler plus Shield Shatter, you're completely reset. You're back to square 1 on the Shaman. And as we've often seen, the Burn Shaman can deal 20-25 damage in a single turn quite happily in the later stages of the game. Maybe against Warrior, we could see that going all the way up to like 30, because they have more time to accrue all their resources. They're not going to be forced into using Lightning Bolt or Lightning Bloom earlier than necessary. But the problem is, against Warrior, 30 isn't good enough. You're going to be needing to deal 40-50 in a single turn if you want to get them with the burn plan entirely. So it's about walking a really difficult tightrope where you have to apply a good amount of pressure to keep their health low, but not expend any of your burn cards because you want to save that for one big pop-off. Meaning that overall, as I think you were implying, the Warrior should just be in a very good spot.
Yeah, not even accounting for the Bulwark, which is the ultimate defense that the Warrior has against a non-Viper version of the Shaman. The main thing that the Warrior has going for it, I feel, is the card draw. Outrider's Axe will almost certainly have a target against Shaman because Shaman is reliant on playing minions to get their card draw, right? They need Sleep Breakers to generate the Wind Chills. They need the Multicaster. They need the Brilliant Macaw to copy the Multicaster Battle Cry to get enough of that burn in hand, and that interplay gives the Warrior enough time to also find their own resources, even hit an early Kazakhstan if the game sort of lends itself in that direction. Although I feel that Alan just sticking to the core main part of the deck, which is the control package, I think should still come out in the lead. What I find most interesting for the Shaman perspective is how they actually navigate the multicaster turns, because it's actually hard to get the maximum amount of draw on that without expending some of your burn first. Like, crucially, the nature spells, and even, you know, Bloom, even though it doesn't have burn on the card text, can count as more damage if you save it for an overdraft turn later on. And sometimes you're forced to use a Frostbite early as well, just to put a Frost spell in the multicaster. That, I think, is going to be a pretty difficult balance for MegaGliscor to strike. And for Alan's side, knowing when to time the Bulwark is a very interesting one as well.
I know I liked MegaGliscor. I think that's the only person with worse green screen placement than me. The only person to more often have their room peeking out the side than I do, as that is quite impressively terrible placement, and I applaud him for it. But right out the gate with this starting hand, not a bad way to get things going. You know, like you said, it is awkward getting this multicaster online because you don't want to use the Lightning Bloom unless you have to. But I think if you're offered a nice fast start to the game such as this one, yeah, you'll take it and happily use like a Wind Chill on one of your own zappers at some point as well.
Oh, the Flame Imp Zapper, very interesting choice, because it does have the capability of being cleared when you play it on coin instead of going first, because there is like minefield potential for Alan. I guess coin minefield is also available the other way around, but it kind of works out okay for MegaGliscor that Alan says it's not worth expending a minefield on this, and it's going to cash in 3 damage, which is maybe less than it overall gets when you save it for the big combo at the end with the overdraft, but the body on board is certainly worth something. Studies pick, very interesting for MegaGliscor here, because all of these have merits, honestly.
I think it's Zapper. I think Steward might actually just be a bait. With Multicaster in hand and Wind Chill as well, I would rather get to my win condition quicker than focusing on trying to hit some kind of, I don't know, hitting like an extra bolt or an extra Serpent Shrine, something like that. I think having more cheap spell damage is more valuable here, because like the Steward of Scrolls, while it's nice to discover an extra spell, you're very, very rarely going to make use of the actual spell damage on that card.
I actually think its main utility is for the 4/4 body. And yes, it's a huge upside. You get an additional spell, but I don't think MegaGliscor ever expects to get value from its spell damage. It's more so that, yes, you need your win condition of all the burn spells at the end, but you need to do something in the meantime while you're waiting for your mana counter to tick up and hopefully annoy the Warrior in the meantime. And that 4/4 health played this turn makes the board resilient to Minefield, and also the 4/4 itself is not just dead to Outrider's Axe. I kind of like it from MegaGliscor. The problem is if this gets cleared, though, he doesn't really have a good target for Wind Chill, which alongside a nature spell he'll want to have played before he goes multicaster.
Well, Alan has been incredibly disciplined up until this point, not deigning to remove anything. and he will continue to not be flustered. We could have seen the potential for Buckler Hero Power Shield Shatter to just clear off a couple of pesky spell damages, a lot of attack on the board. But he's just taking it incredibly slowly here, not being flustered at all, which is, I think, smart. You have to realize the longevity that Shaman has.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Well, first bow for the Rakara, which is pretty nice to get the buff. And also, that's just second Zapper naturally used, and he only has one Primordial Studies left. MegaGliscor just has a very different philosophy to this matchup than what I expected. And maybe this is all kind of a result of him not running the Viper, where he says, I can't afford to wait till the late game when Alan will almost certainly have the Bulwark. He wants to cash in the damage via minions right now as soon as possible. And Alan is all the way down to 12 because of that. Of course, he'll finally blink and use some removal, gets a lot of armor from heavy plate as well, chooses not to go buckler just to be more mana efficient, and also the buckler can function, if timed right, as the full 10 armor instead of just the 5 after you factor in the 5 that you will lose the turn after.
The multicast is still only offering 2 draws. However, it is a nice way to get a minion on board that doesn't just die to the axe instantly. Would be my only qualm with Primal Dungeoneer. So maybe you just end up Bloom Caverns instead. You get the body, but don't have to use an inefficient multicaster.
I was looking at the Bloom Caverns, but that usage of Bloom while also just floating a mana really made me uncomfortable. I can't figure out why, because obviously giving a draw is also pretty terrible here, and the 3/4 threatens to continuously freeze Alan. But it feels like MegaGliscor has a grand plan for this Bloom, perhaps saving it for an earlier Bukan if he picks it up soon. But for now, Alan has well and truly stabilized. Uses a buckler now to get even more protection, even though it'll tick down to 13 armor next turn. It's still fine. Once again, a shame that you can't stack the caverns, but I think it's still fine here to play with one multicaster. Sorry, a 2-draw multicaster, but MegaGliscor really still greeting it. He wants a wind chill played before he goes multicaster.
Okay, that Nixian Drake obviously tempting to get something on the board, leading up into your Kazakhstan turn. But then, I mean, I guess it's worth actually talking about Kazakhstan, because it's obviously taken for granted that you just slam it down in most matchups. Is that necessarily the same here? Is it just Kazakhstan on curve?
I mean, because Alan has not much better to do, I feel like it's very justified. He even already has Bulwark in hand. He has more armor gain and a ton of removal in hand as well. I think it's fine, but we'll see if he feels like he needs more of his actual deck to deal with MegaGliscor's threats. Because having seen Double Zapper, it's not unrealistic that Alan can just survive against all of the potential burn from MegaGliscor, but he'll definitely need more than this. I think he'll have to hit a pretty good Rancor and preferably also just find the other heavy plate.
All right, no thinking whatsoever. On to Kazakhstan, and let's have a look at what we got here. Gnomish Army Knife.
Yeah.
Could be good depending on what sticks on board. I think Bubba here.
I'm actually going to suggest Beastly Beauty for the first time in my life, because that can be played with the Army Knife. Like, you rush, it's going to survive. They don't really play big minions. It's an 8/8, and then you can put the Army Knife on the 8/8.
Great point.
Embers, because it's Embers. You finish the game later on. Wand, okay.
Wand, yeah, it's got to be Wand here. Split, I think.
Or, yeah. I mean, that also has synergy with Beastly Beauty. And you can make the argument that it also has synergy with Bubba once 10 mana rolls around, but bridging that gap for Alan is the biggest problem here, right? He's incurred the biggest tempo loss by just playing the 8/8, which is, you know, largely still fixed by the fact that the provoke is super clean here.
That's so clutch.
But basically, this is the most inconvenient turn for Alan, is just setting up the treasures, and every point from after this, he is popping off. MegaGliscor finally uses a wind chill and has a pretty unplayable hand. There's no space to go for a multicaster.
Right.
You maybe just dump some Serpent Shrine portals because he's used all but one spell damage minion anyway. There's just one studies left for him, I believe, and both natural zappers gone.
Just start going Serpent Shrine face.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm on board.
Heron. The Macaw still has a multicaster in it, right? So no hand space.
Go again.
Yep. This is going to be a pretty juicy overdraft next turn, make no mistake. And that is not a wand. And Minefield is not particularly nice here, so is Alan going to put the army knife on the 8/8 and say, this has taunt, get through it the hard way? Or is he going to brawl?
I think it's got to be brawl, right? I wouldn't expect to see anything too much scarier than this. And again, you still have another brawl, even if that does happen, plus wands in the deck. So I think just brawl, probably Minefield, hero power. Move on with your life.
It is the safest. Okay, at least for MegaGliscor, the disaster outcome of the Kazakhstan surviving has been avoided. And now that makes the army knife a lot more difficult to use for Alan. So we're looking at 2 overload currently. He can get 3 more overload and 3 damage. It is not even close.
Really not, is it? So we have to supplement that damage quite heavily. In terms of what is left available for MegaGliscor, there's like another Bloom, another Bolt, like you said, another Studies. That's a big help as well. That's what you're going to need. Bloom that out, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He did trade away the overdraft, so it's not going to be an overdraft turn anyway. And it does feel bad to have overloaded 2 and then potentially this 2 again from the Lightning Bloom without cashing out that overload with an overdraft damage, because very likely at the longer this game goes before using the overdraft, the less damage it's going to deal. But MegaGliscor absolutely needed like a larger source of overall damage in the long run, which comes from the Rukan landing the right hero power.
Banana Split is another absolute whiff on this turn. Alan can draw with the Outrider's Axe and see what is offered to him. Yeah, okay. Beastly Beauty's still pretty... maybe not quite good enough here.
Ugh, just hits 1, so he's just gonna go Buckler and hero power. And for Alan, like, I know it's very tough to calculate breakpoints against Shaman, but he should be feeling pretty comfortable overall, having seen double Serpent Shrine, both Blooms, right? And both Zappers, and one of the Studies minions. So, like, worst case scenario is Gliscor finds the other Studies, and it's a Phoenix, but that's maybe even too slow, so we can put it at, like, Guild Trader, maybe even. And then Bolt, Frostbite, Overdraft. I want to put the damage output range at somewhere around 18 maximum.
Yeah.
But that's all just a rough estimate.
Well, if we factor into that double Brucan hero power off the Macaws into, you know, getting lucky and hitting double fire.
Yeah, not too far off.
Starts to get there.
And it's a good point you bring this up, because these Macaws certainly don't all need to be used for multicaster battle cry at this point. Like, this multicaster on its own is drawing another 3, and MegaGliscor is down to only 9 cards.
Wow.
But he refuses to Macaw. He is milking the hero power for value. Hits the good hero power for next turn. And there's the Beastly Beauty. Here we go. It's the transform into the Nomen Army Knife. As soon as we reconnect. Right after this.
Yeah, Alan, either I wasn't sure what was happening there. If he was going to go get a drink or lift up his chair and throw it across the room, it was going to be one or the other there. But like you said, I think he should be fine there as long as the reconnect works as it has for the most part here so far. He should be fine. Heal for 1 million, win the game.
That's right. I mean, we get to see the ever so rare card art on the actual beast form of Beastly Beauty. And then it's going to have all its Divine Shield, Poisonous, Rush, Taunt, Wind Fury, Glory. I think that's all of the keywords, right?
I'll go with yes.
And by that point, there's very little that MegaGliscor can do. Even though he lands the good hero power for the next turn, he simply doesn't have the value in the deck to get there. There's one more, like, Primordial Studies, so if that can find Steward of Scrolls into, like, Charged Call, I don't know. I'm inventing some very Quest Shaman outs here, but it doesn't feel especially likely that MegaGliscor can get there.
Man. I mean, yeah, I guess you do go for the heal. I was wondering if it's even like banana split here instead and just get yourself a bunch of great big beasts, but this just wins the game, right? I don't think Shaman can ever chew through this.
Yeah, if you don't get the healing on this turn, you leave yourself very vulnerable to exactly this card, Snowfall Guardian. So I like that Alan just went for the immediate rush, and he can just chill because MegaGliscor doesn't have all the removal in the world to deal with this. He does have Landslide, but it's not enough at this point. Expend a Bolt to deal with it.
Yeah, could also gamble with the Macaws again. They have a chance to hit lightning and deal the damage, which would allow you to then finish off with, I don't know, yeah, I guess the lightning bolt.
Oh, useless.
Oh! Okay.
I mean,
that's pretty
bad overall.
Stop!
Oh my
Too
goodness.
much water. Okay.
How come it's showing the invocations twice each? I was like, wait, you can hit the same one off of Macaw? You can't.
I also thought that for a second.
Well, that was a terrible set of Macaws. MegaGliscor just gonna leave the Beastly Beauty frozen, try to catch it in the landslides the next turn. But for Alan, it's just too simple, right? Wand. Probably don't even banana split because you expect landslide. Just hero power and chill.
+2/+2 though. It's kind of hard for them to clear having used double spell damage.
That's true. It's true.
I guess you would copy frozen ones though, is how that works, right? Like they would take a full extra turn to become unfrozen, so.
MegaGliscor still digging for, I have to imagine, just the studies. It's the only card that gives him any measure of value at this point.
Yeah, studies, steward, something. We'll figure it out then, because already that's not going to happen.
Yeah, if there's a way to get Fireheart, but I don't think you can. The highest value card I can think is, yeah, Guidance into Charge Call and something.
Right, yeah. Guidance, Charge Call, not Yogg, because that's not how that works. I'm sure I'll think of something eventually.
Raid Boss Onyxia, also not how that works.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he can play a Snowfall Guardian just to get it out of hand. He can press the hero power button for a couple more 2/3s. He can also just hold and pray for an out for the 5th turn in a row. I mean, if MegaGliscor has done anything, it's successfully delay Alan from having the Embers of Ragnaros go face guaranteed.
True.
What now?
If you copy a frozen minion that has Rush, do they immediately unfreeze though?
I want to say yes, but we'll see.
They
even
can
have Wind
attack,
Fury.
but they don't?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. That makes sense.
Well, that is still not a studies, which means that the landslides are not even enough to deal with all of these. MegaGliscor can draw for the studies with the multicaster first. He is on too many cards though. So he is just gonna delay one more turn. Sure, it's fine. Things are perma-frozen. And Alan has greeted the wand for this long. I don't like this.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. You don't need to be too hasty with the Beastly here. You can just save that for Banana Split. This turn, next turn, whatever turn, doesn't matter. You could go for Banana Split right here. Again, it's not getting cleared.
I mean, MegaGliscor clearly has his sights set on just fatiguing Alan. And so far, he has seen all the treasures except Embers, I believe.
Oh, but they don't unfreeze if there's nothing to attack into, is how that works, I guess, because they couldn't rush.
My brain hurts.
It's great science we're doing here.
True. Okay, anyway, Guild Trader, Lightning Bolt, Landslide is a full clear. Do you even need to play both
Just do
landslides?
Zapper.
Yes, right?
Yeah, either way is fine. Or just delay a turn and do it next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is just greeting the value from this 10-10. And so far, it's been working out great because, you know, Alan,
Oh,
is he actually just going to fatigue?
no shot. It takes like 1 trillion turns for him to fatigue still.
No, but MegaGliscor is going to get the full clear this turn with the Guild Trader landslides.
Plus-
And
Well, there's still the Bulwark, so he doesn't tank the 10, right?
true.
I got it all.
But
Unless
the
he
Bulwark,
can deal 4 instances of damage, which he can't.
no.
Kind of close, though. It's closer than I thought
Yeah.
it would be.
For sure. And like MegaGliscor is committed to fatigue now, so I don't think he's gonna play multicaster. The last 3 cards for him are Overdraft, Lightning Bolt, and Frostbite. All of which are just damage. So any form of value he gets from here on out is only going to come from the hero power, which means that Alan at some point should be able to get this Embers of Ragnaros to go face guaranteed. That is, however, the taunt hero power coming up next.
That's kind of good. Like, he keeps rolling weirdly good hero powers, even though they're
Yeah.
usually kind of bad in this matchup.
Dude, I've just never seen the matchup pan out this way. Burn Shaman
It's
trying to
so weird.
fatigue.
And, like,
Okay.
with what attack face, he can actually start getting some of these spell damage to be relevant now.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
I mean, it's a lot of damage. However, Alan still has, and MegaGliscor knows this, exactly 4 treasures, which are Beastly Beauty, Gnomish Army Knife, and then 2 that he has not seen.
right.
I wonder if he can have a read on Embers at this point, because I'm pretty sure like Anoia Horn would have been played by this
Right,
point.
yeah.
Canopic Jars would have been played. I don't think there's much else that Alan would really take in this position. So now, oh, he's gonna fatigue himself? Okay. I mean, he's just trying to get maximum damage, but there's no way this is lethal.
Doesn't have lethal, does he? Oh, wait,
No.
he can deal...
Wait.
There's
Wait.
not enough mana.
5, 10. Yeah, no. I mean, it wouldn't be lethal either. It's a lot, to be fair. Like, all of these spells are 5, and then the Overdraft would deal 4 here, but the mana's just not there.
19 plus 3. Yeah, it's a huge amount of damage, but the problem is he knows that dealing damage in this way is the worst way to do it because it gets his opponent really low, and then with exactly Beastly Beauty plus Gnomish Army Knife plus the 2 minions on board, he gets to heal all the way back up to full, which I think should end the game now, finally.
This got way closer than I thought. And
Right,
not
yeah.
in completely the opposite direction. I thought MegaGliscor at the beginning when he was going for the Novice Zappers was just kind of saying, I can't win late game. Let's just go all in now, pray they don't have the removal. And I'm like, okay, I can get on board with that. Not sure I agree. But then he shifted into this completely late game approach. And actually managed to get value out of the Snowfall Guardians, which are,
Right.
in most instances in this matchup, really, really dead cards. But he just said, against the Kazakhstan variant, it can be very good. It's a very creative approach, but it's still just not going to get there. I'm not sure what Alan is thinking about, but it is just Beastly Beauty, transform, and then...
Oh, well, he knows that Frostbite is the last remaining card, so he's just thinking, if I go Embers, does that win the game? But if everything goes face and he gets hit with Frostbite, he does then die?
Right. Yeah, because...
So there's just no need? Yeah, there's...
Yeah. Yeah, because then MegaGliscor would go 6 to face. Oh my god! Plus the Frostbolt for 5 and then the fatigue damage, but okay. Okay, Alan's alive, but he really didn't need to do that, I don't think.
Man, he is playing with fire here,
Literally.
to end this game.
Like, what? Why? I mean, Alan's still gonna win, but... That's crazy. Like, that gave me an unnecessary heart attack at the end. Like,
One health left, and Alan closes it out with Embers into Embers. That was absolutely ridiculous. I didn't think it would get anywhere near that close. And even at the end, it kind of didn't have to get that close. Alan could have ended the game with like 30 health if he'd wanted to at the end there. But there we go. I mean, that wasn't a generated Frostbite, was it? And there wasn't anything else that could have been in hand?
I don't think so. I mean, it's quite possible something malfunctioned with Alan's deck tracker, just like ours does every time we cast and try to pull up the cards left in deck. Is there a world where if MegaGliscor had just like taunt hero power every other turn, was that what Alan was scared of? For the Embers to have even less of a chance of going face? But then, in that world, you still just stick an 8/8, right? And that also, I can't figure it out. I don't know.
Hero power at the end was deal 2 damage, right?
Yeah,
so
to minions.
He would have, to minions, right? Yeah, so he would have been able to go hero power plus Frostbite to kill off the wolf, and then you still just die to Embers into Embers, I think, right? Maybe if it had gone kill the wolf, Embers the turn after, but it's not lethal, then he hits fire. Was that ever a way that Alan loses?
No, because he has lifesteal.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and he gets the 16 because the rush from the Beastly Beauty only deals 2, so he still has 2 targets.
I'm trying to find something,
get it.
but I can't find it. Yeah, very weird.
Okay, well, while we try and move on from that, I think we can just try and wrap our heads around it another time, or very likely Alan will just message us after this series is done and explain why we are dumb and why he is the Grandmaster. I will look forward to it. But for now, we need to continue onward. MegaGliscor also needs to recover after that complete, just exhausting gauntlet of a matchup that he didn't even end up winning in the end. That one is just one of the most difficult ones to recover in terms of mental fatigue, but he's looked nothing if not composed throughout every series we've cast from him so far, so I expect that he will still be looking for creative outs. Questfell Demon Hunter into the Warrior matchup does seem far less complicated though than the Burn Shaman. I think there is one consistent way to go about the matchup, which is just getting the earliest Kurtrus Demon Render as possible. Not necessarily the quest reward, but definitely the hero Kurtrus to make sure you can get that hero power damage through every single turn. You can get the Jace going and try and deal the lethal there. And if that doesn't work, because he's running the Kazakhstan variant of this deck, there is still the potential to go for a fatigue battle with the treasures.
That's right, he has just rammed in every win condition he can possibly find into this deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see Il'gynoth hanging around the lane there as well, which I think is a reasonable approach. I'm still not necessarily convinced on the Kazakhstan variant, having played it a little bit. I think that it's often just a little bit too slow, and I would rather just double down on an approach that supplements mid-game damage a little bit more heavily. Because I think that's something that I often find about the expendable performers version, is you don't need the full combo necessarily. You can just play it for a little bit of extra chip damage. The Fellfire Deadeye as well is in aggro matchups perfectly reasonable to just play on turn 2 against Druid as well, for example, just to get a bit of extra damage at the start. It's very, very fine. But if you're going for both here, it obviously gives you with more dead cards in hand, more ability to miss out on outcasting your key cards, but also more ability to outlast this control warrior. And so for MegaGliscor, this does feel like the list if you want to try and beat warrior as much as possible.
That is right. I mean, if I saw this list on ladder, I would just say this cannot win games consistently because you play too many sort of conflicting win conditions. But for specifically LHS and as a counter queue into Kazakhstan Warrior, I think that the list is very much justifiable. I do like the way that MegaGliscor has approached it. And that opening hand, wow, that's a banger. Just very quick quest progression available if he wants, but the studies options are really not great for warrior matchups.
I think I'm just snapping up that Gnarg for 3 damage face. I don't really see Vile Fiend getting too much value, like unless you want to just play it on turn 3, not even outcast. Yeah, you just take the extra chip damage is what wins you this matchup.
We've had many discussions about hero power versus quest on turn 1, and we've largely come to the conclusion that when you're on coin, probably hero power on turn 1, probably quest on turn 1 makes sense, so you can coin Need for Greed if you get it off the top, or Spectral Sight plus a tradable. But we see MegaGliscor here go for studies on 1 instead, which is, I think, in case he gets Glide, where you don't really want any card you draw to come between your Spectral Sights and the Glide. You just want that card to go to the left as soon as possible. And also getting the Studies discount is useful leading up into his turn 3 for the guaranteed quest progression using the double Spectrals.
Kind of annoying having to use both Spectral Sights here instead of finding a tradable or a Chaos Strike to complete that turn, but it's fine. The main headline is completed quest 1 on turn 3. He can complete quest 2 on turn 4 with the Glide now picked up as well. And Alan knows that that's a possibility, so he's just dumping as many resources from his hand as he can. Apart from the coin, which is, I think, probably a good place to stop, because if they don't have it, you still want to go coin Kazakhstan.
Awkward hand for MegaGliscor, isn't it? Because this Glide is never getting outcast, and you probably just accept that. At some point, you're just going to self-glide, so I think he should look towards just dumping cards from hand to set up for that self-glide. And the Gnarg does look pretty dumpable here with maybe just hero power. You could also go for an Arcanist Fel Barrage line, because Fel Barrage is not going anywhere else in this matchup.
I think I slightly prefer this line because it does a similar thing of what you're saying. You can still dump a card here, setting up for a Glide in non-outcast, but it also gives you a couple draws to actually outcast that Glide next turn. Like, for example, the Arcanist that was picked up here. Absolutely, I'm outcasting this Glide instantly, I think.
Oh, but now we're looking at the potential to like Gnarg this turn, or like Fury this turn, and then Arcanist Fel Barrage.
True, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I think the fact that your opponent has kept the coin, though, and a card in hand, right? I think this Kazakhstan was held on to. You can have such a strong read that they have it there. That they're going to draw it back.
Crazy. Alan even just gets Outrider's Axe with an actual target, which is kind of rare to happen as well.
Yeah. All he needs now is the coin.
Mm-hmm. Imagine actually wanting to top their coin after Glide. And meanwhile, for MegaGliscor, it's just another Glide, right? This double jump is drawing nothing. It's drawn, yeah, both Spectrals and the other Glide. It's unfortunate. So I actually wonder if he was meant to play it just to delete it from the deck before gliding.
It cost 0, right? Yeah, he definitely was.
Just Gnarg this turn. It feels bad to like use the buffed up lifesteal weapon without actually getting any healing. And to be fair, MegaGliscor doesn't really have hand space issues at this point. He's also just used both glides, so I think it's fine to hold on to the Glavesmith.
Yeah, I'm fine with just hero power over Buckler for Alan on the other side as well. I think next turn is very possibly just going to end up like hero power Buckler, minefield, something like that. Or just, I guess, minefield, Buckler. Some way of dealing with the Kurtrus and gaining as much armor as possible, leading up into the Kazakhstan.
Barrage expended without Arcanist always feels a bit lackluster. And I'm honestly not sure why MegaGliscor ripped it right away, because we've been through him not really having hand space issues, and no glide is in the equation anymore outside of, I guess, a generated one from studies. So I feel like he could have greeted that for an Arcanist a bit later on.
Yeah, I could see that. Maybe just trying to get it online before Kazakhstan does, because he'd rather get the damage face than into Kazakhstan, which, again, you know, that's a tough argument to make. You're probably going to have to clear the Kazakhstan in some way as well.
Oh no!
Man, this double jump's really kicking him, right? Imagine what he'd do for just one extra card.
And this is where the build also starts to feel a bit bad when you're running the Fellfire Deadeye with expendable performers and the Kazakhstan. You have to cut some of the tradables to do that. Like, I think a Viper may have bit the dust in the list for MegaGliscor to make room for all of that. That being said, it's still quite unfortunate he hasn't landed either the Need for Greeds, which is the main way he can cycle at this point.
Yep.
But it's just dead turn after dead turn where Alan is simply able to pull farther and farther away in terms of armor total, and now he can play the Kazakhstan and put the pressure back the other way.
He can indeed. So we are looking for
Horn.
a Neuer Horn. Fantastic.
Okay. Every time Alan hesitates
Look.
now, I feel like we might be missing something important. Book, you probably can play after some of your things from a Neuerhorn die, so fair enough. But right now it's quite expensive still, right?
It is, but I think I just trust it more than Banana Split. Even if you can get it down to 10, I'd still prefer it, I think, with a Rakara in hand as well. Oh, close.
He's splitting. Poison? Oh no. Like, I'm thinking in the world where they somehow get a Magtheridon online, maybe you want the poison, but you probably have enough removal already. I don't know. Wait, what are these?
What are those?
What are you doing here? Today is just full of trash Kazakhstans, huh?
Yeah, for real. Those are locusts hitting hard. Oh!
Oh no. He's not even Illidan or Kurtrus. He's Arana. It doesn't work. Nothing works. This double jump just nothing.
Okay. Magtheridon performers killed the 1-3s.
I hate it so much, but the only thing that does anything, right? And if you just leave Kazakhstan on board, you're asking for a disaster. I guess you can just like not play Magtheridon on top of that. Just clear it naturally with the performers.
Oh yeah.
Oi, oi, oi. Such a disaster. But given the quality of Alan's treasures, like, MegaGliscor might be able to fatigue him too. He picked Assistant. Okay. He didn't end up picking Reflections, right? Because that's actually a pretty cool thing you can do with Assistant.
True, the Assistant Reflections. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. So for now, it is just going to be an individual 9-9, which is, you know, still a threat. MegaGliscor held on to Magtheridon to deal with additional boards. Yeah. And Alan will at some point get a Noya Horn. So pure fatigue as a win condition is not a real thing for MegaGliscor. What it kind of meant is maybe he can win with a counter Kazaka-san because it looks like he's going to have the time.
Okay, here we go. Now we're talking. Fel Barrage, Jace, I think that was picked up as well with a juiced up Fury. That's big.
It is a lot of damage. Only another Fel Barrage and another Fury in the pool, right? I don't think he's played Immolation Aura.
Or even a Chaos Strike, right? This is actually not as big of a chase as I was expecting it to be.
Right, but if it can deal with the Clockwork Assistant, it's probably good enough. I don't think MegaGliscor wants to tank this 9 or leave a potential banana split target.
That's true.
And with double Fel Barrage and Fel Scream, which is guaranteed if he wants to play all those spells before Jace, it will be cleared. Ooh, but he's going in with the Maggie T instead. Clearable with Fel Scream, Fel Barrage, and Fury.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Still sets up for a strong Jace next turn to clear whatever comes down next turn.
Yeah.
But, I mean, weirdly for MegaGliscor, like the fact that there's a 12-12 on his side of the board is almost bad because Rakara just ramps up the amount of damage it's dealing now, right? By just smacking into the Magtheridon.
Oh, you're so right. And then there's still enough to shield slam it after that.
Even mutating it as well, just to give it +4/+4.
Okay, I think we're getting a little bit too spicy.
No, do it.
Bonk.
Literally just missed 2 damage. Embarrassing.
Boop. And bonk again. Oi, oi, oi. MegaGliscor needs his own Kazaka-san.
Okay.
And to be fair, it would be playable if he gets it from this Need for Greed, right? I don't think there's any minions that... maybe a Talented Arcanist.
No, he played the other one to get the glide down, so yeah, I think he got through it all. Stelina's interesting, just to slow them down.
Time. Yeah.
Get rid of the split. Oh, he doesn't find the split.
Okay, so now he has knowledge of 2 treasures, Injection and Clockwork. It was Minefield instead. Really?
Oh, okay, there's Tetris.
Well, he just put back a Minefield.
Yeah, that's
I mean, he does know about the Brawl, but I'd rather just get it played now and have that mana spent.
I think I'd rather wait, because those rushing minions are one of the few ways you have to actually repeat your hero power, right? And it doesn't get you any extra immediate damage this turn.
Is the repeating hero power the win condition, though? I feel like there's too much armor to rely on that, especially with expendables used. So I just kind of feel like MegaGliscor needs to survive till his own Kazaka-san.
Oh!
Oh, ho, ho.
Look at this lethal, though. Mutating injection, mutating injection. Smack the bat into their face, and then hero power to close it out. What an Alan win condition.
Oh my gosh, that is the coolest lethal of the year. No shot. It's only March. I don't care. It's just very, very cool stuff from Alan there. Using the Rakara weapon to get a very unconventional win, even though we called the Kazaka-san treasures trash. I don't know if he took mutating injection with the intention to use it on opposing minions to get the lethal, but that was just some of the cleanest Hearthstone I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, nicely done by Alan. It could be our second warrior sweep of the day. Second Kazaka-san warrior sweep of the day, for that matter, as okasinnsuke was able to steamroll GivePLZ in match 2. And now that the only recourse left available to MegaGliscor is his own warrior, It's obviously looking fantastic for Alan, because even if he loses here, he has the Demon Hunter, which, despite what you may have just seen, should be a good matchup. However, for MegaGliscor, he is going with the Kazakhstan variant as opposed to the Charge variant, which I don't know if that's good or bad for him. We did see the Charge Warrior lose to the Kazakhstan Warrior earlier on today, but I don't know if that's the expected outcome with GivePLZ just 1 mana off lethal.
Oh, and that means we are leading up into the double Kazakhstan on either side. I mean, it was already a potential matchup a while ago, Kazakhstan versus Kazakhstan on the Demon Hunter, but it just never reared its ugly head for MegaGliscor. This time, though, he is hoping that it'll show up sooner rather than later, because I can only assume that this matchup is about who can get the better treasures or just who gets Kazakhstan online first. Rakara, though, you're definitely not passing up. It's just such a powerful card to have that unstoppable force equipped, whether it represents 10 damage or 28 or something, what it did last game. Just a very useful tool and can make cutting class cheaper.
True. Honestly, I think this is Corsair cash only kept, or maybe even just a full mull.
Is it really that? Oh man, I'm not sure. I agree, Corsair Cash, because even though it's one card in your mulligan that is not Kazakhstan, it's getting you closer by thinning your deck towards Outrider's Axe. But all right, the Rakara was replaced in the slot by Kazakhstan, so I will hold the L.
Yeah, 100% of the time you were incorrect, Gia. So again, I mean, unless Alan pulls a Shaxy and then just goes, I don't know, coin Drake and then never plays the Kazakhstan just to show.
Something tells me that is not going to happen.
We'll see.
Okay, for MegaGliscor, the hand is... I mean, basically, these are the same hands if you just assume MegaGliscor top decks Kazakhstan at some point, turn 8 or earlier. That's really all that matters. He still has 4 turns to make this a good hand. Okay, it's a good hand. It's the same hand. My point stands.
Your point
we have a treasure battle.
I shall hold the L on this one. So, Gia, speaking of your treasure tier list that you were saying you might have to change where Wax Rager stands, what are your top treasures that both our players will be looking for off their Kazakhstans as they just hero power back and forth?
Embers, number 1, I will say. That's the quickest way to close out the game. But when you're playing the Kazakhstan mirror, the tier list also changes a little bit, just like Battlegrounds tier list change depending on what minion types are in or out. When you know your opponent also has access to building a huge board, then suddenly Staff of Scales goes up, Wand of Disintegration goes up. This is just when you know you're facing a counter Kazakhstan, you want to hit a balance of 3 things. Board development, so things like Anoya Horn, Boombox, Canopic Doors to a certain extent if you are able to hit it alongside a Bubba or something. Second is you need removal for their board development. So Wand is top of that list. Staff is pretty decent if they take Clockwork, for example. And then the third is game-ending burst, which is obviously in the form of Embers. If you're playing Druid, then Pure Cold is decent enough because you can use it with Solar Eclipse, but I don't think Pure Cold is quite enough in this matchup. So I just said a lot of words. It's not turn 8 yet. Take the reins back, Derek.
No, that's perfect. I mean, those are all the heavy hitters. That's what I call Kazakhstan treasures. There's some of the other weirder stuff you can hit, like Ancient Reflections can get you some pretty juicy plays. Like you said, with the Clockwork Assistant can work very nicely as well, or just to copy on minions with Death Rattle, Canopic Jars, Boomboxes, all that stuff as well. And I mean, then there's the real weird ones at the end, like what's it even called? Puzzle Box, the one that makes everything more expensive alongside Bubba, which never really ends up getting played. The single target removal, like Necrotic Poison and Vampiric, that never ends up that useful. So let's see if Alan can hit the goods here on his Kazakhstan. He's owed a good one.
Okay.
Embers, boom, done. The best one on the first choice.
That's answer. Okay. Boombox. Yes.
Also fantastic.
Yes, that's just damage and board development. 2 of the categories with 1 stone. I will note that Alan maybe needs to have less of a priority on finding removal because he already has Brawl in his original hand and Shield Shatter, I believe, which is a bit hard to activate, but at worst you can play it for 10 mana and it's going to clear maybe like a board alongside Rancor. I don't know. This one, probably Bubba?
I'm kind of thinking Spyglass, but I guess Bubba has more synergy with like a Jars later on.
Boombox this time, okay.
Okay.
And then Puzzle to go with your Bubba? Yeah. He just doesn't really need Staff because he has Brawl, Shield Slams, Onyxian Wardens.
Right.
And also, he's just been the first person to play Kazakhstan, which usually the way that goes is you're the one putting the threats on board and then you're telling your opponent to answer them. And then you put the next wave and the next wave and then they die.
So for Alan, that was Embers, Banana, Bubba, Boombox, Puzzle Box?
I think so.
Okay.
So it is a
Writing it
good
down.
mix of board development and burst damage. Thank you for writing it down. That means I don't have to.
Finally picking up some of the slack. It's nice, isn't it?
All right, MegaGliscor, though, deep in the tank as to whether he should remove this or go counter Kaz. And I actually like the turn of delay. You don't want to let them immediately get a good banana split. And in terms of like treasures that really punish you for not playing Kazakhstan immediately, I guess the biggest one would be a Noyo Horn.
Right.
Especially since MegaGliscor doesn't have Brawl. But outside of that, I feel like there's more treasures that punish him for leaving Kaz up, as opposed to waiting 1 turn and then responding with a Kaz.
How do we feel about Boombox Rancor?
I'm gonna rate that a 5 chili pepper on the spicy scale. Let's do it.
Like, you know they have a Rancor, right? There's a reasonable chance they have it. And even if they don't, they always have Blade Storm, Shield Shatter, even a Minefield would get the job done. Like, I feel like I'd just rather get the armor myself.
True. Because none of these other plays are sort of like preventing MegaGliscor from going Kazakhstan. You can argue that Boombots and Pass would warrant a Rancor rather than a Kazakhstan, but that kind of just leaves Alan in the same spot as he was last turn. And then there's -1 Rancor in Gliscor's hand. It's very hard to evaluate, but this line I feel gives MegaGliscor a very clean Kazakhstan turn. And he now has a tradable as well, so he can instantly trade into a treasure.
Absolutely.
Horn.
Horn, yeah, I think that's going to be.
Book is playable when your horn stuff dies.
Yes. Unless you want to get fancy with Reflections. Did he pick Reflections there?
I don't know.
I couldn't see, yeah. Pure
Cold. Other book.
Yeah, I think Good Book, along with Bad Book.
Jars? Did he pick?
Oh.
Oh.
Did he pick the Reflections? If he picked Ancient Reflections, Canopic Jars becomes playable.
Right. Okay. He definitely picked Jars at the end, so we're only just unsure of one of them. Yeah. Okay. So this is a Jars game now.
Wow.
My favorite kind of game. And Alan, actually, like, he can gain the armor, right? From still going Boombots and Rancor and then use Shield Slam. But the problem is the Boombots probably have killed Kazakhstan by then. And you would have rather that damage had gone face. So he's going to just Shield Slam plus Onyxian Drape. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, yeah, this makes sense.
As long as he saves like the big Boombots Rancor combo to go face more often than not, then I'm happy with the lines.
Oh, is that a horn right off the top? is that better than Onyxia is the question here, because you could use Onyxia to clear the board and draw a card quite efficiently. And that's kind of hard to answer.
There is some value to playing Horn while they have minions, because if their best answer is Brawl, then their stuff gets caught in the crossfire, but then leaving minions is also a bit questionable into Banana Split, that type of thing. But here we go. Alan is letting rip with the first Boombox and the Brawl. Very likely that a ton of damage goes face. Equally likely that either player's able to have one minion survive. And it's MegaGliscor. Yep. Who would have thought? The card is what it is. A lot of damage, though.
Oh, Shield Shatter. Oh, sorry, Shield Slam. I kind of like using it here. You have no real way to gain... I guess you have a Boombox Rancor, right? And then finish off with the Shield Slam. Okay, sure.
I like holding it because like the 3-2 will also get caught in the Rancor.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's a Jars, and MegaGliscor still has a tradable. But if he wants, he can just go Onyxia and say you don't have second Brawl. Hopefully you don't have Wand either.
And Alan does not have Wand. If we were keeping track correctly, his response is pretty limited. Good. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, yeah. But it's just so much damage used up, and he really hasn't chipped away that much from MegaGliscor at all.
Yeah. Oh, and the Onyxia soaks so much damage!
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that was good. That was still a good outcome. A lot of damage.
True. You're cold.
Oh.
I mean, Alan has set up for the Embers.
Right, and if MegaGliscor doesn't sense that the Embers are coming, he could end up just trading their heavy plate.
Oh no.
Can you imagine? It's so tempting. Like, he wants to get himself another Horn. And to be fair, if he hits Horn, he will be surviving the Embers anyway.
If he gets, Horn or other board development, I don't know if he took any further board development is the thing. But if he did...
Oh, sorry, I think the only one he was offered was Ancient Reflections, which wouldn't be playable immediately anyway, obviously.
I mean, if he traded and got that, he could go Onyxian.
Oh,
and then
true. Yeah,
reflect
okay.
that, which is not great, but I don't know. Can he sense the Embers? I never can sense the Embers, Tarek. I don't have the Ember sense.
Okay, so if he plays the Drake, then he should survive, especially if he goes Canopic Jars. Okay, so it has to be all three face here.
Yeah, the 1 and 8.
Oh no, wait, but there's just the Shield Shatter. So it's...
But no, but there's a minion inside this.
There's a minion inside, yeah.
Yeah, and Alan doesn't want to see what's inside before he goes. Fair enough. Ah! 1, 2. Okay, he's alive. He's alive. And he has an Auctioneer Jackson. That is not
Action
great.
Jackson? Yeah, that's not doing anything.
Wait, if he gets the heavy plate... Wait.
Oh, true!
He can discover the treasure. That's the win? Okay.
Oh,
this
no,
is already too clowny.
Jars, so you have to go...
Book your Jackson. Turn it into a 10-10.
Get Jackson in the gym.
I guess so.
I mean, even then, you know you're dead to second...
Embers, yeah.
Embers,
you just
right?
pray
Because
it's
it
not
just
in hand
kills
yet.
you clean. There's no way you can make Rancor gain you more armor. Gotta pray it's not there. Pretty simple.
Yep. And even if it's not there, Alan simply shield slams this Jackson. And MegaGliscor really is only on an Anoya Horn out to survive. just got into a very weird board state where neither player has taken very much board development. Like MegaGliscor's development outside of second horn is dependent on there being a minion on board with both the reflections and the canopic jar. But there are just no minions on either side. Alan's banana splits are also stranded because there's no minions, and the puzzle box, very much the same story. But in the grand scheme of things, Alan is just so far ahead because he has way more armor, and he is always going to be within 1 embers away of killing MegaGliscor from this point.
But what if it's Horn? What if MegaGliscor just plays Horn? Like, what does Alan do against that? Against all the Death Rattle, the Divine Shield, sorry.
He could do a very stupid play of puzzle boxing them to remove the Divine Shield and then Shield Shatter, but you have to pray they have 5 health or less.
I guess, yeah. So, like, is the play on this turn Shield Slam?
It's just
Bulwark Face? Is that insane to keep them at 6 so that Embers still kills them in 1 hit, even if they hero power?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what he did. Crazy stuff, but it's a break point, very real. And now MegaGliscor.
Needed frozen.
Yeah, mine too. I had to refresh. But you're a psychic because that's exactly what Alan did based on me reading the history bar correctly. But MegaGliscor now finally has reflection and a copyable minion and the jars again. Here we go. Is he gonna Blade Storm? Is he gonna pop the Jacksons right now?
Oh my god.
It probably sets up lethal, right?
I kind of liked it, yeah.
Maybe not that likely, given there's a bulwark and given that there is still so much armor for Alan, but it did just put way more pressure on board. But it is just too difficult to figure out when he still doesn't know if there's like wand for Alan. There's still so many treasures that we don't know about, but that's the puzzle box play. And that's a lot of 5 health minions. However, one of those 5 health minions, sorry, one of those non-5 health minions is Frenzy draw a card. So
What's a card?
Does he Shield Slam that? Is that worth it to deny the card draw?
What have you seen? He's seen from his opponent, what, Reflections jar? He hasn't seen any individually big minions?
No, he's not. It's only jar and Reflections that he's seen. And Horn.
I think you just go Shield Shatter Bubba. I think you let them have the extra card draw and save the Shield Slam.
Okay. Oh, man. Bubba goes in. Bulwark can go in at this point. Yep.
Yeah.
And these Hounds now give MegaGliscor Rancor armor, some breathing room maybe. Of course, not enough to survive Embers by itself, but he has a chance to then top deck the Annoying Horn and be at a breakpoint that's not emberable very likely. Oh my gosh.
MegaGliscor can also just choose to gain 1 million on this turn with Reflections Rancor.
True. How many is that actually?
You could kill off... well, you could gain maximum
armor.
20, but you could also swing into Bubba with 6 of them first.
Probably not worth.
Probably not.
Because he kind of has to Blade Storm at the end of this too to kill the Bubba itself, right? Or is he just going to leave it? Oh, my brain. That's a book?
Bubba book?
Can, yeah, no, on the 1/1, because you want the rush.
Oh,
right?
Sure, yeah, okay.
It's a full clear that way. I guess you could silence the Bubba and just leave 2 1/1s. I don't know how much the armor matters at this point.
He's doing Rancor? He's not doing anything. He's just copying them, leaving Bubba on board. He's just dead.
What?
Yeah, he just
What?
out at the end. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, MegaGliscor, that's such a sad way to lose. Oh.
My gosh. In the end, the reign of terror of Kazakhstan extends to all of our minds. But Alan, of course, happy as a kid in a candy store, he just gives the double thumbs up. Yup, he won that way after a complete breakdown from his opponent. Only gonna give us a smile. I expect nothing less from Alan.
Low-key, it looked like he was about to motion like Cry Me a River there with his hands there, like tears streaming down his face. That's brutal from Alan. But, oh man, exactly what we expect and exactly what we love to see. An unfortunate end for MegaGliscor. You could see his despair at the end as it was just informational overload. I'm sure everything that we were thinking about, he was thinking about 50 more things that it could possibly be. So I really don't want to be too harsh on him. It was an incredibly difficult situation. And it's one of those positions where he might have gone through, okay, if I Ancient Reflections plus Rancor, I'm just losing anyway, because there's going to be another Embers of Ragnaros. I have to keep more minions in play to play around that, but I also have to clear the board, but I also have to gain armor. I don't know, he just had a meltdown, and it didn't come together in time, which means that Alan is going through 3-0. I think it has to be said, just outplaying his opponent in that series, and being the deserved final player through to the top 8.
Yeah, Alan, for sure, completely unfazed by all of these complex situations right from the get-go. This series, even though it was 3-0, it felt like such a gauntlet. It felt like it was a 5-game match, because that very first game between Burn Shaman and Control Warrior, I just did not see the way it pans out very often. It's the way that MegaGliscor played out the Novice Zappers for tempo and said that my late-game win condition is actually in fatigue past the Kazakhstan point, and he very nearly got the job done. Didn't pan out in his favor, and it didn't seem to phase him quite yet, because we also had a very tense game too, where MegaGliscor just had a really bad draw in the late game. I think it's fair to say just not finding the need for greeds later on, but it ultimately panned out with Alan getting a very cool lethal with the Rakara weapon and into a Kazakhstan treasure battle, a very emblematic way to close out the day, because Kazakhstan, whether or not you're banning Druid, is still the terror of this week.
That's right. Yeah, and I've already been notified, Gia, before the series is even finished, you'll be glad to know as to why Alan made his weird play not going for the Beastly Beauty plus the Gnomish Army Knife is because the Frostbite would leave Embers at 12 mana, which is then unplayable for the rest of the game. I guess was the thinking to go for his play, which does make sense. Now that we look back at it, I thought we would end up being called stupid. And although not by Alan himself, by proxy, I have been notified of my idiocy. So there we go. Didn't even make a mistake, just playing the usual flawless Hearthstone that we expect from Alan. And as you said, firmly cementing this idea that Druid is on top, but if anything, Kazakhstan is on topper in both Druid and in the Warrior as well. It's looking absolutely unstoppable. Even in the Demon Hunters, it's not looking bad. And that's it all shaken out. MegaGliscor ends the weekend on... or ends the season, I should say, sorry, on 4 points, which I think puts him out of contention for that top 8. It's like right on the border, and I think Alan moving up to 5 actually cements the top 8 at 5 or more.
Oh, wow.
Unless I'm mistaken. So pretty cleanly for everyone at 4 and less, who's obviously not still in the running. I think that's just lights out for them, unless there's something I'm obviously missing. Maybe tiebreakers can mess it up somehow.
Man, still a lot to be played out though, because whether or not we have 5 as the glass door preventing people from going through, there's still the seedings that need to be decided. Who ends up in first place and second place with the free win? Who ends up barely scraping by, pretty much happy to make playoffs, but still with a disadvantage with that auto loss in 7th and 8th seed? We will find out. It's only Friday, Derek. We've had so much Hearthstone action. There's still 2 more days, and of course, all the other regions to follow.
That's right, Europe in, I believe, 5 minutes when they are scheduled to start. Despite having 2 3-0s today, it was an incredibly long day of broadcasting, given that both 3-0s were with Control Warrior, which naturally lends itself to very, very long games. So I'm not going to waffle on too much. I'm going to let us go to a break before we come back with Europe very shortly. Thank you so much for watching today. Tomorrow, we're going to hit the quarterfinals, and then on Sunday, semi-finals, grand finals for the final week of Grandmasters before we head to playoffs after the Masters Tour. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, and enjoy Europe with Raven and Sotten.
fist bump and he did it! Oh my gosh. 72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well-deserved. He stays in for another series.